Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If this side. Today we will be seeing, what if villain Deku got harem? Now before we move ahead with the fic, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. For its well-known status as the #1 hero school in Japan, if not the world, UA High School was exceptionally ordinary. The day began at 8:25 with a short 10-minute homeroom in which Aizawa-sensei took attendance and covered any announcements there might be. Afterwards, the teens suffered through their regular school-required courses like English with present mic. The idol lookalike actually spoke with an indoor voice as he asked them which of the sentences he'd written on the board was incorrect, although if worked up he quickly went back to shouting. After morning lessons ended at 12:30, the students were given just short of an hour for lunch. The main cafeteria offered gourmet-level food for surprisingly low prices courtesy of UA's head chef, the cook hero, lunch rush. Unfortunately, once the lunch period ended, it was back to the classroom for more lessons. Those came to an end when Cementos, the modern literature teacher, exited the room with a smile and a wave at the students, the book they'd be starting next week tucked under one arm. The students didn't even wait for the door to close before letting their posture relax. Some leaned backwards trying to pop stiff muscles against the hardback chairs, while others collapsed forward burying their head in their arms or resting it on the desk as they groaned. That was so normal. The red-headed Kirishima groaned. Yeah, the pinkette that was Ashido complained. If I wanted to have to deal with math, I'd have gone to a normal school or gen ed. Ashido's statement seemed to set off 10A2 seats behind her as the boy began to scold the class's resident alien, his right arm doing the robotic chop that seemed to be his signature move. From her spot on the opposite side of the classroom, Momo merely looked on, her left arm propped up on her desk so she could rest her head upon it while she looked around. Truth be told, she too had found the day's lessons to be lacking. Most of the classes had been simply reviewing what they'd already learned in previous years, barely touching on the subject of heroism that she, like the others, had expected to be featured more prominently in their lessons, although she suspected that would change gradually as time went on. It would make sense for UA and the teachers to start off slow, giving the students time to gradually adjust from the regular schooling they'd experienced thus far to the highly demanding field that was heroics. Unfortunately, as sensible as it might be, the fact that the majority of the classes had served as nothing more than reviews and refreshers over the class's respective subject resulted in Momo being less than tested. The Ravenette's high intellect and grades might testify for her abilities in the classroom, but it resulted in her having plenty of free time to ponder in her mind what the reason was behind her extracurricular activities for the day. Shaking her head to keep from going down that train of thought once more, Momo instead went over the day's schedule in her mind. As she remembered what the last class of the day was, Momo couldn't help the small smile that spread across her face. If nothing else, the name of the class alone was enough to ensure that it would likely deviate from what happened in a normal classroom. The sound of heavy footsteps in the hallway caused the students to quiet down, and the few that had stood up and moved around quickly rushed back to their seats where they sat attentively. I am a masculine voice yelled as the door slid open, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might, the #1 pro hero said as he leaned into the room, clutching either side of the doorway as he looked at the class. Immediately the room was filled with excited murmuring, the students unable to hold back their excitement. It's All Might. He really is a teacher here. That's his Silver Age costume, isn't it? Its style so different, it's giving me goosebumps. All Might merely laughed at their reactions, his infamous grin not even wavering for a second as the man walked forward to stand behind the teaching podium, where he stopped his hands on his hips. I would introduce myself, he said casually, but something tells me you already know who I am and what qualifications I possess to teach this class. Welcome to Hero Basic Training, a class where you will train and learn the basics of being a hero. All Might paused, but seeing that there were no questions quickly continued. As for what we'll be doing today, well, I will tell you after you change into these. Pointing at the wall, the students turned to look as 4 different shelves slid out, each holding 5 cases that altogether were numbered 1 through 20. Before school began, each of you submitted a clothing allowance along with your quirk registration. And it was everything from your design requests, to your measurements, to your quirks and any ideas for support gear you wanted or had. These are the results courtesy of the second years in the support course working alongside a support company contracted with the school. You wouldn't have these without them, so make sure to say thank you if you get a chance. Sensing their rising excitement, All Might quickly finished speaking as the majority of the students practically vibrated in their seats wishing to try their costumes on. Once you change, meet me at the training ground beta monitoring room and we'll go over what we're doing today. Make sure not to dilly-dally for too long. And with that, the #1 hero left the room, as the students rose and rushed the shelves. When the class gathered again walking into the monitoring room in one big group, they were greeted by All Might's voice, his tone serious. They say that the clothes make the man. Ladies and gentlemen, be fully aware that from this moment onward you will all be acting as heroes. The livelihood of others will be in your hands, and it is to you that people will turn for both help and assurance in times of crisis. For a moment All Might was silent, letting them all digest what he was saying. The uneasiness of a few at the statement was obvious, but looking around it was clear that the hero's words only served to solidify the resolve of the majority of the class. However, All Might continued his smile, which had shrunk, returning full force as his voice became upbeat. That is not a situation you are expected to deal with anytime soon, so for now we'll focus on something more aligned with the basics of heroics. A monitor behind the man lit up and the class looked towards it expectantly, only for confusion to sprout amongst them at the kanji on the screen. Protect the president. The golden blonde-haired boy with the black lightning bolt running through it asked. What's that? That, ladies and gentlemen, is what today's exercise will be. All Might answered. A game I learned about during my time in America. You will be randomly divided into teams of 4 and one member of each team will be designated the president. Each president will wear one of these, All Might said, pulling out 5 plain white headbands, and it will be the job of the other team members to protect the president, and by association their headband, from the other teams. Unlike their team members, the president will be unable to fight against others and can only act in a supporting role. Any questions? How will wins and losses be determined? Momo asked. If we fail, will we be expelled? Uraraka, who was sporting a pink and black skin-tight outfit that vaguely resembled a spacesuit, asked demurely. Sensei, why are the teams going to be chosen randomly? A full suit of armor that could only be Ida if the robotic arm chop was anything to go by asked. So many questions, All Might shouted, chuckling heartily. Give me one moment. The students watched as the number 1 hero began to feel up and down his suit before reaching inside a hidden pocket where he pulled out a folded-up piece of paper he quickly unfurled. Okay, so the goal is to protect your president and their headbands from the other teams until the 30-minute timer goes off. You are free to go about this however you want, and no, you will not be expelled if you fail. Although, you looked at them and for a moment his smile seemed to turn into a knowing grin. I honestly expect that the majority of you will fail this exercise anyways. Damn straight, the explosive blonde that was Bakugo muttered with a villainous grin. If a team loses its headband, I'll announce their defeat over the speakers, at which point all members are to stop whatever they are doing and return to the observation room. Defeated people cannot engage in combat or be attacked, am I clear? The symbol of peace said seriously, looking over everyone to make sure the point was driven home. As for why teams will be randomly chosen, does anyone have an idea? All Might asked, looking at the class. Seeing Momo's raised hand, he gestured to the Ravenet to answer. Is it because when responding to disasters or incidents, heroes from various agencies often must work together to resolve the issue quickly? Correct, All Might shouted. Now if there are no more questions, let's see what teams you'll be in, and remember the first person is the one who will be the president. Gesturing to the screen, the teacher and students watched as one by one the names of their teammates appeared on the screen. 1. Ochako Uraraka, Mina Ishido, Rikido Sato, Tsuyu Usui. 2. Ejiro Kirishima, Hanta Siro, Shoto Todoroki, Koji Koda. 3. Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mainta, Katsuki Bakugo, and Meshuro Ajiro. 4. Kyoka Jiro, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Takoyami, and Itsuka Kendo. 5. Yuga Aoyama, Mizo Shoji, Denki Kaminari, and Momoye Urazu. So do you have a plan? Turning to her side, Momo found herself looking at the masked face of Mizo Shoji, who'd spoken by transforming the end of one of his tentacles into a mouth. We, the feminine Aoyama, but in a plan that no doubt makes me sparkle. Dude, I don't think sparkling should be your main priority. Kaminari added, I mean you are the president. None, Aoyama denied, shaking his head. If I don't sparkle, how will others know how fabulous I am? Enough, Momo said, cutting the two off before they could keep going. We have 5 minutes before the exercise begins. Shoji, your quirk lets you grow body parts at the end of your tentacles, right? Seeing his nod of confirmation, she continued, can you check to see if any other teams are near us? On it, the gentle giant said, morphing the ends of his tentacles into eyes and ears that he quickly stretched out as he left the room to look around. As for you two, Momo turned to the other 2 boys on her team. What are your quirks? I can discharge electricity, Kaminari said, holding up his finger from which a yellow spark of lightning cackled before quickly fading away. The problem is I can't really control it. If I use it around you guys, I could easily hit you guys as well. Ah, so tragic, Aoyama said, shaking his head sadly, to think your quirk comes with such a problem. My quirk is magnifique, perfect for one such as me. It allows me to shine. Hey, you shoot a laser from your belly button, right? Kaminari asked. Aoyama blinked, but only for a single shining second, he said, quickly recovering. What happens if you use it for longer than a second? Momo asked. Aoyama turned to them, his face blank. I get explosive diarrhea. Momo and Kaminari stared at the shining boy for a second, their faces expressing the uncertainty they couldn't vocalize with words. Thankfully, Shoji chose that moment to return. I heard a group about 2 streets over, he reported, gesturing in the direction Momo assumed he'd heard the noise. However, there's nobody else nearby. My guess is everyone's spreading out and planning their strategy while they wait to start. You're probably right, Momo said, stroking her chin as various plans ran through her mind. We should focus on defense, since we lack offensive power. Aoyama's quirk is suited for quick attacks, but he can't use it that way since he's our president, and they can only work in a support capacity. Kaminari won't be able to distinguish who his attacks hit, so it'd be best for him to face someone one-on-one where he won't have to worry about accidentally hitting one of us. Shoji, you're a good scout, and based on your grip test you're the most physically capable out of us all, but that probably you lack options when it comes to mid and long range, right? Shoji merely nodded his agreement to her assessment as the three turned to look at him before Momo turned her attention towards herself. Meanwhile, my quirk makes me capable at all ranges, but it becomes harder for me the more I produce something so long. Drawn-out fights are something for me to avoid. Contemplatively, Momo turned to look around, taking in the buildings on the street that surrounded them before she paused, freezing with a shocked expression on her face. What is it? Shoji asked, concerned. I'm an idiot, Momo mumbled, although Shoji was able to hear her just fine thanks to the ears still formed at the ends of several of his tentacles. All Might himself said he expects the majority of us to fail. It's like Aizawa-sensei's assessment all over again. What? Kaminari said, confused. Momo turned to them, a wild look in her eyes. It's a rational deception, quickly follow me. We don't have much time left if we want to pass, she shouted before she took off running towards the nearest building. Her three teammates shared a look of confusion before Shoji and Kaminari shrugged, rushing off after their unofficial leader. Aoyama let out a massive sigh before rushing after them, sprouting something about how his teammates would be unable to sparkle without his assistance. When the starting buzzer rang out, Bakugo didn't waste any time. His hands cackled for a moment before explosions erupted from them, propelling the blonde into the air. Hurry up, he shouted down to the extras who'd started chasing after him on the ground. We're trying, Tail shouted back. I have short legs, G complained. And shouldn't we be protecting our headband? See-Through asked. How does trying to actively find people to fight help us? Because, Bakugo called down, smiling evilly, they can't take our headband if there are no more extras to go after it. More explosions burst from his palms as he cackled, rushing ahead while his teammates shared a look before sighing and chasing after him. Okay, so everyone's good with the plan? Kendo asked. Her teammates nodded their confirmation as Gyro reaffirmed her hold on Ada's back, riding him piggyback style. Gyro, Kendo called out to the violet-headed girl. Can you hear anyone? There are explosions in the distance, she replied, her jacks twitching from where she buried them in the wall of the small restaurant they'd taken cover in. Yue truly had spared no expense when it came to the faux city. All the tables had silverware and plates already set out with menus on top, as if the restaurant was just waiting for customers to come in. Kendo had washed her hands using the sinks, which had both hot and cold water that came from their respective faucets. The cost must have been staggering, but then again, could they seriously afford to spare any expense when it came to raising the next top heroes? I bet the explosions are Bakugo, Kendo hypothesized. He's the only one in our class I can think of that has a quirk that fits that description. The one whose great power equals his own dark temperament. The bird-headed Takoyami inquired, to which Kendo replied with an affirmative nod. Yeah, he's powerful, but he's also aggressive if what I've seen is anything to go by. It's likely he'll rush ahead of his teammates, giving us a chance to go after their headband. So the plan is for me to ride around on Speedy here while you two go after headbands? Gyro asked. No, Kendo shook her head. If we split up it'll leave you two open in the same way Bakugo's team likely will be. It's better for us to stick together. Gyro's the president, so she'll be the primary target if we're attacked. She looked towards the punk rocker. You'll be in charge of intelligence gathering, finding the other teams and making sure no one gets the drop on us. Takoyami and I will be the main fighters. We'll target whoever the president is and focus on getting their headband away from them. Takoyami nodded his agreement while his quirk, a sentient shadow that was ironically or appropriately depending on your point of view named Dark Shadow, cheered, its hands raised in a celebratory fashion. As for you, Ada, Kendo said, turning to look at the boy dressed in a suit of robotic-looking armor. Your only job is to protect Gyro. Keep her away from anyone who's not me or Takoyami. We'll do our best to help you out, but we can't plan for every eventuality. If it looks like we're in danger of losing, then get her out of there, and just keep running around until the exercise ends. Ada chopped at the air. While I do not believe such actions could be considered heroic, I cannot find fault in your logic. Okay then, Kendo said, clapping her hands together as she cracked her knuckles. Let's go. However, as her team moved out, Kendo couldn't help but remember All Might's words. I honestly expect that the majority of you will fail this exercise anyways. What did he mean by that? Kendo wondered, but she quickly pushed the thoughts aside. She was sure her mentor would explain it to the class once the exercise was over. Diiiee, Bakugo screamed. As he fell through the air, his palms pointed downwards at a girl in a pink space suit who eeped at his sudden appearance. Explosions erupted from the blonde boy's hands, but the girl was shoved out of the way by one of her teammates, a boy in a yellow full bodysuit, before they could hit her. Using the force from his explosions, Bakugo backflipped, landing in a crouch on the ground as he looked up. Gazing at the smoke-covered area before him, Bakugo's eyes widened as his face split into a viscous grin. As the smoke cleared, the person Bakugo's quirk impacted became visible, parts of his hero costume dotted in a light covering of gray and black ash, although it was otherwise untouched. Oi, fat lips, Bakugo called out, sparks emitting from his hands. How's it feel to be hit by the quirk of the next #1 hero? The newly named Fat Lips didn't respond, instead grabbing several bags of something from his belt that he raised to his mouth. The contents, a white nameless powder, falling out as he emptied the bags down his throat. The effects were immediate, the man's costume clinging tightly to his body as his muscles grew, bulging underneath the material that clearly defined them. The bags fell to the ground discarded as he had. That turned into a primal shout before, throwing all caution to the wind he charged. Bakugo waited standing strong as Fat Lips bore down on top of him. At the last second right before Fat Lips' outstretched arms could grab him, Bakugo dodged to the left, his arm coming up in a diagonal slash as he unleashed a powerful explosion at the boy's open side. The explosion sent Fat Lips tumbling to the ground, but Bakugo didn't stick around to watch him fall, already turning around his head on a swivel as he searched for his next target. He found said targets in the form of 3 girls. One in a pink spacesuit who he recognized as the person he'd originally gone after until Fat Lips had shoved her out of the way. The other 2 was a frog-like girl he mentally dubbed Frog, and the other was the pink girl with horns, her yellow eyes and black sclere making her raccoon eyes. Frog and raccoon eyes were hurting the now recognizable round cheeks away, clearly hoping to disappear during his fight with Fat Lips. Too bad for them the extra hadn't been able to even go 2 rounds with him. Frog and Raccoon Eyes looked backwards and paused for a moment. Frog muttered something and Raccoon Eyes renewed her efforts to get round cheeks moving. Frog turning her back to them protectively as she shifted to crouch, knees bent like the animal she took after. Bakugo didn't care whether she was sacrificing herself or merely looking for a fight. All he knew was that the adrenaline was pumping through his veins and he'd used his quirk more freely today than he had at any point in his life aside from the entrance exam. Chuckling darkly, Bakugo pointed his hands towards the ground using explosions to once more propel himself into the air, and towards his frog-like classmate. Frog's blank expression didn't change, although she let out an audible croak before she opened her mouth. A long pink appendage that was instantly recognizable as the girl's tongue emerged from it, launching towards Bakugo in the blink of an eye. However, that was still too slow, Bakugo merely using his explosions to dodge to the side, although doing so caused him to spin for a brief second. Laughing, Bakugo opened his mouth, his trademark shout of DIIE coming out just before something sold smashed into his face as he raised it towards his opponent. Bakugo's body clotheslined, his head and neck remaining firm and unmoving against the thing that smashed into him, while the rest of his body, propelled by own momentum, moved forward, making it so in almost a second his back was now towards the ground. Then whatever hit him decided to use his face as a springboard, pushing off of him, which had the effect of sending Bakugo flying backwards, where it was now his turn to roll head over heels, ending up on his stomach. Planting his hands on the ground, Bakugo pushed his upper body up, his head rising to look at his opponent. However, he was forced to dodge to the side as the now standing girl's tongue once more flew at him. Rolling, Bakugo came up with his right arm raised, explosions bursting out of his palm just as the girl's tongue curved to follow him. His explosion struck the side of the pink muscle and the girl instantly retracted it, leaving it hanging as she began to check it over with one eye and her hands while she kept the other firmly on him. She kicked me, Bakugo thought as he analyzed his opponent. Makes sense that if she's a frog, she's got some strong legs. She expected me to dodge her tongue and use that opening to launch an attack I wouldn't see coming. He grinned. She might just be an extra, but at least she was a stronger one if the he felt trickling from his nose was anything to go by. Sparks fizzled and the green-haired girl tensed, but before Bakugo could start his next attack, he was forced to look away as something smashed into him from the side, lifting him into the air. Bakugo's shock lasted only a second as he took in the ashen yellow bodysuit that belonged to Fat Lips, but that moment of shock was long enough for Fat Lips to keep rushing and smash Bakugo back first into the brick wall of one of the buildings lining the street. Spittle flew from Bakugo's mouth as a crater formed behind him, but as Fat Lips drew his arms back, clenching his hands into fists, as he launched his right arm forward in a powerful punch. Free from Fat Lips' grip, Bakugo dodged, crouching down, allowing the muscular boy to swing over his head, his fists smashing into the wall, destroying bricks like they were made from styrofoam. Bakugo didn't waste time either, his left hand rising up once more as he unleashed an explosion once again into Fat Lips' exposed side. The force sent Bakugo tumbling away, giving him valuable space, but he didn't have time to recover or catch his breath as Frog's tongues lashed out at him. Bakugo dodged, but as the tongue curved, he directed his palms downward, explosions erupting to launch him into the air. Unlike his opponents, he had the advantage of being able to fly, kind of, but before he could get too high, a piece of rubble flew at him, thrown by Fat Lips, which forced Bakugo downwards. His attention directed at Fat Lips, it was only an instinctive reaction to movement out of the corner of his eye that allowed Bakugo to raise his left arm enough to block a kick from Frog. However, though his arm absorbed some of the impact, it wasn't enough to keep the blonde from being sent hurling downwards from the girl's powerful kick. Using his explosions, Bakugo uprighted himself inches above the ground, only to have to once more dodge one of Fat Lips' punches, returning the attack with an explosion of his own. As smoke covered Fat Lips, Bakugo dodged a tongue attack from the still airborne Frog, which smashed into the ground where he'd been standing. Before he could launch an explosion at the fleshy muscle, Frog reeled herself and launching a downwards kick at Bakugo, which he avoided by leaping backwards, her foot cracking the ground where the blow landed. Frog quickly stood up, quickly joined by Fat Lips, who strode forward to stand at her side, where he lifted another pouch of white powder to his mouth that he swallowed, discarding it moments later. Bakugo stood up too, rolling his head to crack his neck. He slammed his right fist into his open palm, causing a small trail of black smoke rising into the air. The three seemed to take that as the signal, Fat Lips screaming as he rushed forward, Frog letting out a croak as she hopped ahead. And Bakugo, well, Bakugo's trademark DIIE echoed through the foe city as the battle between the heroes and training began anew. Do you think Tsu and Sato will be okay? Uraraka asked Ashido, casting a glance at the pink alien who was jogging alongside her. I'm sure they'll be all right, Ashido said. Her words might have been intended to be reassuring, but the obvious nervousness in her tone and the glance she cast over her shoulder did nothing to ease the Machai girl's worries. Yeah, Uraraka agreed, her voice shaky as she began to tap the tips of her pointer fingers together. It's not like Bakugo was able to fight them equally despite being outnumbered 2-1. Or that Sato's quirk can only last for a few minutes at a time and makes it hard for him to think. Or that Tsu wants to be a rescue hero and doesn't have. Uraraka, Ashido shouted, causing said girl to jump, not helping. Sorry, Uraraka apologized as her shoulders fell into a defeated slouch. It's just I'm worried about them. Ashido sighed. I know, but right now we need to focus on hiding out until Tsu and Sato catch up to us. Okay, Uraraka agreed, nodding her head with nervous determination, neither girl wanting to point out the obvious flaw of what they'd do if Tsu and Sato lost to the explosive blonde. Takoyami, now, a voice shouted, startling the two girls. They turned, but before they could react, a shadowy bird flew between the two, separating them. Uraraka, run, Ashido shouted as she pushed her right hand forward, a spray of acid shooting from it. The acid struck Dark Shadow, the living embodiment of darkness, letting out a scream of pain before retreating back to its bird-headed master, who stood impassively in an alleyway opening nearby. Ashido turned, positioning herself protectively between Uraraka and the new opponent, but Takoyami merely smirked at her. Understanding the trap for what it was, Ashido spun around just in time to see Uraraka get hit in the side by a massive hand, the words of warning she'd been about to shout dying in her throat. As Uraraka tried to get up, an orange-headed blur ran out of the alley. The hand that had struck Uraraka had emerged from. Kendo wanted no time in pouncing on the brunette, using her weight to hold her down as she pulled off the girl's headband. Immediately, All Might's voice rang through the city. Team 1 has been eliminated. Awa man, Ashido whined, leaning her head back in defeat. What kind of bad luck was that? First Bakugo, then you guys I call hacks. Apologies, traveler from distant stars, the deep, moody voice of Takoyami said as he approached. Know that your defeat was merely the will of the fates, and your loss shall bring me and my kin closer to destined victory. For a moment Ashido stared at the bird boy silently, who returned her gaze with his own. Dark Shadow too was quiet, his attention switching back and forth between the two. Ashido hummed as her yellow eyes seemed to bore into Takoyami, unnerving him slightly before she raised her hand to point at him. Chunibyo, she said simply. Dark Shadow broke out into wild laughter, his hands gripping his stomach as he fell onto his back in the air. Takoyami's mouth meanwhile fell open in shock, an actual squawk of surprise coming from him as the feathers of his face somehow managed to heat up, showing a blush he was unable to hide. He recovered quickly, his hands coming up and waving back and forth in denial as protests emerged from his mouth, but they were drowned out by Dark Shadow's continued laughter. Takoyami turned to his companion, hissing at it to shut up, but by then Ashido had turned away and started to head towards her brunette teammate that Kendo was helping up with her now normal-sized hands. Ugh, did you get da name of the wheeler thaw hit me? Ashido heard Uraraka mutter as she was pulled to her feet, a countryside accent shining through bright and clear. Sorry, Kendo said apologetically, that was me. Are you all right? Uraraka recovered quickly, her face flushing red as she waved her hands back and forth rapidly in front of her, not dissimilar to how Takoyami had been moments earlier. I'm fine, she said quickly, trying to reassure her attacker, who was now giving off some rather big sisterous vibes. You just surprised me, I really wasn't expecting to be ambushed like that. I know, right? Ashido agreed as she joined the conversation, throwing an arm over Uraraka's shoulder. You guys got us good, it's our loss. But on a more important note, she turned to her teammate with a mischievous smile. What was with that accent? Uraraka's hands rose to her face, covering as much of it as she could with what skin exposed, turning a bright cherry red. Her feet left the ground as her knees rose to her elbows, the pink spacesuit girl curling into as she steadily began to ascend, gaining height, while embarrassed, unintelligible mumbles emerged from her mouth. She's floating, Ashido and Kendo thought simultaneously as they looked on as Uraraka rose steadily higher. Takoyami, Kendo called to her teammate who was starting to approach. Can you get her before she gets too high? Of course, said boy agreed. Dark Shadow. Yeah, I'm on it. The sentient being of darkness said, waving a clawed hand in dismissal before it extended outward, stretching up to Uraraka where it wrapped an arm around her. Oi Missy, those on the ground heard it call out. Can you turn your quirk off? If you go much higher I won't be able to get you. Looking up, the trio weren't able to make out what words were exchanged, but a minute later Uraraka was on the ground before them, a thick blush still on her cheeks as dark shadow floated beside his avian master. Sorry, the brunette mumbled softly, it's just ugh. Her hands rose once more to cover her face, although this time she kept her pinkies raised so her quirk didn't activate. I think my accent's embarrassing. Hearing the muffled words, the trio exchanged looks before Kendo stepped up to rest a friendly hand on Uraraka's shoulder. Hey, an accent's nothing to be embarrassed by, she said reassuringly. It's something that makes you unique. Yeah, Ashido agreed, hopping in place. Different is cool. It makes you interesting. Just look at me, she finished with a twirl. Or lay your sights on my dark companion and I, Takoyami chimed in. I know, Uraraka sighed, letting her hands fall to her side. Everybody's different, unique and special in their own way, especially with quirks. But ugh. Hey, Kendo said as she began to move her hand, rubbing circles into Uraraka's back. If it makes you feel better, none of us will mention your accent. Okay, really? Uraraka asked, looking up at them, her hope clear in her puppy dog-like eyes. To pure, Ashido thought at the adorableness before her. Of course, she agreed. As much as the Pinkette liked to tease and mess with others, she knew where to draw the line. She didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings after all. Hiding your origins will be no trouble, Takoyami said as the three turned to him. And Dark Shadow will keep quiet too. Hey, you don't speak for me, the bird Shadow protested. Uraraka's lower lip began to tremble as tears began to line her eyes. Unbeknownst to the Machai girl, Kendo raised her hand threateningly behind her back, her fist growing in size as an aura of fixedness flared, something visible to everyone but the tearful brunette. However, such threats were unneeded as the living shadow was already hovering over the girl. Wait, don't cry. Dark Shadow begged, frantically circling around Uraraka. I was joking. Yeah, I was joking. I won't tell anyone about your accent, so don't cry, please. Uraraka sniffled before launching herself at Dark Shadow and wrapping him in a hug. Thank you, she cheered. Thank you. Hey Takoyami, a little help. Dark Shadow begged as it turned to its master, one hand awkwardly patting Uraraka's back, being clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Takoyami merely looked on impassively before shrugging, clearly fine with leaving his dark companion in the girl's hugging grasp. All right, Ashido said, strolling up to Uraraka as she grabbed her shoulder, lightly tugging the girl away from the shadow. In case you forgot, Uraraka, we need to go back to the observation room since we were defeated. Oh right, Uraraka said as she smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head with her eyes closed. I forgot. I figured, Ashido replied, but let's go before Bakugo shows up and accidentally blows us up with these guys. Right? Oh, and if we hurry we can check on Tsu and Sato, Uraraka said with a smile as she began to jog away with Mina close behind. After a few feet the brunette turned back. Good luck, she waved. Yeah, hope you guys win, Ashido cheered with an over-the-shoulder wave of her own. And if you see Kirishima, give him an extra hit for me. Will do, Kendo agreed, giving the departing two a quick wave before turning to her teammate just in time to see Takoyami lower his arm, concealing it beneath his cloak. Noticing her gaze, Takoyami cast the orange at a challenging look, but Kendo replied with a smile. It was none of her business if the bird-headed boy wanted to act like a tsundere. So we have a headband now, she said instead, holding up the white piece of fabric in her hand. Yeah, and no other teams have been eliminated, Takoyami said, his brows furrowing in thought. The exercise must be over halfway through, which means there are still 3 teams left and time is running out, Kendo pointed out as she raised her free hand to her chin. So what's the plan? A new voice asked, joining the conversation. Looking up, Takoyami and Kendo were unsurprised to see Ida with Gyro still on his back walk out of the alleyway Kendo had hidden in. The two had been there the entire time with instructions to stay out of sight until the other team left or any other teams got close. Apparently Gyro thought the coast was clear enough for them to come out to have an impromptu team meeting. Are we going to attack or hide until the exercise is over? We're the only team that managed to steal a headband after all. Yes, but we shouldn't take that to mean we automatically pass, Kendo said. Seeing her teammates' looks of confusion, she elaborated. Even if we protect our headband by hiding out the rest of the time, there were never any rules against other teams taking a headband we already stole. Meaning that they could take it and we'd be back at square one, Gyro realized with a frown. Ada's hand chopped. While I cannot condone such villainous behavior, I believe we cannot rule out our opponents taking desperate measures, as the end of the exercise draws closer, which means it'd be better for us to get one more just in case, Kendo said, the others nodding their agreement. Gyro, can you hear any teams nearby? Gyro was already on it, her jacks plugging into the ground. I can hear 2 of them, no idea on the others. Aw shit, what is it? Kendo asked in concern. Gyro turned to them, her expression reserved. If the explosions and screams of manliness were anything to go by, it's Bakugo's and Kirishima's teams. What's wrong with that? Ada asked in confusion. Gyro's face was blank. It's because they're about to meet right about a massive fire taller than the buildings that surrounded erupted in the distance, causing the ground underneath the teenage heroess in training to rumble as if a small earthquake had just hit. Even though they were easily several blocks away, the scream of DIIIE was still loud enough it could be heard by everyone there. "No," Gyro deadpanned. Kendo sighed as her shoulders slumped. She turned to Gyro, her expression hopeful. "Are you absolutely sure that you can't hear anything from the third team?" Gyro shook her head. "I thought so," Kendo muttered as she straightened up head high. "Welp, no point in wasting time, let's go." Bakugo growled as the sharpened stalagmites of ice rushed up at him, his hands rising into the air as his quirk activated, changing his airborne head-first charge into a controlled retreat backwards. He slid for a moment as his feet hit the ground, his grin not fading in the least as the extras on his team rushed up to join him, tail on his right while See-Through stood behind them and G-Head clutched onto his leg. Bakugo ignored the little pervert though, his eyes locked onto the half-and-half bastard that stood facing them. Parts of the right side of the boy's body were coated in a thin layer of ice, and every time he breathed he emitted a small cloud of mist. Tape arms and shitty hair stood on either side of half and half while Rockhead stood behind them nervously looking over his teammate's shoulder. Bakugo could see the white band around Shitty Hair's head, but as frustrating as it was to admit, he didn't see a whole lot of ways to get it. "Oi Tails," he barked, the blonde in a karate uniform turning his head just enough to see Bakugo out of the corner of his eye while making sure to not lose track of the other team. "Deal with Tape Arms." Bakugo didn't wait to see if the blonde would agree or not. "G-Head," he said, kicking his leg to disentangle the dwarf-sized pervert. "Make yourself useful and protect See-Through. Try to stick one of those guys," he pointed a thumb in their opponent's direction, "to the ground if you can. We have names, you know." "Just do it," Bakugo roared, cutting off the midget and cowering him into obedience. He set his tongue. His normal explosions weren't powerful enough to destroy one of Half-and-Half's larger ice attacks quickly. It would be so much easier if he could just use his grenadier braces to destroy them in one shot. Doing so would likely cause the extra to falter even if it was just for a second, but a second was all the opening Bakugo needed to decide the battle. The only problem was he couldn't use them, as All Might had explained when he pulled him aside before the exercise began. Earlier, "Young Bakugo-shounen, how are you liking your costume?" All Might had asked when the explosive blonde entered the room, one of the first students to do so, a proud grin on his face as he stood there in a hero costume not unlike that he'd designed as a child. "It's great," he said, unable to contain his glee, and it was. The designers and support companies had gone above and beyond, making his drawing into the reality that now rested on his body. "That's good," All Might said, his normal cheerful smile on his face, "because I am required to inform you that you will be unable to use your grenadier braces and improvised grenades until a teacher informs you differently." Bakugo froze in place as he processed the words, his gleeful expression becoming slightly more fixed, although only those who knew him well or had experience looking for such minor changes would notice. What?" he asked, hatred rising up at his brief stumble over the word, a momentary weakness. "Oh, it's nothing you did," All Might said reassuringly with a dismissive wave. "It's part of the law governing hero costumes and support gear. Anything abnormally dangerous or harmful that isn't required for the student's quirk, health, or safety is supplied but comes with a built-in training wheels protocol. You aren't the only student to have one. I know Aoyama requested extra lenses on his costume so he could fire a more powerful laser beam than normal using them, so he's in the same situation you're in. Training, wheels, protocol." Bakugo growled, each word coming through tightly clenched teeth. "Yep," All Might confirmed with a cheerful nod. "Built-in safety locks keep the support gear from being used by the student unless unlocked by the teacher through an app on their phone. The app uses some high-tech identifying thing that frankly is too complicated for me to understand," All Might said with a laugh, "but it does its job of making sure only the person who's supposed to be able to use it can." "So in other words," Bakugo said through grit teeth, his head hanging low, hiding his eyes from view, "I'm unable to use my support gear until you say otherwise." "Or Aizawa," All Might said thoughtfully as he raised a finger to his chin. "I suppose Nezu would work, as would any hero you might intern with or work under during the hero work studies." It was only then that All Might seemed to notice the anger rolling off the blonde in waves. "Relax," he said, patting the boy on the shoulder. "It's only until the student is deemed responsible enough to handle the items without adult supervision. Normally that's after you get your provisional license, as you're free to use it during the exam. But," the number one hero looked around before leaning in with a hand up to cover his mouth, "there have been cases of teachers giving the students access to the gear earlier if they show they're responsible enough to handle it. So do your best and prove yourself to be worthy of your teacher's trust," All Might said with a smile as he aimed a thumbs up at his student. Bakugo didn't respond, and when the moment stretched into an uncomfortable silence, All Might let out an awkward laugh before excusing himself to head into the monitor room, urging the blonde boy to join his team, a command Bakugo obeyed mutely. As they walked to their starting point, Bakugo ignored the chatter of his teammates, his hands clenching into fists where they hung at his side, lost in his thoughts. A training wheels protocol, for him. Why? He was strong and his support gear would only make him stronger. Help him show everyone just why he would be the number one hero in the future. So why would they keep it from him? "You know why?" the darker parts of his mind hissed. "After what you did to him here, you are still playing at being a hero." "Shut up," Bakugo hissed in his mind. Normally he would force the thoughts down before they could rise, but right now as he wondered just what he'd done wrong, his doubts had taken the opening to rise within him. Do you think you deserve it? The voice asked contemplatively. That you deserve to be here because of your quirk? No, really. The doubt was obvious. You didn't seem to have a problem with believing that for all these years. Things changed. You're right, the voice conceded. Things did change. It sounded smug at the end, and too late Bakugo realized that he'd let himself be led right into its trap. The weakling that you spend all your time knocking around, quirkless, useless Deku is dead. The voice roared with laughter as Bakugo's temper flared, but just as he got control of himself, prepared to once more shove his demons back down, he froze at the voice's next question. Do you ever wonder what his last words were? What? He choked out, not caring about the stutter that tainted his thoughts. Oh, so that caught your attention, the voice said gleefully. His last words, as the building fell around him and he lay there, a piece of plywood through his. What do you think he thought? What might he have said? Bakugo didn't respond, mute with horror. Maybe it was a scream, the voice pondered thoughtfully. No words, just a vocalization of his pain. He would have been in a lot of it after all. No, you're right, Deku is tougher than that. You helped him plenty when it came to developing a pain tolerance after all. Bakugo flinched minutely. In that case, maybe he was thinking of his mother, hoping she was alright and that she got out okay. Maybe he apologized for being such a worthless use of space to her. Shut up, but the voice went on uncaringly. Or maybe he thought of you. Bakugo froze mid-step, nearly tripping, although he quickly recovered. His only friend. Or well, his former friend at any rate. After the way you treated him, you certainly don't deserve that title. Bakugo's guilt spoke for itself. I know what I think he thought about though, the voice said. I think he did think about you as he lay there on the floor bleeding out. That his thoughts revolved around the words you told him that very day just as school ended. Bakugo's brow furrowed. What was the voice talking about? His mind went back all those months ago to the last day he'd seen Deku, the day of the slime incident. It stuck out in his mind, the memories clear and crisp, which was unusual in and of itself, but with everything that had happened it was to be expected. He remembered the teacher announcing his intent to apply to UA, and Deku's too. He remembered his anger, the students laughing at the green-haired boy as Bakugo forced him back against the wall, explosions erupting from the blonde's hands, as the green-eat pathetically muttered about UA being his dream school for as long as he could remember, that he wouldn't know unless he tried. Bakugo's rage had been apocalyptic, but he hadn't been able to do anything as class resumed, forcing the students to quiet down and return to their seats. Then once the day ended, there was nothing until he kicked the bottle in the alleyway and something had emerged from it to envelop him. Bakugo frowned at the hole in his memory. What was the voice referring to? Had something happened that Bakugo couldn't remember? Had he said something to Izuku, and if he had, why would the green-eat think about it as he was dying? A headache rose behind Bakugo's eyes, but before he could do anything about it, the starting buzzer sounded. Forcing the headache, the voice, and everything else that wasn't related to the exercise down, Bakugo activated his quirk, explosions erupting from his hands as he propelled himself into the air. He had some extras to beat down, everything else could come later. Bakugo shook his head like a dog drying itself off. Before to Todoroki's shock, the blonde punched himself in the face with his right hand. For a moment the two stood there, Bakugo panting, his head turned to the left from the force of his own blow, and Todoroki unsure of what to do as he looked at his opponent's cheek, which was flushed red, likely from a mix of the blow and all the activity the blonde had been through during the exercise. The battle between their respective teams had moved away from them at some, as if the others had come to an unspoken agreement to let the two powerhouses duke it out amongst themselves. The red and white hair-colored boy spoke up after a moment of silence, clearly unsure of what to say. Are you okay? In response, Bakugo swung his head back around, the savage grin that had already becoming quite infamous to the class splitting his face. Oi, half and half, he called out as he bent his knees, lowering his center of gravity, sparks beginning to emit from his upturned palms. Try not to die on me too quickly. The spotted ice that decorated Todoroki's right side spread slightly more as the ground around his right foot began to freeze over, his confusion falling away to be replaced by his normally blank mask. That was all the answer Bakugo needed. There was no signal, no declaration to begin, but as if in unspoken agreement, the two activated their quirks at the same time. Bakugo's explosions launching him into the air and over the wave of ice that froze the ground where he'd stood only a few seconds before. As the blonde rocketed at the dual-haired boy, said ice user didn't wait, instead pulling his arm back, the frozen element heeding his call as it formed around him. As the two boys' hands shot forward, Bakugo letting rip the largest explosion he could, while Todoroki sent a myriad of icy stakes towards his opponent. But just before the two attacks could meet, a voice yelled above the noise of the conflict. Air fist. A blast of wind tore through the battlefield, smashing into Bakugo's explosion and Todoroki's ice. For a moment the three intermingled, rising vertically to form a twisting tornado of fire, ice, and air, but said windstorm quickly erupted and dissipated, leaving small snowflake-sized pieces of ice to fall slowly downwards, landing around the combatants below. The two boys turned towards the sudden intruder and were greeted with the sight of kendo feet planted, and fists raised clearly ready to fight, the orange glowing vein that encircled her enlarged reddened hands slowly fading away as the boys watched. Behind her it was a visible three-way free-for-all between their respective teams, but it seemed pretty evenly matched if the lack of announcements was anything to go by. However, neither of the three teens were focused on their teammates, headbands or presidents. No, instead their attention was focused solely on the two others that stood with them. They were fighters, warriors, heroes, and as their heartbeats increased, pumping adrenaline and serotonin through their stream, the three teens braced themselves for a fight that they knew would test just who truly held the mantle as the strongest member of UA. Hero Class 1A. Todoroki exhaled, his breath a smoking cloud as his eyes slowly switched from Bakugo to Kendo, and back again. Bakugo tilted his head to the side, careful to not lose sight of either opponent as he cracked his neck, sparks dancing on the palms of his hands, eager to ignite the nitroglycerin sweat that coated them. Kendo merely tensed, falling back into a basic martial arts stance, ready to react the moment either of the two boys made a move. For a second the three squared off, the tension in the air so thick it was palpable. But just as it reached its peak, a buzzer rang out through the city. All Might's voice, strong and loud, emerged from hidden speakers, a single word that forced every student to stop what they were doing, be they mid-attack or mid-step. Time. The sound of combat in the distance began to die down, quickly ceasing, but none of the three powerhouses relaxed their stances. If anything, the monster trio grew even more on edge, and it was clear to anyone watching that the slightest trigger would start an all-out fight between them. Or at least that was the case until a small cylindrical object was tossed into the middle of their standoff. An even distance away from them all, none of the three were able to stop their body's natural reaction to follow the object with their eyes. A natural reaction they quickly came to regret when the gray cylinder burst with a loud bang and a blinding flash of light. The tension evaporated in an instant as all three teens cried out in shock, their hands rising up in an instant to cover and rub at their eyes in an attempt to alleviate the pain while they stumbled back and forth. Their ears rang, leaving the three practically deaf to the world. Someone might have spoken, but all they could hear was a low mumble while their ears pounded. Even Bakugo, whose ears and eyes were naturally strengthened against loud noises and bright flashes of light to keep him from being affected over time by his quirk, wasn't immune to the cylinder's effects. The three teens felt hands gently grab their arms, and it was all they could do to let themselves be led to wherever it was they were going. Momo sighed as she led the three troublemakers back to the observation room. All Might's announcement that the exercise was over had been delivered to everyone. Even the underground bank vaulter and her team had hidden in throughout the exercise. While the other teams had spent the half-hour chasing one another down, fighting to steal one another's headband, her team had followed her lead, leaving Aoyama in the open vault while the other three stood around outside as guards. On the off chance that another team chose to enter the building they were hiding in, make their way behind the teller counters, and then downstairs to where the vault is, the three would have plenty of time to lock the sparkling Frenchman inside, protecting their president for the rest of the exercise. The three had been confused when Momo had explained her plan, but once she explained her reasoning, the three had reluctantly agreed with her assessment. It was a risk, reliant on All Might's wording of the exercise, but if she was right, then it would explain why the pro hero had said he expected the majority of the students to fail. However, that was if she was right, and as the time dragged on, Momo hadn't been able to keep doubts from rising up. What if she was wrong? What if she has simply put too much thought into the exercise, built it up into something completely different from what it was supposed to be? Strangely, in those moments it was Izuku that came to mind, his words of trust in her, his reliance. She knew their relationship was strange, they were master and servant after all, but they were also more. She knew they were friends, he'd said as much himself, but at the same time she felt that her oath to him made their relationship just a little more intimate. It was confusing, just like her body's reaction when she thought of him. Her heart seemed to beat faster, she felt warm all over, and her raced. She'd never felt this way before, and she might have thought she was getting sick, but when she'd described her symptoms to her parents, inquiring just what condition or sickness she might have acquired, their reactions hadn't been expected in the least. Her father's response had been a pained grimace, while her mother had squealed, clapping her hands together in delight as she babbled about how Momo would need new clothes, makeup, and jewelry. Neither had answered her question, leaving Momo to figure it out for herself. Momo shook her head, clearing away the thoughts as she entered the room, Bakugo, Kendo, and Todoroki following behind her. The other students were standing around mingling, while All Might stood at the very front of the room by the monitors and a row of windows that looked out over the training ground. "Ah, young Yaoyorozu," the hero exclaimed upon seeing her, "glad you could join us and bring the others with you." "It was no problem at all," Momo replied with a disarming smile as she left the others to move to stand next to her teammates. The three students stood for a moment, blinking away the last of the flashbang's effects before acting. Bakugo shot her a glare, and while it looked like he wanted to say something, the blonde merely growled before stomping off to lean against the wall. Momo didn't react, but her teeth clenched just a little harder than necessary. She couldn't deny that a part of her ached to take on Bakugo and not only put him in his place but get revenge for Izuku at the same time. Her rage burned within her, but Momo forced it down. Now wasn't the time. She had no doubt Bakugo's reckoning would come soon enough, but right now she needed to focus on her role as a spy. She would not blow it just to get a cheap shot at the first opportunity. that presented itself. No better to wait, plan, and when the time came crushed Bakugo like an ant underfoot. Todoroki and Kendo meanwhile merely looked at her, neither noticing that her smile had become just a tad darker than it had formerly been. The former's face was blank while the latter at least offered the Ravenet an apologetic sheepish grin. Kendo moved to rejoin her team just as Momo had, but Todoroki seemed to follow Bakugo's example, moving to stand alone. All Might chose that moment to begin, his voice drawing the attention of all in the room to him. Ha ha ha. He laughed. Very well done, everybody. You all did well, and I hope that many of you learned something from this exercise, either about yourselves or your classmates. Now I am sure many of you have thoughts on your performance, so allow me to ask how you believe you all did. Team 1. The three girls and Sato looked at one another before Uraraka stepped forward, rubbing the back of her head, clearly uncomfortable with speaking for them. I guess we did all right, she said uncertainly. I mean, we were the only team to have our headbands stolen, but we were split up and ambushed, so I guess stick together. She finished her statement, having become more of a question. All Might merely nodded. Indeed, both sticking in groups and splitting up comes with its own advantages and disadvantages. Together you make for a larger target, but individually against superior numbers your odds of victory greatly decrease. Learning both when you should and shouldn't split up will be covered at some point in the future, but great takeaway. Now Team 2. This time Kirishima stepped forward. We didn't steal a headband, but I guess offense is just as good as defense. I mean, we mostly held back and relied on Todoroki, but when he split off to fight Bakugo we pretty much hung back and focused on not getting our headband stolen. If we'd been more aggressive I guess we might have stolen one, but we also could have lost ours, so I don't really know. Once again All Might nodded. A good observation. A wise hero knows when to attack and when to defend, something else that will be covered later this year. I would recommend researching the less surrender case involving Crust if you want a prime example of such a decision. Team 3. Hagakure, Mainta, and Ajiro turned towards Bakugo, who growled at them before turning his head away, clearly not keen on answering. Ajiro sighed before stepping forward. I guess ours is pretty similar to the other teams. Bakugo went ahead and we pretty much spent most of the time chasing after him. At the end he got into a fight with Todoroki while we had to face the rest of the team by ourselves. I guess ours would be communication. Make sure to discuss what you intend to do with your teammates so you don't leave them behind or do something they're unprepared for and not expecting. Another great answer, All Might said, raising a thumb at Ajiro. The tailed boy's shoulders drooped and he clearly relaxed at the praise. Communication is a key part of being a pro hero, be it with civilians, the press, other heroes, or even villains. Clear, concise communication can allow heroes to more easily find and rescue people after disasters of villains attack. It's also a reason why many raids or operations that involve numerous heroes, law enforcement officials, or agencies will have a meeting beforehand to go over the goals and plan of the operation. This makes sure everyone involved knows where they should be, what they should be doing, and their final goal. Throughout the year, us teachers will work to help you develop your ability to communicate, and feel free to talk to us if you need or desire extra assistance outside of the classroom. We might not have time ourselves, but we'll surely be able to recommend someone else you can talk to if you need help. Team 4. Kendo stepped forward immediately, having clearly taken the role of the team's leader. I believe we did pretty well. We were the only team to steal another's headband, and when we did we made sure our president not only wasn't endangered but had an escape route in the event our ambush backfired. All Might nodded. Very good. Do you mind explaining your reasoning when it came to attempting to steal a second headband? Itsuka looked at her teammates before quickly looking back at the teacher. After we stole Team 1's headband we talked about hiding out until the exercise was over, but then we realized that just because we stole a headband didn't mean we automatically passed. There was no rule against another team stealing a headband we'd already stolen, and we still had to protect our president's headband. So a case of better safe than sorry? All Might asked. Pretty much, Kendo confirmed with a slight shrug. Very good, All Might said, turning to look at the 4 teams. Now I am proud to say that all of you, the teens, looked forward eagerly. Even Bakugo and Todoroki were unable to hide their interest in the number 1 hero's next words. Failed. A moment of stunned silence filled the room before 15 screams of what? Filled the room. All Might laughed at their shock, sticking the pinky of his right hand inside his ear. Quite a pair of lungs you all have, he complimented. Nearly made me go deaf. Now I'm sure you all have questions, but if you notice there is one team that I have yet to call upon. Yunya Urazu, can you explain what your team did during the exercise and the reasoning behind it? Of course, Momo said, stepping forward, every other team looking towards her expectantly. Our team. The others held their breath, clearly wondering what ingenious strategy the Ravenet and her team had employed to pass, hid until the exercise ended. Immediately more shouts filled the air. What? How's that make any sense? Was there something special about where you hid? But I wanted to see more of you in your costume. That one was Mainta. How did you go after the other team's headbands then? The last question came from Kendo, and it was to the Orangette that Momo turned. That's the thing, she answered. We didn't pursue anybody at all. Seeing the confusion, she elaborated. Remember All Might's instructions at the beginning of the exercise. The goal is to protect your president, and their headbands from the other teams until the 30-minute timer goes off. You can do this however you'd like, and if a team loses its headband, I'll announce their defeat, at which point all members are to stop whatever they are doing and return to the observation room. Momo quoted. Nowhere in there does All Might Sensei say that stealing another team's headband is a requirement to pass. All he said was that the goal is to protect our president and their headband until time runs out. She smiled as recognition appeared in the other's eyes. It was another rational deception. Before any of the other students could say anything, All Might's laugh once more filled the room. You got me, the hero admitted with a smile. Shouts and cries of disbelief from the trick erupted once more, but Uraraka's voice in the form of a question seemed to cut through them all. Why? The brunette with a simple bob cut asked, her eyes furrowed seemingly in thought. Is there a lesson in this you wanted us to learn? Yes, All Might confirmed, his smile fading until it was clear he was about to speak seriously. I became a hero because I wanted to make a world where everyone could smile happily without fear and live in peace. That was my goal, and it became a core trait of my heroic persona, why I always try to smile when I'm in the field. Others have their own reasons for being heroes. Some want fame and to be recognized. Others want to simply fight or use their quirks more freely. Some want money, and some want nothing other than to help people in need, either because they have the power to do so or simply because it's the right thing to do. All Might paused to look at the students individually, eye to eye, one by one. I don't know why you all decided to become heroes, and I'm not asking you to tell me. He held up a hand before anyone could answer. Your reasons are your own. However, once you dedicate yourself to this path, before you put on the suit or get a piece of plastic that says you can act legally to help others, you have taken on a responsibility, been given control of the lives of others. People's lives are now in your hands whether you know it or not, and once you graduate, every choice, every decision will impact the lives of the people out there. He swept his arm at windows and screens displaying the empty city behind him. 3 years, he said, holding up 3 fingers. Us teachers have 3 years to stuff everything into you. Skills, knowledge, rules, laws, regulations, and the lessons we learned from decades of experience. It is our job, our duty to prepare you for the world outside these walls so that when you move beyond them you don't end up as a memorial segment on the evening news. To that end we will prepare you, push your bodies and minds to their limits and then beyond. You've all heard UA's motto, growing up plus ultra, further beyond. That statement, those 2 words describe not only our school staff but also our students, our graduates, and anyone else who's walked these hallowed halls. It's a promise, a vow from everyone that intends to push beyond their limits, to grow stronger, to go further beyond, and now we expect the same from all of you. He paused and once more looked at the students. There is no shame in admitting that you don't have what it takes, that you can't step up and push yourself beyond your limits. Hundreds have realized this in the past, and no doubt more will do so in the future. I know what I'm asking for is difficulty and may seem impossible, but there is a reason for it. When you're out there in the middle of a disaster, a villain attack, or any other one of the thousands of situations you might find yourself in, when your body is long past giving out and every cell is screaming at you to fall, to stop, to rest, there might be someone who needs help, who needs saving. A hero knows that they cannot save everyone. That's something impossible for anyone to do, but they do their best to save what's right in front of them. And if all that was required was that little extra push, the extra 2 steps, then you should be prepared to make that effort. That is the lesson I was trying to teach today, to put someone else first before yourself, before glory, or riches, or even a villain. Think on that and what I told you today about our school's expectations. Class dismissed. Okay, breathe in, Kyudai instructed. The patient's back expanded as he obeyed, causing the cold circle of metal that was the stethoscope to shift slightly. A brief pause as Kyudai listened, then, now breathe out. He moved the stethoscope from the left of his patient's back to the right, again. It was not an order. To order the man he was performing a checkup on to do anything was equivalent to suicide, and Dr. Kyudai Garaki was by no means a fool, no matter what his fellows might have said decades ago. All for one obeyed, pausing to hold his breath for a few seconds before exhaling at Kyudai's signal. It was clear to the bald doctor that the man's breathing wasn't as natural as his own. It had a sort of raspiness to it, as if All for One had to force his lungs to gather as much oxygen as they could, otherwise he'd come up short. Still, even that was a large improvement over the ventilator or mask the man had been forced to wear even when he was doing nothing other than sitting down. All for One sat up, and Kyudai was quick to withdraw his stethoscope as the man let his white unbuttoned dress shirt fall to cover his formerly exposed back. Looking down at the vanilla folder in his hand filled with various papers, diagrams, and x-rays, Kyudai quickly noted down the results he'd just gathered. It was a distraction really, a brief respite as he waited for his master to speak. He already knew what the man was going to ask, and while he wasn't sure how acceptable his answer would be, he knew better than to lie to someone like All for One. That never ended well for anyone foolish enough to try it, but the doctor took some comfort in the fact that he at least had evidence and data to back up his response. His master was not fond of shooting the messenger, nor did he have a habit of cutting loose those who might yet prove useful to him. Kyudai in this case, fortunately, was both. He was shaken from his thoughts by a single word that broke the silence that had settled around them without his noticing. Well, how could one word spoken in a tone with such casual inquisitiveness birth such dread? The way All For One spoke, he might have been asking about the weather or how the doctor's day had been. It didn't matter, Kyudai gulped all the same. Despite their decades-long mutually beneficial partnership, he still found All For One unsettling, although he normally tried to hide it. Now though, he looked up at the man who'd sat himself once more on his proverbial throne, blinking owlishly at him through his thick gear-framed glasses, as he met All For One's crimson-colored gaze. Eyes, a normal feature on almost anyone's face, but after having years to grow used to his master's scarred visage, it was almost strange to now find himself once more gazing into those two red orbs. For a moment Kyudai wondered what the man saw when he looked at him, a buttoned-up lab coat that covered most of his body over a dark shirt with a tie around its collar, a pair of black pants and similarly colored loafers. Kyudai shook his head. Now was not the time to be distracted by such things, not when he had yet to answer the man's question. To be frank, Kyudai said, lowering his head as he skimmed through his notes once more before looking up. Your current status is a vast improvement over your former state. I believe that is evident, All For One replied at the doctor's rather obvious observation. Well, I needed to make it clear, Kyudai replied with just a bit of snark that All For One let slide. After their years of working together, Kyudai knew he was one of the few who the formerly masked man would say he had a more casual relationship with, meaning the doctor could get away with quite a bit more in his presence than most others could. However, even Kyudai had a line, one the man knew better than to test. I might have practiced my craft for years, but my expertise is in quirks in the human body, not medical science, and especially not healing someone who's missing the top half of their head. Kyudai sighed as he flipped a page over to look at something below it before putting the paper back in its place. Regardless, your eyes, ears, and nose are functioning, meaning you can use them for what they were made for. Your vision is slightly weaker than what it was the last time I gave you a physical exam before your encounter with All Might, as is your rate of healing, which is slightly dulled. However, that might just be from a lack of use or possibly having to readjust to having eyes and ears again. I'll check you again in a few weeks and that'll give me more information to go off of. All For One nodded, and my lungs. The doctor reached up and removed his glasses, closing his eyes as he rubbed the bridge of his nose before he slipped them back into place. This was the main topic he dreaded, just like you believed. While they have seen improvement, they are not as good as they once were. He reached into the folder and pulled out a piece of paper wrapped in plastic that he held out for All For One to examine. The image was obviously of All For One, showing the white bone of the man's spine, ribs and collar. The edge of his shoulders was just visible, but the main focus of the image was no doubt the black tissue that represented the man's lungs. Kyudai remembered years ago trying to show the man a similar image back after he was first injured, but with his lack of eyes, All For One had been unable to perceive anything other than the fact the doctor was holding something up. Unable to make anything out with the infrared and vibration sensing quirk the man had stolen in an attempt to overcome his new blind state. Now though, with his eyes restored, All For One could see what he was looking at for himself. Kyudai could clearly picture in his head the image the man was seeing, having been the one to take it in the first place. The organs were black, but that was to be expected with the machine used. What was not expected was the shape of the organs. They were shriveled, smaller than the cavity they sat in, and seemed to be shrunken around the edge, the veins that covered them prominent to the naked eye. After looking at the photo for a solid minute, All For One turned his gaze once more to the doctor, and Kyudai understood his master's silent order to explain. After the battle, you were as good as dead, Kyudai said flatly. But I'm not. All For One countered, his voice more than a little frosty, and Kyudai knew the man wanted answers, not willing to be deterred. The body doesn't work that way, Kyudai said with a shake of his head. Your brain was gone, pulverized, reduced to a mix of bone and gray. Your body survived, but there's a vast difference between survival and living. I told you what happened during that time. You recovered my body from the battlefield thanks to Kirijiri, All For One recalled. You then proceeded to stick me into one of the Namu growth tanks while you worked to find a way to heal me, providing the nutrients my body needed to stay alive in the meantime. Yes, Kyudai nodded, and eventually we were able to find and retrieve the original owner of super regeneration. I was able to artificially activate All For One thanks to a Namu with a copy of Force Quirk activation letting you steal it. However, before you got the quirk and was healed for weeks, months on end, your body was doing the bare minimum needed to stay alive. By the time you got super regeneration, your body was already starting to shut down. Even now us medical experts don't know all the details of how the brain works and operates, but without it, well, your body did the best it could to compensate. Even now I believe your former state was better than we could have ever hoped for. Super regeneration didn't heal me. All For One said flatly, not fully. And I never expected it to, Kyudai countered, his own temper flaring slightly. Did you not hear me say that you were headless for months on end? Your brain pulverized into mush. Your body may have been doing the bare minimum needed to stay alive, but that includes cellular proliferation and remodeling to heal your wounds. And it was certainly doing that since your head was practically gone. Kyudai exaggerated his words at the end, speaking them slowly to drive home just how serious the injuries were. That's why super regeneration could only heal you so much. You'd already started to heal, but you already know that. Indeed, All for One murmured. Now tell me, what has you so agitated? Kyudai sighed once more as he rubbed his nose. My apologies. While I am glad to see you healed up, even if not to your former strength, the way it came about has me puzzled. Explain. When I asked you how you healed yourself, you informed me that Midoriya did it by using overhaul. Correct, but that doesn't fit, the doctor said as he frowned. His temper was all but gone, replaced instead by a scientific annoyance at the puzzle that now sat before him. You have eyes, ears, a nose, even hair, for God's sake. He gestured at the features as he listed them before making an exaggerated sweep that covered the man himself. You said that, according to Midoriya, overhaul was only able to work with what matter was available. That means you should have been incapable of creating them without using some other part of your body, or another source for materials. Could he have used my lungs as the source? All for One asked, but Kyudai was already shaking his head no. Even those have been strengthened, though they are no longer what they once were. All for One was silent as Kyudai began to pace back and forth, his mind racing, theorizing, and discarding ideas nearly as quickly as they came. My best hypothesis, Kyudai said slowly after a few minutes as his pacing slowed, an idea growing in his head that he mentally tested and found somewhat plausible. Midoriya wasn't able to heal you completely, so super regeneration activated and did the rest. Now normally that would mean it heals you back to your eyeless state, but if Midoriya completely overhauled your head, he would have undone everything about it. If he then tried to rebuild you, super regeneration could have potentially latched onto your original state, and not your injured one, especially if Midoriya had been able to form even the bare minimum of your features. So long as he formed the basics, the foundation for super regeneration to build off of, it's entirely plausible that the quirk could have. Kyudai turned to All for One, his expression distant before he started opening the folder once more and quickly rifling through the pages. Tell me, Kyudai said as he grabbed a page, quickly skimming through it before he resumed his search. After you were healed, you said you briefly felt tired, weak, yes. He looked up, his expression piercing, and after a moment All for One nodded. Kyudai's eyes shone with a dark, inner madness as he began to rapidly mumble, quickly grabbing an empty sheet of paper that lay nearby, that he began to scribble notes on, uncaring of how messy said notes might be. He was far more interested in simply getting the information and his ideas down to examine than worrying about sloppy penmanship. We already knew that super regeneration speeds up cellular division by drawing on the user's stamina. If the drain on your stamina was not due to overhaul, but rather from super regeneration, then the quirk must have played a role in your recovery. I can't say how much without further testing, but I am restored, All for One said, cutting the doctor off, maybe not to my former strength, but an improvement nonetheless. Now tell me, what is the status of the materials I provided you with from the Shai Hasekai raid? The attempt to change the subject was by no means subtle, but Kyudai knew better than to focus on a topic All for One had clearly deemed closed. The man was if not satisfied content with his current form, one even Kyudai had to admit was a vast improvement over his previous, crippled state. Kyudai mentally sighed. He could always come back to it another day, and as long as he did what All for One requested in a timely manner, the man had no problem with Kyudai taking on passion projects in his free time, especially when said passion projects often furthered the criminal lord's own plans, such as the creation of the Namu. Which project in particular might you be referring to? Kyudai asked carefully, and hadn't that been a surprise when Gigantomachia had come into one of his labs one day, numerous unconscious, wounded bodies DD over his body that the bodyguard simply instructed the doctor to use before leaving after simply dropping them on the floor. Similar interactions had happened numerous times before, but it was rare for the man to bring him several subjects instead of one or two. The copies, All for One replied immediately, and Kyudai nodded. It was a predictable request. Of course his master's focus would be on the quirks he wished to acquire. None of them really stood out by themselves, but several would no doubt serve as secondary boosters to increase the power of his attacks. Now normally, All for One would simply take quirks from their users himself, but in this case, he had other plans for the former bullets, requesting that Kyudai copy the desired quirks instead. The process would take weeks if not months to reach completion. But both men knew the importance of patience. Their supernatural lifespans, thanks to Kyudai's quirk, had instilled that lesson into them both. Crystallize, Strongarm, and Vitality Stealing are already isolated, copied, and in the growth phase, Kyudai reported. What about Barrier and Sloshed? All for One asked. Kyudai didn't hesitate. Sloshed is proving more difficult, he begrudgingly admitted, knowing he failed to fully conceal his annoyance. It's likely just a part of the quirk itself, but the quirk factor seems to contain trace amounts of alcohol. Not at amounts that would affect the user's perception or cloud their consciousness, most certainly not to the point of the subject's seemingly permanently intoxicated state, but it has made cloning the quirk more difficult. I am uncertain what effects alcohol might have on the process. I have one copy of it in the growth phase, but I'm running some experiments and waiting for the results to come back before I attempt to copy it again. All for One nodded, accepting but clearly annoyed, although Kyudai was uncertain how much of that was directed at the delay, and how much was aimed at the previous topic of conversation. One thing he knew with absolute certainty, however, was that the man had no desire for a quirk that would affect his thought process detrimentally in any way, regardless of how potentially useful it might be in combat. And barrier. After further testing, I deemed it too weak to be worth copying, Kyudai admitted forthright. The barrier was unable to withstand singular attacks, as well as numerous rapid subsequent attacks, all of which were well below not only All Might's current projected strength, but many of the top 50 heroes. Additionally, since the user is always located at the center of the barrier, you would be unable to project it around others without compromising the safety of those inside. If an individual or attack managed to get inside the barrier's range before or after you activated it, he trailed off, the meaning obvious. Very well, All for One said, accepting Kyudai's reasoning, something the doctor knew spoke of the level of trust his master had in him, and would have overhaul. There it was, the question Kyudai had been waiting for since the subject change in conversation, and the one All for One clearly was the most interested in. There was a reason the wounded, but still alive Kaichisaki had been warped to his lab. After one had their quirk stolen for a limited amount of time, traces of the quirk remained in their cells, but only for just under a month, due to how long it took for every cell in their body to be replaced by new ones. In the old days before quirks, it would have taken 7 to 10 years for a person's body to complete the daunting task, but now all it took was the same amount of time for the moon to complete its cycle, and start it again. Overhaul is growing, Kyudai reported. Although Chisaki arrived later than the others, I had no problems when it came to extracting genetic material from him. As of right now, the cells are in the growth tubes. Good, when can I expect it to be done? Kyudai sighed once more. You know that the growth tubes stimulate the cells to increase the rate of mitosis. However, by doing this we are basically creating a whole new being, an artificial one. Quirks don't normally appear until the age of 4 or 5, but thankfully since we are accelerating the growth to just before that age, we don't have to wait years, but months instead. Once we stop the artificial growth, all we have to do is let the body mass develop the quirk naturally. As it is, you can probably expect Overhaul to be ready sometime in the late summer, while the others will be done slightly earlier since I was able to work on them first. Good, very good. Speaking of subjects, did any of them pass your tests when it came to the Namu creation process? Yes, surprisingly one of the subjects met the criteria needed, Kyudai said, excitement evident in his voice. He was heavily damaged when he arrived, but has since proven himself to be making a remarkable recovery. What about him caught your attention? All for One asked. Kyudai knew the question was more out of politeness than any actual curiosity, although he couldn't rule it out. His desire for battle was quite obvious, Kyudai noted as he took off his glasses and began cleaning them with a cloth he pulled from one of his many pockets. Due to his injuries, it took him quite some time to awaken. Once he did, he was quite vocal about his desire to move around and fight. Similar to Fudo then, All for One noted. Incredibly similar, Kyudai nodded, locking eyes with his master. For a moment the recently recovered man was silent, judging. You want to try and make him into a high-end? It was a statement, not a question, and Kyudai's affirmation was unnecessary, although the doctor provided it anyway. Very well, All for One said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Do it. He can be a present to Izuku, a gift for later. At that, the doctor fell silent, a fact that did not escape his master's attention. What? He asked simply. You spoil the boy. All for One tilted his head, and for a moment, Kyudai was reminded of an innocent puppy that didn't understand the words being spoken. If said puppy could kill him and level an entire city, nay a prefecture on a whim. Do you really believe so? Yes, Kyudai nodded. You're much more involved with Midoriya than you have been with Tamura. Look at your actions, a servant, a base, now a quirk. The two are about as evenly matched as they can get. Anything more, and you'll be favoring one over the other. All for One hummed as he leaned back in his chair, a hand coming up to rub at his chin in thought, clearly contemplating the doctor's words. Gigantomachia, he spoke, the shadows behind his throne shifting as the gargantuan bodyguard stirred at his master's call. Yes. The man's rumbling reply echoed throughout the room. What did you think of Midoriya? For a moment the giant behemoth was silent. He is strange. He possesses strength fortitude. He uses his words like you do, the man trailed off. But, All for One asked, turning his head to the side to peer into the darkness, although no one had any doubt he could see just fine. He reminded me of him. The monster growled at the word, but all three knew who he'd been referring to. I challenged him, said he was unworthy. Gigantomachia growled once more. Raising a hand into the air, he brought his fist slamming down to the ground, causing it to shake, and he questioned my loyalty. The giant panted, his breath heavy not from exhaustion but rather from his turbulent emotions. Unlike All for One, who kept a tight leash on everything he felt, focusing on logic and reason to rationalize his actions, Gigantomachia was a beast controlled by his sheer loyalty to his master. His original quirk, Endurance, allowed him to convert his morale into physical energy and stamina. Initially, it hadn't seemed that special, but then All for One had provided the man with the second quirk, Gigantification, which allowed Gigantomachia to grow in size when agitated or excited. The two were dangerous by themselves, but in Gigantomachia's possession, they became a particularly deadly pairing. It was these quirks that caused Gigantomachia to wear his emotions on his sleeve, his loyalty fueling endurance and his excitement whenever he followed one of his master's commands powering gigantification. All for One and the doctor had been shocked when years had passed and Gigantomachia had shown none of the side effects that usually came from one possessing multiple quirks. At his master's command, Gigantomachia willingly subjected himself to the doctor's experiments, and slowly, he had been gifted with more and more quirks, until a total of 7 resided inside his giant body, all of which did nothing but make the giant of a man even more powerful and even more loyal to his master, to the point he could now barely function without a command to follow. Gigantomachia had served as the model for Kyudai's Namu, the one the mindless soldiers were modeled after and what the fallen doctor desired to create. A sentient being of monstrous strength with nothing but absolute loyalty to all for one and those the Emperor deemed worthy of controlling such power. Kyudai returned to the present as Gigantomachia spoke once more. I do not acknowledge him, not yet, but the giant paused as if deliberating. He is not without potential, he admitted, albeit grudgingly and clearly with much reluctance. Thank you, all for one said, causing the giant to preen like a loyal dog that had just been complimented by its master, which Kyudai had to admit was not that far off the mark. I understand your concerns, all for one continued, turning his attention back to the good doctor, but everything I've done so far was to level the playing field between both Tamura and Izuku. As you noted, both have quirks, a base, and a lieutenant to call their own. I even took steps to remove Kurogiri and Tamura from Izuku's and the Yaoyorozu's memories, not just Momo, but her father as well, and while Momo might be leaving Izuku's side to infiltrate UA, he already has another who can step up to fill her position as his lieutenant. Himiko Toga, Kyudai guessed. All for one nodded, the one and only, a prime example of someone who was passed over by society because they could only see the downsides of her quirk, and none of its potential. She's injured, Gigantomachia growled, pointing out what Kyudai had to admit was a rather obvious observation, hurt. Indeed, all for one confirmed, in the Shai Hasekai raid Izuku organized, she lost her left arm to Chisaki when he touched her with his hand. It is quite fortunate the contact was brief, and he was unable to mutilate her any more than he did. It will be difficult to fix, Kyudai mused thoughtfully. She's too young to be able to withstand the strain of a second quirk for any extended length of time, and similarly, since her body is still developing, you're unable to take her quirk, replace it with super regeneration or another healing quirk, then switch the two again once her wound heals. The doctor hummed as he contemplated the challenge of how to heal the girl. What about Midoriya's new quirk, Overhaul? He offered. If he has a compatible limb or really any limb at all, he should be able to use it as the necessary source material. And I suppose if he is not yet at that level and the limb needs to be an exact copy, it would not be difficult to spare a growth tube and clone one so long as I have enough of her DNA to form a complete genetic template. The offer is appreciated, but that will be unnecessary. All for one spoke up before the doctor could continue. Of course, Kyudai turned to him, his confusion obvious. You are right in that I have been lax with Izuku. All for one admitted, while it is admirable that he was able to defeat young Kayasuke with Toga's assistance without Gigantomachia, I am sure that the bullets would have eluded capture and Yaoyorozu's position among the living would be far more debatable than it currently is. Toga and her missing limb will serve as a reminder to Izuku of what he is fighting for as well as the consequences that shall befall those close to him should he fail or hold back. It might be possible for Izuku to heal her with his quirk, but he will do so on his own. Neither I nor you, all for one said looking at Kyudai, will assist him. Kyudai nodded his head in submission. His master had spoken and he, his ever-loyal servant, would obey. Do you think he will be able to heal her? He asked. He will find a way. There was no doubt in all for one's voice as he spoke, leaning back in his throne. Izuku has potential, and while he's accepted what needs to be done to change society, he is not yet ready to implement the measures himself. The raid was a start, as was his willingness to sever Chisaki's hands with his own, rather than through Toga, but that was for his own gain, to get the quirk he desired. Izuku grew up quirkless and I gifted him a quirk for merely a few short hours before taking it back. He might have denied me when I offered him a replacement, instead choosing to find a new one for himself, but make no mistake, Izuku was desperate. He needed a quirk. After so many years of being treated as an outcast for the so-called disease of quirklessness, Izuku has come to accept that it is only with power that things can change. However, now that he has a quirk, I do not believe that he is as ready or willing to go to extreme measures, should they be required. Healing Toga's arm will serve as proof of just how far he is willing to go. Taking something precious from another and putting it to his own use will seal his path, even if he does it for no other reason than to relieve his own guilty conscience. Kyudai was silent as all for one finished speaking. He had questions, things he needed to ask, to clarify about his master's intentions when it came to Izuku, but before he could, one of the monitors on a nearby desk began to beep. All three turned their attention to it, and putting his hands on his knees, all for one let out a small groan as he pushed himself to his feet. It's time, the man proclaimed. Time. Gigantomachia rumbled, voicing the same question Kyudai hadn't yet asked. Yes, all for one confirmed as he approached the desk. He pressed some keys on the keyboard, inputting commands of some kind before he stopped, turning his head to the side to look at the two men who'd both served him loyally for years. His crimson gaze trapped the two, pulling them in as he smiled darkly. "It is time for me to announce the contest to my heirs," All for One said with finality in his voice, to reveal to them the existence of the other. "As you have said, Doctor, they are about as close to one another as they can get. Waiting is no longer an option. It is time to light the flames of hatred that will bring Japan and the corrupt hero society that pervades it burning to the ground." When Momo entered the Yaoyorozu manor, she wasn't quite sure what words she'd use to label the emotions coursing through her body. Excitement was obvious, being able to see her companions again. But there were others. Nervousness. How would the servants react? Did they even know the others would be here? And what about if the police found out? If they came storming and screaming that they were all under arrest, what would they do? The last one was a fear Momo had since childhood, when her father had explained to her the true backstory of the family business, and the man who'd been so vital in its creation. The fear back then had been childish, the one a child held when they knew their friend had done something wrong, but didn't want them to get in trouble. A child didn't think about the long-term consequences, didn't picture the effects being in trouble could have on their life. It was only now as a teenager, almost an adult, that Momo could picture such things and fully understand the creeping dread they brought. But she couldn't change the path she was on, she couldn't betray her friend in Himiko, or the warm feelings her master brought her. She couldn't betray her father, or her mother, couldn't betray their expectations of her as the Yaoyorozu heir. Sometimes she wondered how things would have changed if the events of the past were different, if her ancestor hadn't sought out All for One, if Izuku had developed a quirk of his own, if Himiko hadn't been outcast for her quirk. What would their lives look like then? It didn't matter, all she could do was live her life the best she could and let what happens happen. She would support Izuku, help him, and assist him as much as she could. She would spend her time by his side and, for some reason, at the thought her romance novels rose to the forefront of her mind. The ones about a dark, mysterious man who brought the innocent damsel into his shadowy world where they would. Her face flushed red as Momo lifted her hands to cradle it, feeling her palms burn against the warmth of her cheeks. Of course, that was when her father chose to come see her. "Momo," he called, concern obvious in his voice, "are you all right?" Momo quickly straightened herself, trying to force down her blush as her hands fell to smooth out any wrinkles in her school skirt. "Yes, father, I'm fine." The man looked at her for a moment, his doubt clear, but he set it aside with a sigh as he pulled on a black long coat that he buttoned up and tied around his waist. "All right, he paused for a moment. "Friends are in my secondary study." I don't know what message he wanted to send, but he sent it to my account and I was told to not be present when it was played. "If you need anything, let me know, and afterwards if you all would retreat to the main dining room, I'll send a servant with some snacks and tea for you all. Are there any brands in particular you want?" "I imagine Harem's and Wedgwood should be fine," Momo said, raising a hand to her chin in thought. "But if you can think of any others, you can have those brought up as well." "Fair enough," her father nodded. "I'll leave it up to the servants since I have a meeting in the city I need to get to. Your mother should be at a party until late tonight, so you and your friends will have the manor to yourselves sans the servants." However, the Yaoyorozu senior's face contorted darkly as his eyes seemed to look into his daughter's soul. "I expect you and the Midoriya boy to not be in the same room alone. Actually, I don't expect you to be within 50 feet of him without someone else there. In fact, now that I think about it, maybe I should stay here, keep an eye on you all." Reaching up, the man had just put his hands on the top button of his coat when his daughter had grabbed him and begun dragging him towards the door. "Just go," she said, ignoring her father's protest. "Or would you rather delay him by keeping me?" That shut the man up, the look of clashing ideals clear on his face. After a moment he sighed once more, his defeat obvious. "Fine. Just stay safe." "Okay." Momo smiled softly. "I will." She wrapped her father in a hug, resting her head on the crook of his neck while he rested his head on top of hers, a silent reminder that while she was tall for her age, he was still taller. "I love you, Creati." She laughed. "I know, father." She gave him a light push. "Now go. Don't keep whoever is waiting. The man shuddered for dramatic effect. "I wouldn't dream of it." Then he was gone. Momo let out the breath she'd drawn with a shake of her head. Her father was so dramatic at times, and his overprotectiveness was certainly a pain to deal with when it was aroused, but he was her father, and she loved him for that. While she knew time was of the essence, she didn't head immediately for her father's study, instead heading to her room to drop off her school bag and change into some more casual clothes. It was only once she was dressed in a comfortable light lime green top and black skirt over a pair of black leggings held tight to her waist by a belt, that Momo made her way to the instructed room. At the door Momo paused, remembering the argument between her and Izuku the day before, and how cold he'd been when she told him about Bakugo just that morning. Was he still upset? Did he blame her? Part of her didn't want to open the door, didn't want to face him, especially with all these strange feelings he seemed to awaken within her. But she had her instructions and she would obey. Turning the handle, she pulled the door open and stepped into the room. Her gaze was immediately drawn to her father's desk, which stood across from her. The large intimidating leather chair the man sometimes worked from was currently occupied by a blonde vampire in a beige cardigan. That seemed to be taking it for a spin, rather literally spinning the chair around in circles at a rapid speed. Himiko. Momo couldn't help but ask, and at her voice, the chair came to a quick stop, the girl that occupied it quickly turning to look at Momo as her face split into a wide grin. Mamachi. Himiko squealed, standing up and rushing over to pull the Yaoyorozu heiress into a tight hug. Momo stilled at the touch as the cat-like vampire nuzzled against her, awkwardly patting the girl's back. A movement behind the chair drew her attention, and looking towards it, Momo found herself looking at Izuku. He'd been standing by a large window set into the room's back wall in order to let in some natural lighting. Dressed simply in a black athletic t-shirt and long pants of a similar color and style, his hair was as messy as ever, but his skin was paler than she remembered, and looking closely, she could see the beginning of dark circles forming under his eyes. "You need more sleep," she said, her traitorous mouth moving before her brain as she mentally cursed it. He responded with a smile, not the wide, innocent, childlike grin that had faded so long ago, but rather a smaller one that was more an upturning of his mouth and lips with no teeth showing whatsoever. Momo didn't know why, but to her that new quiet smile seemed more real to her than his other one had ever been. "Probably," he admitted, his voice no longer containing a stutter whatsoever. The two fell silent, and an awkward silence quickly arose between them, the two teens clearly unsure how to speak to one another. Himiko picked up on the atmosphere, quickly letting go of Momo to step back, looking back and forth between the two teens. "Oh come on," she complained, "it hasn't even been a month since you last saw each other, and you spoke this morning." "Himiko," the two shouted before looking at each other, quickly averting their gaze and blushing red. Himiko merely shook her head, muttering under her breath as she walked back to the chair. "Come on, let's get this over with and see what Mr. Formerly Masked Guy wants." The two teens sighed at the blonde's antics before obeying, with Izuku sitting down in the chair, Himiko moving quickly to sit on the chair's right arm, draping herself over both the top of the chair and Izuku. Momo, meanwhile, stood to Izuku's left, slightly behind both him and the chair while standing straight. The three focused their attention on the open computer that sat before them. The screen was white, with nothing else on it except for two underlined black words in the center of the screen that were clearly a link: "Play me." Himiko looked at Izuku, and at the green-eats nod, reached forward, moving the mouse to the link and sing it. Immediately the screen went black, except for the top right corner of the screen where a small speaker system and the words "audio only" were displayed in white. Then the voice of All for One spoke. "Hello Izuku. Sensei." Izuku muttered in response, but the man continued without pause, proving to the trio that they were watching a recording, not a live video. "It has been a few weeks since we last spoke, but I am pleased to say that your attempt to heal me has drastically improved my state of health. As they say, one does not know what they have until they lose it, and now being able to once more see with my own eyes and breathe without aid, I can say, with confidence, that there is truth in those words. As such, I thank you, Izuku Midoriya. I believed in you, and your efforts have proven that my faith was not misplaced." A sigh echoed from the speakers. "However, I must inform you that I have also, in a sense, deceived you. Do you remember the words I said to you all those months ago when you resolved to pursue your current path? I spoke 4 simple words: everything is for you. That was not a lie, but neither was it the whole truth." All for One paused. "You see, there is another, someone else who caught my attention. Someone just as strong, just as passionate, and just as driven as you are. Like you, I see potential in them, and like them I see the same potential in you. The potential to be great, to be powerful, to stand above others and lead them. Within the two of you, I see the potential to succeed me. You two are my heirs, the ones I chose for the role, and who I've supported as you've both grown into the individuals you are today. However, while I see the same potential in each of you, I have no intention of dividing my empire. There is only one throne, and only one of you can ascend to sit upon it. That is the other part of this message, an announcement about the contest I have created to decide which of you two should succeed me." "A contest?" Momo asked, her confusion obvious. She glanced at Izuku, but the green-eat's face was blank, his expression unreadable. "The goal is simple," All for One continued, "defeat your rival." All three teens got the feeling that the supervillain had thrown his arms wide at the statement. "Kill them, ruin them, the means do not matter, and in this contest there are no rules to hold you back. Use everything you have, every trick, every resource, and know that victory will only be yours when you ensure that there remains none to stand against you. However, I will not leave you alone, abandon you without support. Each of you has a lieutenant, a base, and as time goes by both of you will have the same resources from me to draw upon." All for One sighed, an audible exhale that seemed both sad and resigned. "My students, the time to hide in the darkness has passed. Make known your intent, and let the world know of your existence. My throne, my empire, my power awaits you. Your future now lies in your hands. Oh, and Izuku, one last thing. A payment, if you will, for healing me as much as you could. The Hero Commission has begun to investigate the sudden destruction of the Shai Hasekai, and they have decided to assign the case to one of the Commission's more subservient heroes. I believe you might have heard of her, the sniper hero, Lady Nagain." At the final word, the computer turned itself off with a simple BZZT, leaving the three teens facing a blank black screen. For a moment none spoke, alone with their thoughts, before, as one, Momo and Himiko both turned to look at their green-haired boss. Izukun. The two spoke at the same time, but the green-eat didn't respond to them, his eyes still focused on the screen. At some point during the message he'd raised his hands and clasped them together in front of his mouth, concealing it from view. Izuku, Momo tried again. Talk to us, tell us what you're thinking. For a moment, Izuku once more was silent before he closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. His shoulders fell as he lowered his hand to rest on the arms of the chair, or in the case of his right hand, on Himiko's left leg, although he didn't notice, and the blonde felt no reason to point it out. "I'm not sure how I feel, to be honest," Izuku said. He didn't stutter, but he fumbled nonetheless, his uncertainty on full display to the two girls. "Sensei has done so much for me. It's because of him I got a quirk. Because of him, I have a home after my last one was destroyed. And it's because of him that I got to meet the both of you." But, Himiko encouraged, sensing there was more Izuku wanted to say. "But now I'm not sure what to do," Izuku said as he raised his head to look at them, allowing the two girls to see the confusion on his face. "How much of what Sensei's done has been for my own benefit, and how much of it was to mold me into this role as his heir? Do I even want to be his heir? Do I want to succeed him?" Izuku lowered his head, both hands coming up to cradle it on either side. "For so long I've wanted nothing more than to be a hero, to help others and make them smile. That dream was destroyed with my mother's death, and afterwards all my attention was focused on finding the perfect quirk and getting it for myself. I just don't know what I want to do anymore. Am I even still me? How can I go from wanting to save everyone to someone willing to kill, mutilate, and manipulate others for his own means? I'm a villain." Izuku said, the disbelief in his voice clear. "Why am I so willing to tear others down if it benefits me? Is this who I really am?" He turned to the girls, looking between them. "What if," he began hesitantly, "what if I lose myself? Stop being Izuku Midoriya? What if at some point I have to choose between sacrificing you two for my own gain or protecting you? And what if," he paused, "what if I'm willing to do it?" Before Izuku could say anything else, he found himself wrapped up into a hug, Himiko on his right side squeezing him from the side while Momo did the same from his left. "It's all right," Momo said soothingly, running her hand through Izuku's green mane. "Do you want to know why?" Izuku, unable to speak, could do nothing but nod. "It's all right because we'll be there with you," Momo said with a kind smile that reminded Izuku all too much of his mother. "Wherever you go and whatever you do, we'll be right beside you, helping you every step of the way." "Yeah," Himiko chirped in, "and besides, it's like Mr. Formerly Masked Guy said, isn't it?" She hummed cheerfully, "Your future now lies in your hands. That's what he said, right? Who cares if you want to be his heir or not? If you don't want to be, just say no." She looked at Izuku, and the green-eat found himself looking into the vampiric schoolgirl's golden eyes. "Either way, me and Mamachi will help you all we can." "You will?" Izuku asked uncertainly. The two rolled their eyes, of course. Obviously. Izuku was silent for a moment. "Thank you," he whispered quietly. "So Izuku," Momo asked, "what do you want to do?" "I need to think," Izuku responded immediately. "All of that information, I need to go over it, think about it." Momo nodded, taking charge of the situation. "Okay then, let's relocate to the dining room. My father said he'd send someone later with food, and I'd rather we eat at a proper table where we each can have our own chairs, than try to cram us all into my father's work one." The other two obeyed Momo, following her as she led the way to the correct room where they all took their appropriate seats, Izuku at the head, Momo at his right, and Himiko straight across from the Ravenet to Izuku's left. Izuku was quiet as he thought, while Momo and Himiko talked in hushed voices, but all three fell silent at a knocking on the door. Into the room strode a beautiful woman with pale porcelain skin and straight black raven-colored hair upon which rested a white lace headband not unlike those worn by maids. Her outfit fit the headpiece as she was dressed in stereotypical maid attire, an elegant long-sleeved black dress with white trim that reached down to just above her knees, hugging and highlighting her every supple curve. A white half-lace apron was tied around her ample hips, and black stockings covered what was visible of her long, slender legs that ended in black heels. In front of her the woman pushed a wooden cart on top of which rested a set of fine china with 4 teapots, and numerous teacups as well as several small plates. The china was white, with blue vines and rose designs decorating them. Several desserts also rested on top of the cart, various small pastries and cakes that looked more like pieces of art than snacks for the trio to eat. Altogether it caused Izuku and Himiko to immediately dismiss the woman, taking her to be the servant Momo's father said he would send, and after all, for one had finished speaking to them. A small squeak caught the duo's attention, and they turned towards Momo, who'd placed her hands on top of the table to pull herself to her feet. Her arms were outstretched in front of her, her eyes wide as she looked at the maid in obvious disbelief, mouth hanging open. "Momo, are you all right?" Izuku asked in concern, but Momo paid him no mind, her mouth moving as she stuttered. Mother." Silence followed as Izuku and Himiko processed the Ravenet's word before. Together, the two turned at the same time to look once more at the maid, their mouths falling open as they screamed wordlessly in shock. The maid responded by sticking out her plump red lips in an obvious pout. "Momo," she complained, "why'd you tell them? I wanted it to be a surprise." Momo was the first of the 3 teens to recover from her shock. Turning to her friends, she gestured at the woman. "Izuku, Himiko, this is my mother, Izumiye Urazu." Mother, what are you doing here? I thought you had a party you needed to attend. I did, the woman responded before waving a hand in the air dismissively. I was on my way to Oheim's when Sebastian messaged me that you would be entertaining friends after school. Of course, I immediately had Untensha turn the car around and bring me back so I would have a chance to meet them. But isn't Oheim one of your best friends? The Yaoyorozu matron once more waved her hand dismissively. Yes, but I'm sure she'll understand. I needed to put her in her place soon anyway. Her ego's only grown after I favored her over Amadora. Besides, I couldn't afford to miss meeting your friends. It's been so long since you've last had any over. Fine, but why are you dressed like that? Momo said, gesturing to her mother's outfit. What's wrong with my outfit? Mrs. Yaoyorozu asked, looking down at her maid attire spinning slightly in place to get a good look at it. I think it looks good on me. The problem is you're dressed like Mado, Momo complained. Did you take her outfit? No, her mother denied, looking to the side as she attempted to whistle, albeit rather poorly. Her guilt's obvious to those looking on. Borrow it then. Okay, yes, I borrowed it, the Yaoyorozu woman admitted. But I always knew it'd look good on me, and how else was I supposed to get close to your friends? When you were younger, you always complained about me being too intimidating. That's because every time I had someone over, you wore a sleeveless black dress that showed off your sleeves. Sleeves? Himiko whispered questioningly, turning to Izuku, who responded with a slight shrug. Momo groaned, lowering her head to her table as her mother turned to Himiko with a smile. Yes, my sleeves. They're from my youth, something of a family tradition you could say, and I'll admit, I never really thought about how they'd look on me when I was older, but I believe they still hold a beauty of their own. The woman said as she pulled up the long sleeves of her dress, though it quickly became apparent that her clothing wasn't the sleeves she'd been referring to. Ink dyed the woman's arms, turning the pale porcelain white skin black, except for the numerous flowers of various colors and pink sakura petals that covered it. There was no denying that they were beautiful, and Himiko said as much. Thank you, Momo's mom replied to the blonde's compliment. Your tattoos aren't the point, mother, Momo said, raising her head to look at the one who'd birthed her. The point is how many upper-class children expect to go over to their friend's house and see tattoo sleeves on their friend's mom. The sight of you sent nearly all of them running away in tears. Your friend's parents nearly all came over afterwards to apologize. Thatsug, Momo closed her eyes, taking a deep breath before slowly letting it out. Mother, she tried again, forcing herself to speak in a calm, even tone. Can you please just leave? Fine, I'll leave you and your friends to discuss whatever it is you were talking about. The woman agreed, as she lowered the sleeves of her dress to once more hide her ink from view. But can I please just serve the tea first? It's cooling fast and it's always best to drink tea while it's still hot. Momo grunted in response, more of a growl really, but her mother smiled, seemingly taking the possible threat as her daughter's approval. Pushing the cart forward next to the long wooden table, she set about swiftly emptying the cart of its contents, setting the cakes and china plates atop the table while keeping the teapots and teacups upon the cart, which she pushed towards Izuku. What can I get for you, sweetie? The woman asked, her voice as bright and as innocent as a meadow in spring. We have Harrods, Wedgwood, Kakana, and Acha. Momo's father likes to drink Harrods, while I'm more partial to Wedgwood myself. She leaned in close to Izuku, her eyes gleaming as a mischievous smirk rose to her face while her voice dropped to a whisper. Momo takes after me, so she likes Wedgwood too. Mother, Momo screamed, her face cherry red as she stood up quickly, having obviously overheard. Why would you tell him that? Oh, my apologies, Mrs. Yaoyorozu said, raising a hand to cover her mouth, pausing briefly before speaking again. I didn't realize you wanted to tell him yourself. What? No, I wasn't going to tell him at all, Momo stammered. Her mother tilted her head to the side, her eyes wide and doe-like in their innocence. Then how is Izuku-kun supposed to know what your favorite drink is? He doesn't need to know. Why not? Because it's not important. Momo Yaoyorozu, the Yaoyorozu matron said in obvious shock. I cannot believe this, to think you would hide your favorite drink from your friends. She closed her eyes, raising a hand to her forehead dramatically in mock shock. Where did we go wrong? What mistake did we make in raising you? Mom, Momo screamed, her face burning red. Looking at the scene playing out before him, Izuku could barely contain his laughter. This was the first time he could remember seeing Momo so flustered, and looking around at the women surrounding him, Izuku knew his decision had already been made. All of it was worth fighting for. He wasn't ready to give up everything he now had, and so the brunette mentally resigned himself to play Sensei's game. He would find this other heir, whoever it may be, and just like he'd done with Chisaki, Izuku would destroy him. Not because he wanted to, but because it was the only way to protect those that now mattered the most to him. In a dimly lit bar in Camino, a television resting against a wooden wall shut itself off with a simple bzzzt. For a minute, the bar's two sole occupants were quiet. One, a man in a suit with a metal brace around his neck, whose body seemed to be composed of dark mist, stood behind the counter, a cloth in one hand that he had been using just minutes before to dry the shot glass that he held in the other. Now, however, the misty bartender's hands were still, his task long forgotten as he shifted his attention from the now powered-down television to his companion who sat on a bar stool on the other side of the counter. The young man, for despite his mentality, he was too old to be called a boy, glared at the television with his one visible eye, staring at it through the fingers of the disembodied hand that covered his face, one of the numerous that gripped various parts of his body. His hands rested on top of the counter, and the being made of mist noticed that, at some point, he'd slipped his right one out of the glove that now rested on the counter next to it. Said hand was clenching, curling into a fist, before unclenching, as the man repeated the motions unconsciously. His left hand, at least, still sported its glove, a product that had been specially designed for the boy by one of Sensei's servants, for it lacked the tips on the end of the middle and pinky fingers just like its twin. Tamura, the barkeeper said, his voice low and calm in an attempt to cool the emotions visibly rising within his charge, but all he did instead was act as the trigger. The man leapt to his feet, with a murderous, wordless yell of frustration. He screamed as he raised his right hand into the air before bringing it down onto the bar, slamming it onto the countertop with his fingers spread. Immediately, cracks began to spread through the counter, emitting from where the boy's fingers made contact. The wood shriveled, drying and decaying as it turned to dust at the man's touch. His tantrum continued as he slammed the clenched fist of his left hand into the bar stool he'd been sitting atop just moments ago, sending it tumbling to the dirty floor end over end. For a moment the man stood there, his body trembling from the sheer hatred and rage running through his body. However, as the barkeeper watched, the man took a deep breath as he brought his rage under control before slowly, deliberately reaching down to retrieve the black glove that had been buried in the pile of dust that was once the counter. Pulling the glove back onto his right hand, the man turned towards the barkeeper, the two locking eyes despite one's lack of a solid face and the embalmed hand that covered the other's. Kurogiri, Tamura Shigaraki growled as his hands rose to scratch at his neck in frustration, his gloves serving as the only obstacle between the sharp nails at the end of most of his fingers and the flesh of his neck. We're changing the plan. If Sensei wants to introduce a rival character now, we can't just plan on a simple dungeon raid accomplishing our goals. Though the hand that covered his face hid Tamura's mouth from view, Kurogiri knew instinctively that the grayish-blue-haired man was baring his teeth in a dark, bestial snarl. What will we do then? Kurogiri asked, a blink the only sign of his surprise at his charge's sudden, albeit limited, maturity. Simple, Tamura said as he shifted his gaze to stare at the dark screen of the television. We need to impress Sensei. I need to show him that this rival of mine is nothing more than another useless NPC. And how will you do that? By standing out. Tamura responded as he looked at a corkboard Kurogiri had put up on the wall next to the bar. Various advertisements, posters, and papers dotted the board, but Kurogiri was easily able to find the one that had captured Tamura's gaze. It displayed a young man, a teenager in an instantly recognizable blue and white school gym uniform, holding his hand up in the air in a clear display of victory. He stood in the middle of a cheering stadium, his pose and golden blonde hair of which two tufts stuck upwards towards the blue sky dotted with white clouds, making it clear that the boy was supposed to resemble a certain number one pro hero. Are you sure? Kurogiri couldn't help but ask. Many have tried to ruin the Kurogiri, Tamura said, his voice firm, not even bothering to look at the man. Get Jiren to tell the gutter trash that there's been a change of plans. Tell them, once more Kurogiri got the overwhelming sense that Tamura was smiling. Tell them that instead of a simple dungeon raid, we'll instead be participating in a special event. Kurogiri began to protest, but before he could his shoulders fell in obvious resignation, clearly giving up on changing the manchild's mind. I understand. Shota Aizawa groaned as he shuffled through the blank white halls of Kanjiro Hospital, a cup of hot coffee clutched tight in his hands. 2 days into the school year, and yet his class was already proving to be one of the most troublesome ones he'd ever had. To make matters worse, he'd had to stay up late to watch the recordings of Toshinori's Save the President exercise. He had to, albeit grudgingly, give it to the blonde, even if he'd never admit it. For a new teacher, the exercise had been a great way to highlight to the class that combat was not necessarily the answer to everything. It had also done a great job of allowing Shota to get a glimpse at his students' combat readiness. From an insight into their fighting styles, their combat mentality, and any training they might have had to how they utilized their quirks, Shota could picture many, many worse ways the number one's first class could have gone. He'd know because he had planned on how to deal with the aftermath for many of them. However, for as useful as it had been to see his students' abilities secondhand, Shota couldn't control his irritation at pretty much everything at the moment. Staying up late to watch the film and take notes, then having to rewatch it several more times to look for any details he might have missed. By the time he finished, it was time to go out on patrol, something that, as an underground hero, he did mainly at night in the shadier parts of town. And then, just as he was wrapping up his night by handing over a pair of wannabe robbers to the police, ready to go home to snatch a few hours of sleep before he had to start the day, he received a call from Dr. Flevens, the chief doctor working on Ari's case, saying that there'd been a development, and they'd appreciate it if he could come in. That led to Shota's current state, half awake, running on fumes, and animated only by the caffeine running through his body, which was probably poisoning him, or at the very least destroying his liver based on the amounts he was consuming it. Meh, it wasn't like he was going to live long enough to need his liver anyway. At the rate he was going, he was more likely to die from exhaustion than the hands of a villain. He'd worked long hours before, but right now, he was ready to sleep, and he had to admit that several of those closets he'd seen in the offices and rooms he'd strode past did look quite comfortable. Shota shook his head, trying to clear away, or at least temporarily, alleviate the cloud of drowsiness that seemed to fill his brain most of the time nowadays. And people wonder why I have a sleeping bag at school, the black-haired man grumbled. Oh yeah, school, he had that today too, didn't he? Shota looked at the nearest clock and groaned, raising a hand to the peak of his forehead. He quickly slid it down his paler-than-usual face in irritated exhaustion. Unfortunately, the tiredness refused to get wiped away. Shota had plenty of time until school started. It was only around 5 in the morning after all. But something told the man as he approached the doctor's door that even if he napped in the staff room to recover his energy, this was going to be a long day. Excuse me, what's it like to have All Might as a teacher? How would you describe All Might's teaching style? Is it true that All Might and Midnight are secretly lovers due to All Might's latent masochistic desires? Momo blinked. What? The reporter's expression turned angry. Tell me, did All Might really steal the heart of Mistress Midnight? Momo was sure her expression was rather uncertain, but before she could say anything, the sound of a whip cracking sounded behind the ravenette, causing her to turn, and drawing the attention of the crowd of reporters that surrounded her. There stood Midnight in her hero costume, a bullwhip stretched between her hands, her annoyance clear. She looked at Momo, her expression sweet and deceptively innocent as she smiled. Hurry along to class, sweetie, and tell the others that I'll be along in just a minute after I finish driving it into Mazo here that my relationship status is none of his concern. Halfway through her sentence, Midnight's expression once more took on a rather sadistic twist, the R-rated heroine even going so far as to the black leather whip with her tongue. But Momo decided to ignore that in favor of something else. Mazo? She questioned, glancing at the black-haired man with glasses, whose appearance reminded the ravenette quite a bit of Ida. Mazo ignored Momo completely, his attention focused completely on Midnight. His expression could be considered both love-struck and fearful, and unless Momo was wrong, the man was also quite turned on by the display. Yes, Mazo, a former psychic of mine. Now, if you're done asking questions, I believe I told you to get to class. Yes, sensei, Momo said, giving the heroine a quick bow before walking into the school at a quick pace. Just as she finished walking through the path of heroes, as the brick path up to the school dotted with busts of famous alumni was called, a loud alarm sounded behind her. Whirling back around, Momo watched as sheets of metal rose skyward, closing off the entrance gate and tripling the height of the walls that surrounded the campus perimeter. She stood there, uncertain. What was going on? Was this an attack of some kind? Something else? Her worries were dispelled moments later as a familiar heroine walked up the pathway towards her, rubbing the back of her head as she tilted it to the side to crack it. Opening her eyes, Midnight immediately caught sight of Momo. Oh, you're still here. I was about to head inside, but then I heard the alarm. Momo explained, is everything all right? Yeah, nothing to worry about, Midnight said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Some overeager reporter desperate for a quote tried to enter and accidentally activated the UA barrier. Honestly, it should have deactivated by now. But I wouldn't be surprised if the rat is keeping it up to try and tell the reporters to go scurry along to whatever other story they can find. The UA barrier? Momo asked curiously as the two began walking towards 1A, Midnight walking along with Momo, apparently escorting her to class. Yeah, you could say it's the first line of defense when it comes to security. If anyone tries to enter the premises without a student or staff ID card or a special entry permission ID, the barrier will activate automatically to keep the intruder out. That seems a bit, she trailed off. Excessive. Paranoid. Eccentric. Midnight suggested helpfully. The heroine sighed. All those words suit Nezu to a T, but it works, so I'm not going to complain. Villains have tried to attack hero schools in the past, since anything involving kids is a great way to get attention. And since UA is not only the number one school in the country, but also the alma mater of the number one hero, it's a prime target. If Nezu's paranoia keeps you students safe, then he can put whatever insane safety measures in place that he wants. The two stopped having reached the door to 1A. Thanks for walking me to class, Midnight-sensei, Momo said, bowing respectfully once more before entering the room. Several students were standing and talking to others, but Momo ignored them, making her way to her seat, taking it just as the bell rang to start the school day. Immediately the door opened, but there was no other sound. All the students were sitting in their seats, back straight and silent. However, to all their surprise, it wasn't Aizawa-sensei that entered the room but rather Midnight, who made sure to flash Momo a mischievous smile before striding to the teacher's podium to stand behind it. Hello everyone, the R-rated heroine said with a seductive smile. I hope the reporters outside haven't been too much of a bother to you all. There aren't any plans for you guys to undergo media training for a few months yet, so avoid talking to them if you can. Reporters love nothing more than a good story, and some are known to purposefully phrase their questions in a way to make it seem like you're saying one thing, but means something else. Long story short, avoid speaking to reporters unless you have one of us staff members present, or a pro hero you trust. More than one hero hopeful has found their career cut short because they spoke without thinking or a reporter played around with the quotes they got. Midnight looked around the room to drive the point home, but saw nothing but acceptance. Great, next point of business, today you'll be choosing your class representatives. Excited murmuring broke out amongst the class at the statement. In a normal school, being class representative came with nothing but extra responsibilities. However, at UA, it allowed one to practice leading others, either in exercises or just normal school events. In other words, it was a position almost everyone in the class coveted to some extent, a sign of an up-and-coming standout hero. "Oh hush," Midnight interrupted, slamming a whip down on the podium, immediately silencing the class. Unlike the bullwhip Momo had seen earlier, this whip was smaller and in a flogger style. "I know it's exciting, but don't just shout over one another." Sekijiro normally appoints his representatives and Shota leaves it up to his class to decide. "But I'm here so you'll be going about this democratically instead. Just write the name of whoever you think should be representative on a piece of paper, fold it in half, then pass it to the front of your row. I'll collect and tally them. Whoever gets the most votes will be the class representative, while second place will be the vice." Sensei Ada shouted, raising his hand in the air. "What do we do in the event of a tie?" "Revote," Midnight waved a hand dismissively. "Next, we haven't known each other for that long," the frog-like Tsuyu pointed out, raising a finger to her mouth. "How do we know who to trust?" "Yeah, and what do we do if everyone just votes for themselves?" Kirishima asked. "That's why it's a good idea," Midnight explained. "Whoever's chosen will have earned the trust of all those who voted for them, making that candidate the one most likely suitable for the job." "I guess that makes sense," Kaminari said, putting his hands behind his head. "Great, now if there are no more questions, get to voting. I want to try and get the representatives elected by the time homeroom ends, as I'll need to run the report to Nezu afterwards." The class fell quiet as spare pieces of paper were pulled out and scribbled on. Some wrote a name down immediately, while others paused, clearly putting some thought into their choice. Momo wrote her name down immediately. Being class representative could only help her in her role as a spy, and honestly, out of all her classmates, the Ravenet truly thought she was the one most suitable for the role. The votes were passed forward and Midnight quickly collected them before heading for the board, writing down the name of whoever was voted for and a tally by their name for how many votes they had. It quickly became clear to the students looking on that there were some standout names, and all too soon, the results were ready. Momo Yaoyorozu 5, Itsuka Kendo 4, Shoto Todoroki 2, Mina Ashido 2, Hantasiro 1, Katsuki Bakugo 1, Kyoka Jiro 1, Yuga Ayama 1, Minoru Maita 1, Rikido Sato 1, Tsuyu Asui 1. And with that, your representatives are decided. Yaoyorozu will be the class representative, and Kendo will be her vice. Help them if they need it. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of homeroom rang. "And that's my quid to go turn the results into Nezu," Midnight said, gathering a few papers from the podium. "I'll see you all later in art history. Oh, and before I forget, all of you will have rescue training with 1B away from the central campus tomorrow, so be ready for that." Sensei Momo called out as Midnight's fingers reached for the doorway, causing her to pause. "Do you know why Aizawa isn't here today?" To the class's surprise, Midnight broke out laughing at the question. Turning back towards them, they saw her reach up under her glasses to wipe an actual tear from her eye. "Don't worry about that scruffy old man," she said cheerfully, a mischievous smirk once more making its way to her face. "You could just say he's having something of a family emergency." She held up her hand to forestall any questions. "Don't worry, he's fine, as is his family. You'll find out more tomorrow." At that, the R-rated heroine left, although Momo could have sworn she heard the teacher mutter something about not being able to wait to meet the little unicorn. She tilted her head in confusion. Just what was that supposed to mean? Itadakamasu cries rose up all around the cafeteria as students of various grades and courses dug into their lunch, united by the simple fact that lunch rush's food was nirvanic. "Ah, so good," Ochako Uraraka said, her mouth full of the matcha she was eating. Even with her family's monetary troubles, Lunch Rush's prices were affordable enough that she could eat the school's food every day, and the taste was just a bonus. "Yeah," Kendo agreed from where she sat, across from the matcha-like girl. Most of the class was sitting together, although a few had wandered off to sit by themselves, mainly Bakugo and Todoroki. "Ag, forget the food," Mina exclaimed, standing up and slamming her hands onto the table. "I want to know who voted for who in the election this morning." "Why?" Hiroshima asked as he dug into a bowl of shark fin soup. "Want to know so you can begin playing matchmaker." Mina cried, "You know it's too early in the year for that. We don't know each other well enough, and any romantic tension is going to have to develop. Unless the pink alien trailed off looking around at the others, I don't suppose any of you are in a relationship already?" she asked hopefully, only to be met by a unanimous headshakes, no causing the disappointed girl to sit back down, sinking low in her seat as she crossed her arms in front of her in an obvious pout. "I voted for Todoroki," Hiroshima said with a fanged grin. The way he used his ice yesterday and how he went toe-to-toe with Bakugo with no hesitation was super manly. Well, I guess that tells us who voted for Todoroki, Mina said with a sigh, casting a look at the dual-haired boy who sat by himself, slurping down a bowl of soba. He seems like he'd vote for himself, so that's his 2 votes. Now who voted for me, the pinkette said, her excitement obvious as she looked around wildly. I voted for you, Mina the invisible Toru Hagakure exclaimed, waving her arms about. At least, that's what the others thought she was doing, based on the way her sleeves were waving about. I think you'd have made a great class representative. Thanks, Toru, Mina smiled, before sitting up, her dour mood all but forgotten, despite it having afflicted her only seconds earlier. I voted for myself too, so that's my 2 votes. Now who voted for Momo? Mina Momo cried, a blush on her face. You don't need to ask them that. What if they don't want to answer? It's fine, Mina said, waving her hand dismissively. No one has to answer if they don't want to. But, it's fine, the masked giant, Shoji, spoke up. Even when eating, the man kept his mask on. Instead, he had formed a mouth at the end of one of his arm flaps to eat through. Even weirder, said mouth was still eating, the young man having formed another one to talk through. I voted for you, so that's 1 vote, and if my thinking's right, I believe Kaminari voted for you too, so that's 2 of the 5. What? Momo asked, her confusion obvious. Why? Well, you're smart, the blonde Kaminari said, practically confirming that the young Yaoyorozu heiress had indeed gotten his vote. It's because of your plan that we were the only ones to pass All Might's test yesterday, and you led us well, so I figured why not, he finished with a shrug. The others looked to Shoji, who merely nodded at Kaminari as if to confirm what the blonde had said. That's 2, Mina said, turning to look at Momo, and if you voted for yourself, the Ravenet nodded. That's 3, which means there were 2 others. Said 2 revealed themselves by raising their hands. Ajiro, Kodamina exclaimed, shocked. Yeah, Ajiro confirmed, scratching his chin sheepishly. I didn't really want to be the representative, so I just went with Yaoyorozu because I thought it was the best choice. Same here, Koda agreed, signing with his hands. I'm not good in front of others, but she can lead. So I thought. The rock-headed boy blushed, raising his hands to cover his face as he squirmed in his spot. Okay, that's Yamomo's 5. Now who voted for Kendo? Mina asked, casting her gaze around at the seated students. I voted for myself, Kendo offered. As did I, the bird-headed Takoyami added. Seeing their looks, he explained, like with Shoji and Kaminari, I too found myself astounded by the wisdom held within the head of the one who led me yesterday. I too voted for Kendo. Ida said, his robotic chop showing itself once more. She showed courage and talent in yesterday's exercise, and I merely judged her to be the most suitable candidate. Mina tilted her head in apparent thought as she looked at the dark blue-haired, glasses-wearing 1A resident chopping robot. Does that mean you wanted to be the representative too? Indeed, Ada confirmed, lowering his glass of orange juice after taking a sip from it. However, wanting to lead and being able to do so are more different than people think, and much more difficult. Or at least that's what my brother taught me. Your brother? Momo asked, dabbing at her mouth with her napkin. Yeah, Ada confirmed, a soft smile forming on his lips. He's someone I deeply admire and look up to. In fact, you could say that he's the reason I want to be a pro hero. That's cool, the violet-headed Gyro said as she took a bite of some cooked beef, pausing to chew and swallow before continuing. Sorry, Kendo, she said, looking at the orangette apologetically. I voted for myself, wanted to give the representative gig a try if I won. But trust me when I say you were my second choice. Same here, Kiro. Basui added. I voted for you, Kendo. Uraraka said cheerfully. Thanks, Kendo said, looking between the 3 girls. Sorry, I get why Gyro would have voted for me. We were on the same team yesterday after all. But why did you both vote for me? Oh, that's because of how nice you were after you took our headband. Uraraka explained. So I figured, why not vote for you? Kendo looked towards Asui, who merely raised her chopsticks from her fish to point at Uraraka. She told me what happened, the frog girl said bluntly. Yeah, sorry Kendo, Mina said apologetically. My second vote would have been for Toru. But don't worry, you would have definitely been my third choice. Kendo smiled. Thanks guys, She was cut off by a deafening alarm that rang through the cafeteria, halting all the students in their tracks, many of them glancing around wildly. An alarm, Mina yelled. The sound of slamming metal caused many students to turn towards the lunch counter, watching as metal shutters descended, cutting lunch rush off from the rest of the cafeteria. As students rose and rushed towards the single exit of the room, a groan caught Momo's attention. Momo tuned out the speaker system, instead turning to her side. The Ravenet caught sight of Gyro clutching at her ears and ing in pain. Momo quickly made a set of earmuffs and handed them to the tomboy Violet. Here, she said with a small smile. Gyro looked at her for a moment before grabbing the offered earmuffs and putting them on. Thanks, she muttered, although Momo was able to make out the words, should have voted for you. Forget it, Momo said as students began to rush for the exit en masse. Let's get out of here. Right. The speaker system replayed its message, allowing Momo to finally hear it in its entirety. I repeat, there has been a level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate outdoors quickly and promptly. The 2 girls rushed towards the doors, but quickly found themselves getting swept up in the chaotic flow of the crowd. Just before Momo could be swept away, she felt something wrap around her arm, dragging her back until she was standing next to Gyro. Thanks, don't mention it, consider us even. Gyro turned back to look at the writhing mass of gray UA uniforms. What do we do now? I don't know, Momo admitted, a hand rising to her chin in thought as she glanced out a nearby window. She stilled, catching Gyro's attention, but before she could ask, Momo reached out to clutch her arm. What is it? Gyro asked in concern, before following Momo's gaze to see people swarming the grounds outside. She took a hesitant step back. Are we under attack? No, Momo said, sounding distracted. Look closer. Gyro did and quickly noticed an array of television cameras, microphones, and boom mics charging through the now destroyed UA barrier entrance. The armband wrapped around several individuals' upper arms sold it for her the press. That's right, Momo confirmed, turning back to the mass of students, shoving against one another in their efforts to flee, and nobody else knows except us. What do we do? Gyro asked, raising a hand and sweeping it through her hair. There aren't any teachers around, can we even do anything? Of course we can, Momo said, opening her jacket and the button-up shirt underneath to expose her bare stomach. A flash of black caught Gyro's attention, and she realized that she could see the bottom of Momo's bra. What are you doing? Gyro shouted, a blush on her face as she waved her arms around wildly. Momo turned to her companion, careful to keep her expression blank and clueless, despite the chaos and seriousness of what was going on around them. Gyro's reaction was almost enough to make the Ravenet laugh, or at the very least crack a smile. She didn't though, instead focusing on what she desired to make. A bulge glowing blue and pink appeared on the Ravenet's torso, quickly growing in size before disappearing, leaving in Momo's hands. A megaphone? Gyro asked. And an air horn? Momo added, holding up the second creation that she'd made while Gyro's attention had been focused on the megaphone. What's the plan? Gyro asked. This, Momo repeated, holding the two objects up before pausing. Oh, and you should probably cover your ears. Gyro just had time to obey the girl's instruction before the sound of the air horn echoed through both the lunchroom where the two girls stood and the hallway all the students were struggling to cram into, the noise only magnified by the megaphone Momo held up above her head. The deafening noise silenced everybody, many of the students freezing in place to cover their ears as they groaned in pain, much as Gyro had earlier. Everybody, calm down, Momo shouted, her voice echoing loud, crisp, and clear in the silence. It's just the media, everything is fine, this is UA. Act like the best of the best you are supposed to be, and slowly, calmly make your way back to your classroom to await further instructions from a teacher. The chaos fell away to be replaced by order as the massive groaning, disoriented students slowly made their way back to their classrooms. However, two first-year heroic students stood still, heads downcast and fists clenched at their sides, their thoughts mirroring one another. I couldn't do anything. Bakugo and Todoroki realized with frustration. All my power was useless. I was useless. Their thoughts turned to the voice both of them had recognized, unlike her. Meanwhile, said girl made her way to the door, Gyro following along at her side, while her hands worked to button up her uniform once more. Pausing, her hand on the doorframe of the cafeteria entrance, Momo looked back, although she could no longer see out the windows to check on the press below. I wonder how they got in. The Ravenet wondered, but she shook it off. The questions could wait, she had a role to play. What do you think? Midnight asked as she looked at the remains of what was once the front gate of UA. Nezu was silent, a paw cradling his chin, obviously deep in thought. I can have a replacement installed tonight once the students leave, the construction hero, Powerloader, spoke up. It'll take an hour or so, but we can just use the robots from the entrance exam to guard the entrance in the meantime. I'm sure the chief of police or the commissioner would be more than willing to spare us a cruiser or two to keep an eye on things. And what if the hpsc wants to get involved? Ectoplasm asked, turning to look at his companions. We tell them no. Nezu replied before anyone else could, his voice firm. We thank them politely, but tell them that this was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. And if they insist, we say no more firmly. Nezu said, leaving no room for argument. This was no member of the press. It was a statement, not a question, and both Powerloader and Ectoplasm turned to look at the sole female with them before Nezu spoke up. Agreed. Someone instigated this. But what was their purpose? Did someone sneak in amongst the crowd, or is this a declaration of some kind? A loud exclamation caught Powerloader, Ectoplasm, and Midnights. The three watched as a pair of police officers escorted the last of the press out through the gate under the supervision of a tall, clean-cut man dressed in a tan overcoat and matching hat. As if sensing their gaze, the man turned around and made his way over to the gathered pro-heroes. Detective Tsukachi. Nezu greeted, his eyes not moving from the rubble he was staring at. Nezu, I assume that none of the reporters knows anything. The detective sighed. Unfortunately, yes. All of them say that the gates fell on their own. Although with how tightly bunched together they were, it'd be a miracle if any of them saw anything in the first place. Vultures, Nimiri spat with disgust. Ectoplasm turned to her, obviously unimpressed, says the one who plays up her act in front of those very same vultures whenever they're nearby. Nimiri huffed, crossing her arms under her breasts. That's different. When I do it, it's free advertising. But this, she turned her head to look at the ruins of the gate, this is something else. And more than likely, they won't get in any trouble for it. Sukachi sighed once more. He looked at Nezu. I assume you don't want to press charges. The Ratman Bear thing was silent for a moment before it blinked, turning away from the gate for the first time since he'd first arrived, and give the ones they represent the chance to paint us in a bad light. No, better to give them a warning. Sukachi nodded before turning. Where's Aizawa at? The detective asked curiously. Wouldn't he normally be out here in this kind of situation? Nezu and Midnight glanced at each other, a pair of matching evil smirks rising to their faces that sent shivers up the spines of all the human males currently present. Oh, don't worry, Midnight said, her tone sickening sweet. Aizawa is taking care of a much more important matter. Nezu agreed. Yeah, Midnight said, turning away to head back inside the building. You should be able to meet her soon. Nezu followed the heroine, running after her before crawling up her body to take a seat comfortably on her shoulders, leaving the other three behind to look after them, blinking dumbly. That was ectoplasm began. Terrifying. Powerloader finished. Yeah, Sukachi agreed with a visible shudder. Either way, I suddenly feel very sorry for Eraserhead. The other two could only nod in agreement. Welp, I've got to head back to the station, Sukachi said with a stretch. Even if there were no arrests or charges, this is still going to be quite a report I have to fill out. Before you go, could you station some officers at the gates to keep anyone from coming in? Powerloader asked. I can fix the gate tonight after the students leave, and we can station some of the exam bots at the gate in the meantime, but human support would be greatly appreciated. Ectoplasm finished for the mechanical hero. Okay, I'll see what I can do, Sukachi said with a sigh, pulling out a phone as he began to walk away. The two heroes turned away as well to begin the walk back up to the main school building. However, neither could keep themselves from looking back one more time at the rubble of the gate, questions arising in their minds as both wondered just who had done this, and why. Aizawa entered his apartment within the staff dorms at UA, stopping for a moment to look around, ensuring everything was undisturbed from where he'd left it last night. When the room met his expectations, he stepped aside, allowing his much smaller horned companion to slowly walk in ahead of him. The little girl looked around, her red eyes wide and mouth open in a small O. He closed the door behind her, latching it tight before making his way to the kitchen, where he set the bags, weighing down his arms on the counter that doubled as his table. As he began to put food into the fridge, the light pitter-patter of small feet let him know that his companion had followed him into the kitchen, likely having needed a moment to take her shoes off and leave them on the doorstep next to his. Eri nervously spoke up, clearly unsure about what to say or act like around him. Do you need any help? No, Shota replied, immediately regretting it with a small wince when the word came out harsher than he'd intended. He could tell without looking that Eri had drawn back, and he mentally cursed his sleep-deprived brain for his current lack of patience. I'm sorry, he tried again. I'm tired, and when people are tired, they get cranky. After I finish putting everything away, I'll make you something to eat. Then I'll leave you to explore the apartment or watch television while I take a nap. Is that okay? He looked towards Eri now, and for a moment the girl didn't move, freezing in place just long enough to give him a small timid nod. It was a start, and as he finished putting everything away, Shota stood up, grabbing his last purchase, a box of macaroni and cheese. Making his way to the stove, Shota grabbed a pot, filling it with water before he set it on the stove, turning the appliance on. As he waited for the water to boil under the watchful gaze of Eri, who stood nearby, Shota reflected back to the doctor's words from that morning. Her quirk flared up, Dr. Flevin said, his voice flat. What? The doctor sighed, leaning back to look at Shota through his square glasses. A flare-up. Eri was asleep when, according to the nurse in charge of supervising her overnight, Knis, her horn started to glow. She immediately pressed the emergency help button, but by the time we got there, it had already stopped. Eri was awake, likely having been awoken by the light, and, according to Knis, although she appeared to struggle for a moment, she was apparently able to shut it down. Shota stared at the doctor for a moment, taking in his short, slightly spiky black hair and the similar colored whiskers on the man's chin and upper lip, though both were too short to be called proper facial hair. Why am I here then? He asked when the doctor didn't speak again, clearly wanting Shota to ask the question. Flevin sighed once more, reaching a hand into the pocket of his lab coat. There's 2 reasons. This, he said, pulling out an object and setting it on the table, is the first one. A seed. An apple seed, the doctor agreed with a nod. One that just about an hour ago used to be an apple, a red delicious to be precise. Seeing Shota's look of confusion, Flevins elaborated, Eri loves them, and Knis has made it a habit to bring them in whenever she can. She'd left one on Eri's bedside table for when she awoke, and Eri touched it accidentally when she activated her quirk. Eraserhead guessed. Flevins nodded his silent confirmation. Okay, now it was Shota's turn to sigh. If the seed was the first reason, what's the second reason? Her horn grew, the doctor explained, laying a vanilla folder labeled Eri on the table. We were working under the impression that her quirk was an accumulation type, with her horn serving as a physical manifestation of how much power she had stored up. To put it simply and avoid all the scientific terminology, the bigger the horn, the more power she has. That's still our current hypothesis, but tonight has helped us come to several conclusions. Like, her quirk isn't an erasure type like originally hypothesized, it's a rewind one. Using whatever power she stores up, she is capable of rewinding living organisms, regressing their time. It's a powerful quirk, Shota noted, his furrowed brow the only sign of how deeply he was thinking about all this. Yes, and one that I'll likely underreport when I submit her quirk registration. Flevance agreed. He looked at Shota, and the underground hero was surprised at just how grave the doctor's expression was, although he didn't show it. This is off the record, but many doctors and nurses, especially those in charge of working with quirk registration, underreport just how powerful their patients' quirks are. Why? Shota couldn't help but ask, although he already had several reasons forming in his head. Theories based on whispers and rumors he'd gathered over the years while prowling the darkened alleys of society's underbelly. To protect them, all sorts of organizations have access to quirk registries: the hpsc, the police, higher-ranked pro-heroes, politicians, some support companies, schools, the list goes on. And many of them would love to get their hands on someone with a powerful quirk. Shota guessed. The doctor nodded. Many of us don't think about it when we first start out, but there are cases if you look closely enough. Disappearances, accidents, kidnappings. Some of these kids are from lower income areas, and I assume you've heard of quirk rings. Shota only nodded, his face a blank emotionless mask. They're disgusting, the doctor spat, the new form of slavery, and a hell of a lot more popular. Everyone would love to have access to someone with a powerful quirk, be it for their own personal use or for breeding a new member of the family. He practically snarled the words, his eyes filled with anger and hate, and Shota came to a realization. This is personal to you, isn't it? Flevance froze before collapsing back into his chair with a sigh. Leaning back, the doctor raised his hands to his face as he looked upwards, one hand lifting his glasses while the other rubbed at the bridge of his nose. Yeah, he admitted, his voice much softer, more open, you could say that. Shota was silent. He wasn't going to press the man to share his life story with someone who was essentially a stranger. He was an adult and he could talk if he wanted to. Besides, it wasn't like he was going to be sleeping tonight anyway, so his rush to get home had all but fallen away. He would have to message Nezu, but the rat owed him a day off, and frankly, he didn't care. Nimiri could teach his class for a day. She'd been slated to be their homeroom teacher anyway, until Nezu decided to shove it on him for expelling his entire class last year, even if the majority had been let back in only a week later. He focused back on Dr. Flevance when the man spoke up. My quirk is simple. It allows me to see a 3D image, a model of whatever it is I'm touching within my mind that I can interact with, zooming in and out, rotating it, all that fun jazz. It's especially useful in my line of work, since I can just touch a patient and run a scan to see what's wrong with them. I started working here after I got my doctorate, and it was here I met my ex-wife. She was a nurse, and like mine, her quirk was especially useful when it came to her chosen field. She could break down things in the bodies of those she touched, or increase the speed at which their cells split. Scars, open wounds, infections, anything that was doing more harm to a patient than good, she could heal with a touch. In fact, if I remember right, an ancestor of hers was on the team of doctors that developed the vaccine for cancer, although she didn't get any credit for it, considering they're related. And then something happened to her, Shota guessed, but Flevance only laughed bitterly at the comment. You'd think so, wouldn't you? The man said with a rueful shake of his head. But no, not her, my son. He chuckled darkly. Turns out that didn't just like using her quirk on patients, but on herself as well. When your quirk allows you to break down alcohol, drugs, tobacco, and other harmful substances while they're in your system, you quickly lose your fear of them. He laughed once more. It's a neat party trick, but it doesn't stop them from being addictive though, does it? I would imagine not, Shota agreed after a moment, but Flevance only nodded. She sold our son, the doctor admitted, slouching forward to rest his upper body on the table. Not that Shota could fault the man. Sold him to some gang or another for some drug cash. She hadn't been using our shared account, too scared I'd find out, but her private stash was running low and she was getting desperate. I only found out when I came home from work that night to find her in the living room shooting herself up, only to wait out the high, erase the drugs in her system, and do it all over again. She's gonna be in prison until she's dead, her life's ruined, and I've never seen my son since I kissed him goodbye that morning. For a moment, the doctor, the man, was silent, lost in memories of the past. After a moment he shook his head to clear the memories away. Well, that's my tragic backstory, Flevance said, forcing a strained smile onto his face. But right now, we need to focus on Eri. Yeah, so what's the problem with her having a powerful quirk? Eraserhead asked. The problem isn't that her quirk is powerful, it's the possibilities it opens up, Dr. Flevance explained. The ability to rewind a person's time, regressing them to a previous state of being. He looked at Shota, his expression grave. It's not a lie to say that within her lies the potential key to immortality. Shota stared at the man, unsure of what to say. Imagine it, the doctor tried, a politician, a villain, whoever gets their hand on her, they somehow gets her to do what they want, be it through threats, bodily harm, whatever. Eri uses her quirk on them, but just enough to take the years off, put them back in their prime. It's bad for a while, sure, but the person will get older, right? Only they don't, they stay the same at the peak of their abilities, and not just them, but all their followers too. Shota's mouth slowly fell open in horror as he pictured the scenario. They'd become a symbol, a beacon. Anyone who wants to extend their time, live just a little bit longer, would come to them. He whispered in horror. The doctor nodded. Now you're getting the idea, but it gets worse. Worse, Shota repeated dumbly. How in the gods could it get worse? We don't know yet, but we can't rule out the possibility that Eri can use her power on herself. Shota blinked before the full meaning of the statement hit him. An army of immortal villains that always stayed in the peak of power, their lifespans provided by one who was just as long-lived as they were. He muttered, running a hand through his hair. This was dangerous, apocalyptic even. If word got out, everybody who was anybody would be fighting to get their hands on Eri, a white-haired 6-year-old girl who'd just been through hell. My thoughts exactly. Flevins nodded. Now you get a sense of just how serious this could be. Yeah, Shota nodded, but why me? Again, 2 reasons, the doctor explained, holding up the same number of fingers. Firstly, she trusts you, and I feel like after my years working with people, I've got a pretty decent grasp when it comes to discerning someone's character, my ex-wife not included. As much as you might deny it, you like the girl, and you'll do what you can to protect her. Am I wrong? He asked with a raised eyebrow. No, Shota admitted. The doctor merely nodded, and secondly, you're unfortunately the only person who can help her. Like we said, her horn grew again after her quirk flare. We believe that, when she activates her quirk, she begins to release the energy she's stored up within her, causing her horn to shrink as her reserves are depleted. But in this case, it grew despite her actually using her quirk on the apple. The doctor said, nodding at the seed that remained. So what happened? I think, the doctor said, stressing the second word, that when her quirk flared, Eri released more energy than was used. Some of it went to rewinding the apple, but there was more that was released with no target in mind. That energy then returned to her, which should have just shrunk her horn to slightly shorter than its previous height but larger than it would be if all the power was depleted. However, I instead believe the energy, once powered up and released with no conduit or purpose, gathered more energy before returning. That, or her using the energy powers it up and with no conduit to effect, it merely grew stronger. Either way, her horn grew, which means a flare-up is likely in the not-so-distant future. How big is it? Shota asked. The doctor merely responded by flipping open the file so the hero could see. It wasn't as large as it had been when he first met the small girl, but it was certainly bigger than when he'd last been here. Back then, it had been about the size of his thumb. But now if Shota had to guess, it was about as large as his palm. I'm worried that any future flare-ups might draw attention to her, Flevins explained. She's in a much better place now mentally than she started. All she needed was to know she was safe, some emotional support, and some good old-fashioned kindness. However, to be brutally honest, there's not much more we can do for her. Right now she just needs time to come to terms with everything. And you think that it'd be better for that time to be spent with someone more low-profile who's also uniquely situated to handle any potential quirk flares she might have. Shota guessed. The doctor merely favored the hero with a charming smile. Shota responded with an annoyed growl. He didn't dislike the girl, and as a hero, he was supposed to do what he could to help those in need. Besides, he could see the doctor's point, since what place was safer than the UA? Staff housing, where he'd be surrounded by heroes for protection and he'd have easy access to her. All right, he sighed, lamenting all the nap time now surely lost forever. I'll take her. Great, Flevins said cheerfully. With a small signal, the door to the room opened and the angelic nurse Aizawa remembered from his first visit walked in, a large pile of papers in her arms. I'm sure you remember Canis, Flevins said, gesturing to the petite blonde. But before we can give you custody of Eri, we're gonna need you to fill out some paperwork. Aizawa merely groaned as he leaned forward, slamming his head into the table. A long day indeed. Kaina Tsutsumi, better known as Lady Nagain, made her way through the hpsc headquarters, head held high and face blank. Her presence wasn't exactly new, as she'd been a regular in this building for years, yet people still found time to whisper and point at her. Initially, she thought it was because they knew what she did, knew just whose it was staining her hands. But no, this was just the hero worship that came from seeing a pro-hero up close and personal, even if it was in the workplace. Reaching the president's office, she paused and turned to look at the secretary, who was typing away at a computer. He's in a meeting, but he'll be done in just a few minutes, she said without looking up. Kaina didn't sit down, instead moving to lean against a nearby wall, allowing her to see the entire room, the entrances, the exits, and any routes an attacker may take. Call her paranoid, but at this point her training was so heavily instilled in her that it had become a part of who she was. Just like the secretary said, 4 minutes later, the double doors to the president's office opened, allowing an ash-blonde-haired woman that Kaina recognized as the president's assistant to slip out. For a moment, the two locked eyes, Kaina merely looking at the woman with the cold dead gaze she used when she was on an assignment. The woman merely dipped her head, offering the most minuscule excuse of a courteous nod before leaving. Should really learn her name, Kaina thought before shaking her head and grabbing the handles to the oaken doors, entering the room before the secretary could tell her to. Hello Kaina, Dadorio greeted from behind his desk without looking up. I'll be with you in a moment, why don't you take a seat? He said, gesturing to the 2 chairs that rested opposite him. Kaina didn't respond as she approached, merely standing behind the chairs, her dead eyes and emotionless mask locked onto the man who'd promised that he would make her a great hero that helped others. Instead, he'd made her into a killer. And done, Deidoryo finished with a flourish, making it a show as he hit the enter key on his keyboard before closing the laptop, looking up at Kaina as he set his elbows on the desk. How are you doing today, Kaina? Well, I hope. He fell silent, waiting for an answer, but Kaina didn't respond, merely blinking whenever the need arose. Very well, Deidoryu said after a moment of silence, Kaina's lack of a response not troubling him in the least. The president's smile faded, falling away to be replaced by a serious demeanor. I have an assignment for you. Kaina blinked as her shoulders dropped microscopically, although the movement was far too small for the man to notice. She'd known to expect it, braced for it, but yet every time Deidoryo spoke those words, Kaina swore she felt a piece of her soul die inside. Who? She asked, the first word she'd spoken since her arrival. The one word encompassing so much more than it led on. Who had caught the commission's eye? What had they done, or what were they planning to do? Who or whom would find themselves in the crosshairs of her scope? Who would she have to kill to keep this so valuable piece, the status quo, in place? Deidoryo blinked, and to Kaina's surprise, there was a look of confusion in his eyes, one quickly replaced by understanding, slight amusement, before falling back behind the mask both of them were wearing. I believe there might be a slight misunderstanding, Deidoryo said. You were not called here to neutralize a threat. Rather, you were summoned because there is a group I need you to investigate. Opening a drawer in his desk, Deidoryo pulled out a vanilla folder, pushing it forward for Kaina to see. Stepping forward, Kaina grabbed the folder, lifting it up to get a closer look. Emblazoned on the front, in the very center, was a symbol of an 8-petaled flower, underneath of which was a name, the Shai Hasekai. Kaina asked, looking up. Deidoryo merely gestured at the folder and Kaina obediently opened it, beginning to skim through the materials inside while listening as the president began to explain. A remnant of the Yakuza that managed to SC by after quirks manifested, due more in part to their members' loyalty to the head of the organization than anything else. But recently, the boss, as they call him, entered a comatose state, and his adopted son Kaichisaki rose to take his place. It says here that the Shai Hasekai are considered eradicated. Kaina interrupted, looking up, her confusion apparent. And that Sir Night-Eye was beginning an investigation into them just before that. Why are you asking me to investigate a group that no longer exists? Normally I'm assigned to different tasks. Deidoryo nodded. True, but this incident is one that the commission has taken a special interest in. You were in Jakku when the earthquake hit earlier this year, weren't you? Kaina nodded. Well, that was no earthquake. Rather, it was an attack by an as of yet unknown group on the Shai Hasekai's base of operations. The heroes of the city were distracted due to explosives rigged to go off at the same time the attack began. Thankfully, the attackers only targeted abandoned and deserted locations, with the exception of an electrical plant that the Shai Hasekai were later revealed to have been piggybacking off of, along with the tour bus agency. 4 buses from that same agency were later found in front of the Shai Hasekai underground headquarters, likely stolen earlier that day, and used to transport foot soldiers to the location. Any suspects? Only one, but he seems to be more hired muscle than anything else. We don't have anything on their leadership, nor do we know their motives or reasoning. While as serious as that may sound, it still doesn't explain why you want me to investigate. Deidoryu folded his hands in front of his face, looking over them to peer at Kaina. When we investigated the remnants of the Shai Hasekai base, we found signs of human experimentation. Kaina paused, but when she spoke again, her voice was sharp. As serious as that is, investigations are still not my area of expertise. She turned to walk away. If you have a job that does require my unique skill set, you know how to reach me. And next time, she turned to look back. Don't waste my time. The only sound in the room was her footsteps on the hardwood as she walked towards the exit. There was also a lab table, you know. Kaina paused, her hand outstretched towards the door handle. On it we found human cells and... However, what was interesting was that when we checked to see if there were any matches in the system, it came back negative, as if whoever was being experimented on didn't exist. Slowly, Kaina turned around to find Daintorio not even looking at her, instead skimming through the file she tossed down on his desk moments ago. Or at least, there weren't any matches until someone new was entered into our system. A young 6-year-old girl. He lowered the file as his eyes turned locking with her own, by the name of Iri. Deidoryo closed the folder, putting it down on his desk as he shifted to face her. Sit. It was an order, not a suggestion, and Kaina obeyed, walking back to finally take a seat across from the hpsc president. Tell me about her. I don't know a lot. Kaina lied through her teeth, careful to keep her face from betraying her. I only encountered her when Eraserhead and I found her wandering through a park. She seemed lost, and after we observed bandage wrappings around her arms that she was unable to explain, we decided it was best to bring her to a nearby hospital. My only encounter with her since then was during a scheduled hospital visit. And her quirk. From what I know, a normal mutation, a small horn on her head that grows and shrinks outside of her control. It can also glow, likely due to whatever energy it uses to fuel its size change. Why do you ask? The Shai Hasekai's temporary boss, young Kaichisaki, his quirk is Overhaul. The ability to both dismantle and restore, a quirk that can destroy or heal its target at his discretion, and we already know who the cells and belong to. He trailed off. You think he was using his quirk on Eri? Midoriya looked at her flatly. There's no proof, it's all circumstantial. And it's also not enough to warrant my particular talents, yet here we are. There's more to it, isn't there? For a moment, Midoriya was silent, studying Kaina as he looked at her. They were researching something, attempting to develop a weapon that would use Ares as a catalyst. What? He paused for only a second. Quirk erasing bullets. Kaina's breath caught in her throat as Midoriya leaned forward, smiling darkly, something that they would have no reason to do if her quirk simply changed the size of her horn. He shook his head, continuing before Kaina could protest. Do you seriously think we don't keep an eye on our operatives? I know you go to see her during your scheduled hospital visits, and with everything else. He sat back, the same dark smile across his face. That was more than enough reason to assign an agent to keep an eye on her. Who? Now, that'd be telling, the president chided. And after you just lied to my face, do you really think I'd tell you so you can make her disappear? He leaned forward menacingly. Our agent saw her quirk just this morning. Rewind. Such a powerful quirk and great for heroics. He grinned. Especially an hpsc-sponsored one. Kaina was up in an instant. Her right hand rose to her shoulder as she activated her quirk, the barrel of her gun sliding out of her elbow only to hang at her side angled downwards. After all, what was she supposed to do? Aim it at Midoriya, the operative who'd reported to him. The hpsc. You won't touch her, she growled instead. But Midoriya didn't balk, instead staring her down. A means to destroy quirks isn't a bad alternative either, the president mused. Our scientists are playing around with the research right now, but you know they'd be chomping at the bit to get their hands on Eri herself. Strap her to a lab table for the rest of her life so they never have to worry about anything happening to her. Then just take whatever they need at their leisure. This time, Kaina didn't hesitate, her rifle flashing up so the end rested just a few inches from Midoriya's forehead. Her voice was firm. I said you won't touch her, she growled. Now there's no need for that, Midoriya said, spreading his empty hands to emphasize he was unarmed. But Kaina's rifle didn't move. The man sighed. If we wanted her in our hands, she'd be in them already. In fact, call Eraserhead. Just this morning Eri was transferred directly into his care. Kaina stood uncertainly before slowly lowering her rifle to her side, deactivating her quirk. Her rifle slid back into her arm, leaving the limb to dangle beside her. She ignored the feeling of uselessness that filled her, focusing instead on her anger. What do you want? She growled. At the moment, nothing, Midoriya admitted. I'm the only one who knows about her, besides the agent that supervised her in the hospital. The scientists are happy right now with the research and samples we gave them, and Keigo's the primary focus of those working to increase our sway over heroes. We don't have time to deal with Eri for the moment. So as long as you keep doing your job, Eri gets to go about living a normal life with the condition that she might need to give a sample or do a test every now and then if the scientists start running low or need some data. His eyes darkened. Misbehave though, and Eri will find herself a resident of the nearest hpsc-backed orphanage. After all, for as useful as you have been in the past, you are not irreplaceable. We have other agents that can do what you do, and I doubt they would hesitate to remove a simple underground hero like Eraserhead. Do we have an understanding? Yes, kinda bit out. Do you want me to actually investigate the Shy Hasekai's disappearance, or was that just to get me in here so we could talk? Oh, I do want you to look into them, Midoriya said shamelessly. Anybody that can organize the eradication of someone of their status is someone we need to take an interest in, especially if they're a new player. And Chisaki? Kaina asked. Midoriya paused. I see the remark about his quirk and what he might have used it to do didn't escape your notice. We don't have any particular need for him, so if you do find the man, feel free to give him some of your personal hospitality. Now go be a good, loyal dog and fetch. He actually made a shooing motion with his hands, a clear dismissal. Kaina clenched her teeth so hard it physically hurt, but she turned and walked out of the office, making sure that the doors slammed behind her as she exited. She had a Yakuza organization to investigate, and she'd have to look into the people who'd surrounded her at the hospital to try and figure out who the agent was. Thankfully, Midoriya had given her a clue, although whether he'd done so purposefully, rendering the tip useless, or had done so unintentionally was still up for debate. Still, Kaina mused thoughtfully. It was as good a place to start as any. BRE Inc. The moment the morning bell signaling the start of the school day rang out through the deserted halls of UA, Shota Aizawa opened the door to Class 1A and stepped inside. Making his way to the podium at the front of the room, the teacher turned to look towards his class, taking note with tired eyes the way each student sat silent and upright at attention in their seats. Good, the man mumbled. It looks like you're all learning not to waste time. He turned his gaze to two particular students, Yaoyorozu, Kendo. Either Ravenet and Oranget responded respectively, straightening themselves in their seats. Midnight told me that you two are the class representatives. Shota paused, letting the tension build in the ensuing silence. Normally he couldn't care less who the class representatives were, letting his students choose for themselves, unlike Kan who appointed his classes. However, Shota was normally there when the representatives were chosen, allowing him to either quietly dissuade the students from picking the worst candidates or outright deny them, all the while subtly guiding them towards his personal choices for the positions. As class representatives, the others would naturally turn towards the two girls, expecting them to take the lead. If they couldn't bear that weight, it would be better for him, and the rest of Class 1A, to replace them now with someone who could, rather than invite potential disaster when they encountered a situation they wouldn't be able to handle. Looking the two teens over though, Shota had to grudgingly admit that the class couldn't have chosen much better. Both girls had already proven their strength, coming in the top 5 of his quirk assessment test, but more importantly than that, both had proven they had what it took to lead, taking command of their respective teams in All Might's heroics lesson. As such, he merely nodded at the girls, giving them his silent approval, the unspoken message something the girls understood, if the way they relaxed slightly at the simple gesture meant anything. Oh, and Yaoyorozu, he added, causing the girl to straighten up once more. I heard from the other teachers what happened yesterday during lunch. Good job. He looked down at the papers he'd brought in with him, but he could still make out the smile in the girl's voice as she replied, Thank you, sensei. Aizawa merely grunted before looking up once more, his face sporting the demented smile the students had already come to fear. Great, now that the niceties are out of the way, let's talk about your performances in All Might's heroics class. The majority of the class gulped, sinking down slightly in their seats in a failed attempt to appear smaller. Starting off with the only team to actually pass, Yaoyorozu. Well done realizing the true objective of the exercise and organizing your team. Don't think All Might and I didn't notice how you positioned them in a way to maximize use of their abilities. Not only that, you had several layers of security ready to fall back on in the event you were discovered. Just make sure you don't overthink things. Overcomplicating a simple task can very easily end up causing more harm in the end than good. As for you three, Aizawa said, turning his attention to Kaminari, Shoji, and Aoyama, though you guys didn't see any action, that doesn't mean your roles were any less critical. If you were discovered, or exposed yourselves through carelessness, this exercise could have ended very differently. Seeing the boys' expressions, which had formerly possessed the slightest bit of disappointment morph to ones of determination, Aizawa turned his attention to the next group in line. Kendo, your initial strategy of ambushing the other team's presidents was sound, even if you had the wrong objective. In the future though, remember that sometimes it's better to simply complete the assigned task, rather than try to go above and beyond. Ida, Takoyami, and Jiro, all three of you performed your roles in Kendo's plan adequately. While there was room for improvement, it was all minor things that we will cover in time, so, as you are right now, I have no complaints about your performance. All 4 students relaxed, although Kendo couldn't help but feel that Aizawa wasn't done with her yet. Next, Asui, Sato. Sensei, the Sugar Man and Frog Girl replied, the latter of the two with an added Kiro. You two did well. Even though you were defeated, you succeeded in distracting Bakugo and giving your teammates a chance to escape. Your objective was to protect your president, and you two did exactly that by buying your Araka and Ashido time to vacate the area. As for you girls, Aizawa continued, turning towards the class resident alien and Machai girl, always make sure to be aware of your surroundings. Just because you escaped one enemy doesn't mean there aren't more in waiting ready to take advantage of a moment of weakness when you relax your guard. Seeing the 4 students nod in understanding, renewed determination on their face, Aizawa continued onwards. Kirishima, Shiro, Koda, Hagakure, Mainta, and Ajiro, you all performed adequately as well. However, just because an opponent is powerful, doesn't mean you shouldn't be prepared to confront them. Simply leaving them to the member of your team with the strongest quirk to deal with is not only a bad plan, but a bad mindset. None of you were prepared for the possibility that whomever was on your team, be it Bakugo or Todoroki, might lose, meaning none of you would have been prepared if the two's confrontation had been allowed to reach a conclusion. Aizawa's gaze sharpened, his eyes turning red as his hair began to rise along with his capture scarf as the hero turned to look at the sole 2 students he hadn't mentioned yet. As for you two, Bakugo and Todoroki didn't seem to care about being called out, the two sporting similar looks of disinterest, although Todoroki's came in the form of a blank face, while Bakugo's was more a bored mask of indifference. No communication with your teammates. Disregard for any damage you might cause to your surroundings. No care for others who might be caught up in your attacks. And you, Kendo, Aizawa said, turning to the Orangeette, who stiffened under his crimson glare, almost joined them. The girl gulped nervously as the teacher continued. Fighting each other in the exercise was fine, expected even. But when a teacher gives an order, it will be obeyed. I clear. His voice brokered no room for argument, and the 3 teens quickly agreed. Aye, sensei. Good, the teacher said frostily as his eyes turned black once more and his hair fell around his head. Take this as your warning. And let me make it clear that I don't care how powerful your quirk is or who your parents are. I will expel you from this school if you give me a suitable reason. The threat was real and every student in the room knew instinctively that their teacher would follow through on it if given just cause, a thought that had many of them rethinking the similar threat he'd given them on the first day of school, right before the quirk assessment test. The ringing of the bell shook them all from their thoughts, and looking up they found Aizawa already halfway out the door. "Behave," he said simply, before stepping out, sliding the door shut behind him. Entering the teacher's lounge, Shota made his way to his desk, collapsing into the chair with a groan. After sitting there for a minute, the tired teacher opened the mini-fridge under his desk, grabbing a juice box, before zipping up his yellow sleeping bag that seemed to just appear around him. Right as he began to relax though, a familiar woman's voice pierced his comfortable bubble. "Rough morning." Turning, Shota cast a flat look at Nimiri, who stood there with a smile on her face. "Are you drinking one of my juice boxes?" Shota asked, focusing his attention on the small box in the woman's hand. Nimiri's response was to lift the drink to her face and take a long sip through the straw. "It's not my fault you don't lock them up." Nimiri shrugged, crumpling the juice box up and tossing it into a nearby trash can. "I do lock them up," Shota said, his eyebrow twitching. "Correction, you place a padlock on the front of your fridge. That might keep Hisashi out, but he's an idiot. Do you honestly think I haven't picked a lock before?" the R-rated heroine asked, pulling a hairpin from her purple mane that she began to play with. "Besides," she smiled, Eri was thirsty. Turning his head to the side, Shota turned his gaze to the white-haired girl he'd set up in the corner of the room with a coloring book and some crayons. Just as Midnight claimed, visible on the table the girl was kneeling at was one of his juice boxes, which, as he watched, Eri reached out to take a sip from. Following Dr. Flevence's advice, Shota kept Eri as close to him as he could, handing her off to the other teachers as needed. Fortunately, the staff had fallen in love with the girl at first sight, and he'd had no shortage of volunteers offering to babysit, although he'd vetoed Hisashi for being too loud, along with both Ectoplasm and Hound Dog for being too intimidating. Looking around, Shota noticed how every now and then, the other teachers in the room would cast a quick glance at the girl, many of them not even seeming to notice as they did it, as if checking to just make sure that she was still there. Last night, after putting Eri to bed, Shota had emailed Nezu, informing him of what had happened. The principal had been more than happy to let Eri into the school, and even sent out a staff email about her so the others had known what to expect, making it clear that no one was to approach the girl or pressure her, and to speak to Shota before they approached her. When Shota had walked in this morning, a yawning, half-asleep Eri clutching onto one of his hands in an effort to stay upright, Nimiri had taken one look before demanding to be introduced. Shota had agreed, as he'd already intended to leave Nimiri in charge during his brief moments of absence. For as much as she played up the seductive heroine, Nimiri was surprisingly great with kids. "Speaking of, you should probably see this," Nimiri said quietly, shaking Shota from his thoughts. The heroine reached into a hidden pocket on her skin-tight costume to pull out a piece of paper that she quickly unfolded. The paper was obviously done by Eri, and from what Aizawa could tell, displayed a green-haired figure in a black outfit confronting a person with brown hair and a beak on their face, all the while a little white-haired girl with a horn on her head stood off to the side. "What is this?" Shota asked, after casting a quick glance at the artist in question, before turning back to his friend. "It's her hero. Earlier when I gave her the juice box, Eri asked me what you were doing, and I said that you were teaching a class. She asked what you were teaching them, and I told her that the kids were learning and training to become heroes like us." Nimiri's eyes furrowed back to the paper. "A little while later, I came over to see how she was doing and I saw this. I asked what it was, and she called the green-haired one." Nimiri pointed at the corresponding figure, her hero. "Said he's the one who saved her." She turned to Shota. "Do you know any heroes with green hair and a black suit?" "Not off the top of my head," Shota said quietly, his eyes locked onto the figure in the drawing. "Neither do I, and I can't think of any vigilantes either. Should I reach out or?" "No, I'll reach out to Nagain, see if she knows anything. She's the one in charge." Of Shota cut himself off. "I'll let her know." Nimiri only nodded. "Okay, I assume you're going to the USJ today then." Shota grunted. "Yeah, it'll be Sekijiro, Anin, Yagi, and I will introduce the two classes, go over the basics, split them up, run through some basic scenarios and call it a day." "Doesn't sound too bad," Nimiri said thoughtfully. She looked at Eri once more, "And don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her." "Thanks." Nimiri dismissed Shota with a wave of her hand. "Don't worry about it, she's an angel. I'd be more than willing to take care of her even if you didn't need the help. Either way, if her quirk starts acting up, or she complains about her horn hurting, get word to me immediately." "I know." Nimiri's gaze turned thoughtful. "Still, Rewind she'd make one hell of a hero. Or a villain." Nimiri glared at Shota. "Hey, you're her dad. Stop being so pessimistic about her." Shota started quickly dissolving into a coughing heap as his juice went down the wrong pipe. "What?" Nimiri grinned. "Oh come on, Shota, is that any way to talk to Auntie Nem?" "Auntie Nem," a soft voice called out softly. The two heroes turned to find Eri next to them, looking concerned. "Is Mr. Aizawa all right?" "Of course he is, sweetie," Nimiri cooed as she started to fuss over the girl. "He just learned something surprising and wasn't prepared for it is all." "Okay," Eri said demurely, nodding her head like she understood, even though the confusion in her red eyes made it clear she obviously didn't. "Hey Eri, why don't you draw a picture of Shota here and then bring it to us, so we can see it?" Eri's face lit up and the girl turned quickly, making her way back to her little table where she grabbed a new piece of paper that she began to draw on, turning back every now and then to look at Shota for reference. Shota flashed his senior a tired look. Please, he begged, don't corrupt her. Nimuri's reply was an innocent smile that had Shota slamming his head into his desk with a groan as he closed his eyes. Maybe if sleep took him, he could escape this nightmare. Mina grinned as she skipped up the steps of the school bus that would be taking her and her classmates to wherever it was they were going for today's heroics lesson. Aizawa was already on board, sitting in the driver's seat, and though it was probably her imagination, Mina thought the man looked even more exhausted than he normally did. The pink-headed alien spotted a floating pair of gloves and quickly slid into the seat beside them, taking her place beside the invisible girl, who was quickly becoming her best friend. Toru, she squealed happily, wrapping the see-through girl in a hug. What are you doing? Toru giggled before one of her gloves moved to point out the window. Look. Mina leaned across her classmate to do as instructed, and craning her neck, was able to get a glimpse of Yamomo standing beside the bus doors. Mina had a vague memory of the class president counting her as she got on the bus, but that was in the past. Her attention right now was focused on what Toru'd been looking at. Ida standing next to the class president, his hands robotically chopping at the air. Mina blinked, is he lecturing her? Toru giggled again. Yep, she hummed cheerfully. What do you think he's saying? Mina looked at the two for another moment before shrugging. No idea, but I think Yamomo's starting to get annoyed with him. Toru took another look for herself. She does, doesn't she? Before the two could say anything else, Aizawa ordered the two onto the bus. Yaorazu and Ada both obeyed, and although the latter seemed to want to continue his one-sided discussion, it was clear he was unwilling to do so if it meant going against a teacher. As soon as they were seated with the other students, Aizawa closed the doors and the drive began to wherever they were going. The bus quickly filled with chatter as the students devolved into conversations amongst themselves, some getting to know one another better while others discussing their lives or quirks. Toru and Mina eventually fell into discussing one another's hero costumes, with the intention to discuss the others if they had time, Mina even hinting at a possible class ranking in the future, something Toru seemed rather excited about. So your costume helps with your quirk? Toru asked, seemingly confused at what the pinkette had just said. Yeah, Mina replied, a smile on her face as she showcased the skin-tight purple and turquoise camouflage bodysuit she was wearing over, which rested an unbuttoned cropped, tan-colored waistcoat with white fur along its collar. Both the bodysuit and jacket are acid-resistant, meaning I don't need to worry about accidentally melting them with my quirk, as long as the corrosion isn't too strong. Is that a common issue? Mina laughed. It was when I first developed my quirk. Imagine being a kindergarten teacher with a student that just kept melting through whatever she was wearing. I honestly think I'm the reason Orhenius-sensei finally decided to retire. Toru giggled. You must have been quite the little demon. Mina chuckled too. You have no idea. I mean, I already have the horns and eyes. Now my turn for a question. Toru wiggled, sitting up in anticipation, as Mina folded her hands in front of her face prayer style before lowering them to point at the see-through girl. Are you an exhibitionist? Toru sputtered, her hands waving madly back and forth in front of her while Mina made sure to keep her expression serious, although she wished she could see just how red the girl's face had gotten. What, Mina, why would you ask me something like that? Well, we were talking about our costumes, Mina said, tilting her head side to side in a you-know manner, and your costume consists of, well, a pair of gloves. She looked down, oh, and shoes. Yeah, but that doesn't make me a pervert. A few students looked over and Toru shrank down in the seat in embarrassment as Mina snorted, clearly not deriving any amusement from the situation at all, as she imagined just how red her friend was. I know you can't see my eyes, Toru said, her voice much quieter, but I am glaring at you so hard right now. Mina broke down laughing, something Toru didn't seem to appreciate, if the audible huff and the way she seemed to cross her arms was anything to go by. It took Mina a minute to recover, but when she did she patted her friend's head soothingly. Now, don't be mad, you still haven't answered my question. It's a stupid question. That's not an answer, Mina pointed out. Okay then. No, I'm not an exhibitionist. Mina didn't need to see Toru to sense the eye roll that was sent in her direction. I actually have clothes on right now. Besides your gloves and shoes. Yes, Toru exclaimed once more, only to shrink down once again as more looks were shot towards the girls. You're the worst, she mumbled. Mina grinned unashamed. Yeah, but you love me. She had her head to the side, yellow irises on midnight black orbs flashing with curiosity. Now tell me what you mean by clothing. Okay, Toru huffed. It's not a big thing, but some heroes have quirks that can make a costume difficult. You just mentioned you used to literally dissolve anything you wore. In my case, what's the point of being invisible if a criminal can see my costume, even if they can't see me? Mina nodded in understanding. Yeah, I can kind of see the problem. I know, so anyway, apparently for those whose quirk might make a costume a liability, there's a specialized support company UA. Contracts out to that will make a costume for that particular student. Apparently there's a third year who. What are you doing? You're right, there is a costume here, Mina exclaimed excitedly as she pinched seemingly thin air. It's really light and thin. Do you have enough protection? It has standard resistances, Toru said sheepishly. I had them go light on the armor, since I plan to be more agile and stealthy than anything else. Cool, so what's it made of? Mina asked, poking and prodding at the clear costume. I might need to see if they can do my costume. Acid immunity beats acid resistant, right? Mina's finger froze. What? My costume is made of me, Toru repeated, or rather part of it is made from parts of me. It was clear the girl was enjoying getting some payback for Mina's exhibitionist comments. Toru hummed thoughtfully, a gloved finger poking at what Mina presumed to be her chin. What was it they used again? Some hair, a little bit of, and, oh yeah, my fingernail and toenail clippings. Yua, Mina cried, scooting back so fast, she almost lost her balance and fell backwards into the aisle of the bus, and the people in the seat across from them. Thankfully, Toru's gloves reached out and grabbed around Mina's outstretched arms, allowing the invisible girl to reel the alien back into the seat. You're heavy, Toru complained. Hey, Mina cried out offended. I'm not fat. I never said you were, just heavy. That's the same thing. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Is not. Is too. Is not. Is too. Quiet in the back, Aizawa ordered from the driver's seat, his eyes firm as they flashed red in the rearview mirror. The two girls sat up straight and stiff, as silent as mice. A few students near them laughed, but the majority quieted as well, fearful of annoying the irritated teacher. In the sudden silence, Mina turned her attention to other conversations going on nearby, a particular one going on in the middle of the bus catching her attention. Kendo, I tend to say what's on my mind, and your quirk is weird, Kiro. The orangeette blinked at the frog-like girl sitting next to her. In what way, Isui? Call me Tsu, Kiro. I mean, I understand your hand's getting bigger, but... Oh, you mean the orange vein thing's right. Mina cut in, leaning over the seat in front of her as she waved her hand to get the girl's attention. Tsuyu turned to look at the alien, blinking once before turning back to Kendo. Yeah, what she said flatly, pointing a thumb at the pincat. Oh, that, Kendo said, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. It's something new I recently discovered about my quirk. Apparently the vein things are a physical manifestation of the energy that I use to grow and shrink my hands. I can use it to increase my strength, but only my hands can handle the stress it puts on my body. Is that why they get so red, like you have a sunburn? Uraraka asked, clearly having been listening as well. Yeah, if I don't concentrate, I might accidentally let the power flow to my other limbs, Kendo explained, and since they aren't strong enough to handle the power, they'll break. For a moment, everyone was silent, contemplating what they'd just been told. I actually did that during the entrance exam, Kendo said, clearly attempting to lighten the mood. Someone was trapped with the zero-pointer approaching, and I acted without thinking. Ah, so you were the mistress of destruction that dealt with the metal titan. The bird-headed Takoyami nodded in understanding from where he sat wrapped in a black cloak. Wait, Mina said, holding her arms up in an X position. Hold on a moment. You fought the zero-pointer. Indeed, Takoyami confirmed before Kendo could answer. She flew through the air and with a single punch, laid low the behemoth of metal. It's not that impressive, Kendo said, her face slightly red. Don't play it down, Karo, Tsuyu advised. But it's not, Kendo insisted. No one's mentioned how I broke my arm and legs. Because of your power. Uraraka asked. Kendo only nodded. I couldn't even get down on my own. At the height I was falling from, an injury was a certainty, death a possibility. Foolish, a cold, emotionless voice critiqued. What? Kendo asked, turning with the others to look towards the front of the bus, where they found Aizawa looking at them in the rearview mirror. Your action was foolish, Aizawa repeated, his eyes flashing to hers in the mirror before looking forward once more. A hero who becomes incapacitated after saving one person has saved no one. The number of people who need saving stays the same. The only difference is that you're now amongst their number. But what about the robots? Yaoyorozu asked, with a raise of her hand like they were back in the classroom. I was accepted through recommendation, so I didn't have to take the exam. Are the robots dangerous? The Ravenet asked, ing her head to the side in curiosity. The robots are designed by Powerloader and the support staff, Aizawa explained with a tired sigh. Nezu double-checks both the programming and the robots themselves before they're deployed. And a technician from the hpsc triple-checks the code to make sure everything's in working order. The robots will endanger the students and can injure them, but they can't cause mortal wounds or kill. In case something does go wrong, since that is always a possibility, there's a lesser hero that oversees each testing area, and the teachers are in a central location ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. What about Rebel? Built-in programming lets the robots project how to cause maximum chaos and destruction with minimal chance of endangerment. Nezu uses his quirk to oversee all the arenas, and our own surveillance system does the same. It might not seem like it, but we have complete control of the exam from start to finish. The students were silent, many of them remembering back to their own exam. It only lasted a minute, but that was enough time for the bus to come to a stop. All right, everybody off, Aizawa ordered. We're here. The class funneled off the bus and found themselves outside a large domed building that reminded Mina quite a bit of some sports arenas she'd seen, although this one was more circular than oval-like. Aizawa led the class to the entrance of the building, and once they entered, the students couldn't help but freeze in awe at the sight before them. They stood at the top of a set of stairs that led downwards to a centralized plaza. Surrounding the plaza, spaced evenly on all sides, were 6 areas clearly meant to be separate from one another. The first and third areas to the right of where the students stood were covered by large domes that prevented the students from seeing inside. But the remaining 4 areas were still more than enough to leave the majority of the class speechless. One area was composed of an artificial lake, complete with a boat marina, a beach, and a large waterfall coming from an open pipe that seemed to be able to double as a water slide. Another was a desolate ruined city crumbling from age and unseen disasters. A third was a mountainous region, while the fourth had fallen buildings sticking out from dirt, mud, and rock. What is this place? Mina heard Toru mumble, the pinkette only able to nod her head in agreement. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, otherwise known as the USJ for short. Turning, the class found themselves looking at an approaching figure in a white puffy jacket, pants, and gloves with yellow boots. The figure's head was covered by a dome helmet made of seeming black glass with white eyes. Said helmet seemed to be connected to the jacket through a metal collar of sorts. Altogether, Mina thought it made the person appear to look like a large marshmallow with an astronaut helmet, an observation that made Mina suddenly peckish for the sugary treats. It's the space hero, 13, a female voice squealed in obvious delight. Looking to her side, Mina caught sight of Uraraka practically vibrating in place from excitement, her face sporting a wide smile. She's one of my favorite heroes. The hero chuckled, it seems I need no introduction. Anyway, as Uraraka said, everyone ignored the brunette's squeal of delight at being recognized by name. My hero name is 13. I'm primarily a rescue hero, and this, she gestured behind her, is the USJ, the culmination of all my experiences in a physical form. Over the next 3 years, it is here that you will learn how to rescue others from all manner of situations, be it a natural disaster or the aftermath of a villain attack. But before we begin, I have something I want to say. She paused, and although her face was hidden, every student got the feeling she was looking at them. My quirk is called Black Hole. It lets me suck in and tear apart anything, reducing it to dust. It's useful for clearing debris in rescue scenarios, but, she paused, it can also easily kill someone. Once more, the students found themselves subjected to the hero's eyeless gaze. I'm sure there are several among you with similar quirks. In Eraserhead's physical assessment test, you learn to push your quirks to the limit. In All Might's Heroics class, you learn that a hero's purpose first and foremost is to help others, not fight. It'll be my job to drive that lesson home. From me, you'll learn not to fight, but how to use your quirks to save lives. Make no mistake, you'll learn how to fight here at UA. But as All Might told you all at the end of the day, the purpose of a hero is to help others, not harm them. She finished with a bow as the class began to applaud. That's all, thank you for your time. A barking laugh rang over the clapping which Mina realized was louder than it should be. Turning around, along with everyone else, Mina and the others froze at the sight of the crowd that stood behind them. A crowd which was led by a white-haired man with prominent canines that Aizawa seemed to recognize Vlad. The dark-haired man greeted with a sigh. When did you get here? Vlad merely laughed when 13 was explaining what exactly it was our students will be learning here. The spacesuited hero sighed. Well, that at least keeps me from having to repeat myself. Now, she clapped her hands together. Let's split you up into teams so we can begin. A brunette from 1B with a costume resembling a white polka-dotted red mushroom, complete with a mushroom cap-shaped hat, raised her hand rather tentatively. What exactly are we going to be doing exactly? We're going to split you all up into groups of 4, 2 from each class, and then do a simple rescue situation in the ruins zone. Aizawa answered roughly as he fixed the girl with a flat, dead look. Anything else? No, the mushroom girl leaped before ducking behind one of her classmates to hide behind them. Good, Aizawa said as he broke out his creepy smile, raising one hand to rub it through his black, oily mane. Then let's begin. Ashido-san, may I ask you something? Turning, Mina looked at her teammate from where she lay on the ground, a piece of rubble resting on her right leg attesting to its current broken status. I mean, you kind of already did, but sure, go ahead. Ada blinked, his brows furrowing in confusion for a moment before he seemed to realize how he'd phrased what he said. My apologies, he said, bowing to Mina from where he knelt beside her, playing the role of a panicked civilian unsure of how to help. But that was not the question I meant to ask. Mina merely sighed. She might have only known the boy for 3 days and barely spoken to him at that. But it was already clear to the alien that Ada was going to fill the role of teacher's pet. Attentive, obedient, in other words, the complete opposite of her. Mina focused back on Ada as the teen asked his question. Do you think I would have been a good class president? Mina blinked. It was easy enough to determine that Ada had wanted to be class president. Everyone had. But thinking back to the conversation they'd all had yesterday during lunch, it was clear that Ada had set aside his own ambitions based simply on his brother's advice. I'm sorry, but no, Mina said, watching as Ada's shoulders fell in response. Why? Ada asked, his voice softer. Mina took a deep breath. She didn't like to hurt other people's feelings, but remembering what the teachers had said, it was clear that she couldn't always play nice with others. Sometimes to help them grow, she would have to hurt them. You're too serious and strict, she began. I don't know what you were talking about with Yamomo when we were getting on the bus, but it was clear that you were trying to tell her what to do. I was merely trying to suggest to her that we form up into 2 lines by class numbers so as to have organized seating on the bus. And how did that work out? Mina asked, an eyebrow raised. The bus layout would have made it pointless, not to mention that, while you might have suggested your plan before we got on the bus, you were still advocating for it when everybody was already on but you two. If Yamomo decided to do what you suggested then, all of us would have had to disembark, form up, and then get back on the bus, which would once again be pointless due to its layout. True, Ada admitted, and doing so would have delayed us, making us late. Yep, Mina said, before shivering, and that would have made Sensei upset. For a moment, the two sat silently, both mutually fearful as they imagined an annoyed Aizawa fixing his crimson gaze on them with a predatory smile affixed to his mouth. Mina shook her head. Anyway, the point is that you're simply controlling. She smiled. You need to learn that you can't manage everything. And to be frank, I don't think every rule should be treated like it's absolute. Ada looked confused. I mean, how many people did you see using their quirks on the way to school today alone? Ada seemed to think about her question. At least 4, he said after a moment. He opened his mouth, but Mina cut the robot off before he could launch into a lecture on how even then, using quirks were wrong without a license. Yeah, but they were small quirks, right? They weren't hurting anybody or using them extravagantly. I suppose not, Ada admitted. Right, and there are quirk use days, Mina pointed out, days where people can go to public places and use their quirks freely, as long as nobody's endangered. Ada conceded her point with a sigh. Yes, I myself have taken part in such events with my brother, so it would be hypocritical of me to argue your point. The fact that heroes patrol the area during such days on lookout for villains, harmful quirks, and anyone in need of just a little extra assistance, just makes them all the more popular with the public. He smiled softly. Everyone in my family says that such days are some of their favorite memories from their hero career. Mina blinked. Wait a minute, every member of your family is a hero. Ada looked at her for a moment before sighing under the girl's pressing look, which made it clear that she would not let the matter go. Indeed, my family has been heroes for generations. Do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? Mina's face lit up in excitement. Of course, he's based out of Tokyo, and has a ton of sidekicks. She closed her eyes, wiggling her body back and forth in excitement as she wrapped her arms around herself, not to mention he's super handsome. She sighed wistfully. When I was younger, I always dreamed of being his sidekick, or, she flushed slightly, Heihai's wife. Mina froze as she seemed to come to a realization, a look of dawning horror on her face as she slowly, twitchingly looked up at Ada, her pink face pale. Wait a minute, she stuttered. Don't tell me Ingenium Isis. Ada coughed into his hand, clearly flustered, his face slightly red. Indeed, he is my elder brother, a likable hero that honors the rules and leads people by example. Ada smiled as his eyes seemed to glisten. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. His smile faltered, as his hand clenched into a fist at his side. I've modeled myself after him. However, you have made it clear that it is still too soon for me to lead others. That I still have faults I must first overcome before I am ready for such a burden. Mina merely hummed. Yeah, well, there's always next year. Ada turned to her surprised. What did you think I was going to say? Mina questioned, an eyebrow raised, slightly irritated. You want the position, and in my opinion, as long as you learn to relax a little, you seem capable enough. You really think so? Mina hummed an affirmative. Like I said, just learn to make concessions when it comes to the rules and relax a little. We aren't heroes yet, we're teenagers, so why not enjoy it while we can? When we're older, we might not have the opportunity to. Ada seemed to consider Mina's words. I guess I can see your point. The two elapsed into silence for a minute, listening for any sign that the 2 students from 1B in charge of rescuing them were nearby, before Ada spoke again. Ashido, can you help me? Mina blinked. Sure, with what? I know that I am not the best when it comes to interacting with others. However, as a member of the Ida family, no, as Tenya Ida, hero in training, being able to talk with others, to properly communicate with them, is a skill I cannot lack. Ada said with determination. Ashido, you are a social extrovert and clearly able to easily make friends. Thanks, Mina said, confused at the big word the teen was throwing out. As such, Ada said with a bow, please help me learn to socialize with others. Mina took a second to understand just what it was Ada was requesting. So long story short, you want me to help you make friends. To be precise, I wish to learn how to communicate clearly. Ada mused, raising a hand to his chin in thought. However, it cannot be denied that friendships would fall under socialization and daily communication would only serve as beneficial practice, so yes, I suppose I do desire you to help me make friends. Ada confirmed, raising his head to look at Mina at the end. Okay, Mina smiled after her brain managed to translate what the boy was saying. You already have one friend though. Who? Me? Mina giggled, and with the alien queen on your side, your social popularity is all but assured. Ada blinked and opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, sounds outside the closed door that led into their room made the 2 become serious. Help, we require assistance, Ada yelled stiffly while Mina began to, as fake sobs racked her body. I have found them, the two heard a male voice shout, followed swiftly by footsteps. There's no need to worry, civilians. Heroes are here, the voice continued, this time his enthusiastic voice directed at the two members of Class 1A. Is everyone in this room all right? I am fine, Ada responded, his hand beginning its robotic chopping motion. But my companion has debris on her leg. I think it might be broken. Okay, is there anything else we should know? The voice asked, is there any debris in front of the doorway, or is there a window you can see? Ada blinked for a moment before quickly looking around. There's a piece of concrete leaning against the doorway which might prevent you from opening it. But there is a broken window in the wall that I can see out of. Okay, thank you for your assistance, the voice yelled before it fell away, replaced by a low muttering, likely between the owner of the voice and his teammate as they discussed the situation. Man, he's really enthusiastic, isn't he? Mina muttered softly. Indeed, Ada nodded, and to think he would inquire not only about our current state, but also our surroundings to see if we were in pressing danger. How truly admirable. Yeah, I mean I looked around when we came in and set it up the way we were told to, but otherwise I didn't really pay much attention, Mina admitted sheepishly. So what do you think they're going to do? Ada rubbed his chin in thought. I must admit I am unsure, he said after a moment. While we were able to see them for a few moments, without more knowledge, all I can warrant is a vague guess. Like what? Mina asked, ing her head to the side. I found it most curious that he asked if there was a window in our room. That was pretty weird, Mina agreed before pausing. Wait, can you still hear them? Ada paused to listen too. No. Did they leave? Mina asked incredulously. I doubt it, Ada replied, his brows furrowed. Doing so would be most unheroic and would likely reflect badly on their scores. You're right, Mina huffed, and it's not like we're in any real danger, but still, really. Ada could only shrug in response, his own confusion about what exactly their rescuers were up to clear on his face. The two stayed silent, listening carefully for any sign of just what it was the heroes were up to. And after a few minutes it was Ada who spoke first. Ashido, can you hear that? Ashido tilted her head to the side. Hear what? But even as she spoke, the Pinkette became aware of a faint noise that caught her attention. It was the whistling of wind, but it was drowned out almost immediately by tapping. The two upcoming heroes whirled to face the window where they saw to their shock, not one but two faces looking in. A blonde girl with dark blue eyes and tall lyre-shaped tan horns sticking upwards out of her head waved. A wave Mina hesitantly returned, and beside her a tall well-built young man with brown hair cut low to his scalp due to its buzz-cut militaristic style. Ashidasan, Ada said slowly, his disbelief clear. Forgive me, but I must ask, can you see those two as well? Yeah, Mina replied, her voice calm, as if the two were having an everyday conversation. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but we are on the 5th floor of the building, correct? Yeah, and not watching two teenagers float in the air 5 stories off the ground. Excuse me, civilians, the teenager with the buzz cut yelled as he raised his left hand, which was covered by some kind of large gauntlet. A large smile on his face. If you are able to please move away from the window so we may enter the building to rescue you, Mina, who was already some ways away from the window, didn't move, but Ada, who'd been by her side, complied, moving to the opposite side of the down Pinkette, so he now faced the window compared to having his back to it. Seeing his order carried out, the wannabe hero signaled his partner, and the two teens floated away from the window. Inside the room, Mina and Ada were surprised when their hair began to flutter in an invisible wind which soon picked up quickly, becoming strong enough that the sharpened glass lining the edge of the broken window blew outwards, spraying glass into the open air, where to Ada's and Mina's shock, it began to float. However, the two couldn't focus on the sight for long as the heroes quickly returned, entering the room through the now bare window pane. The boy quickly rushed to Ada, checking to see if he was okay while the horned girl ran to Mina. Hello, she said in broken, heavily accented Japanese. I'm here to help you. Thanks, Mina replied, falling back into the role of an injured civilian. My leg's trapped, I can't get it out. Okay, the horned heroine answered, although the rest of what she said was lost to Mina as the girl switched to speaking what sounded like English. Either way, it was enough to catch her teammate's attention, who quickly came over from where he'd been checking on Ada. Is everything all right? No, his partner replied, before once more switching to English while she waved her hands about, trying and failing to get her point across. The boy turned to Mina, who simply gestured at her leg. Okay, I understand the situation, the boy yelled as he raised his hand in the air. Mina eeped as she found herself lifted off the ground and into the air. The post that had been pinning her leg was floating right alongside her, although it was quickly allowed to fall to the ground. Forgive me, but treating your injuries is the highest priority, Pony. Can you remove what's blocking the door? Door? The now named Pony asked, ing her head to the side before turning to look at the subject of the question. I can get that, Pony said as she turned back around with a thumbs up. Her hands curled into fists with the pointer fingers extended as Pony raised her hands to either side of her head. As everyone watched her horns detached, a new pair growing almost instantly to take their place. The detached horns flew to the pillar, piercing into the concrete and moving it out of the way. As the four descended the building, Mina couldn't help but let her act drop, giggling as she floated along, spinning back and forth in the air thanks to subtle manipulations the boy kept making to her ride. Ishido, please remain in character, Ada scolded. The teachers have not yet called an end to the lesson, so we must hold firm to our respective roles. But it's so fun, Mina complained as she did an aerial somersault, and none of the teachers have said anything. Besides, didn't I tell you to relax a little and take things a little easier? This is a prime example of what I meant. Ada's face looked like he'd just taken a bite from a lemon. The glasses-wearing blue-haired boy clearly looked like he wanted to scold his teammate for her actions, but at the same time, he seemed to want to follow her advice, leaving the boy sputtering where he walked. Careful, Mina sniggered. If you aren't careful, you might blow a fuse. Mina ignored Ada's response, instead spinning in the air so as to look at her two rescuers whose expressions indicated they found the situation amusing, even if the female one seemed a bit confused by what was being said. Now just who might I have to thank for rescuing little old me? Mina said, posing dramatically as she arched her back and raised a hand to her forehead. I'm Pony Tsunotori, the horned heroine in training, replied with a raise of her hand. I'm from America. New horned buddy, Mina cheered, throwing herself at the girl as best she could. She managed to wrap her arms around Tsunotori's neck and rub their cheeks together, her new friend simply smiling at the pinkette as she patted her on the back. Ha ha ha, it is good to see us all getting along. The boy laughed at Mina's antics. I suppose I should introduce myself as well. Representative of Class 1B and the future Whirlwind Hero, Gale Force, Inasayurashi at your service. End of Arc 3. Hero School. Next, Arc IV. The Sports Festival. As the blade of metal fell towards his head, Izuku leapt backwards, his eyes never leaving the golden orbs of his opponent. Himiko was already reacting, her body twisting in midair as she used the momentum of her forward slash to turn her lunge into a spin, never once overextending even as she launched her knife towards Izuku's head. Izuku twisted to avoid the knife and retreated once more, trying to create space between him and his opponent. The few precious seconds it took Himiko to land and plant her feet in order to charge forward once again was all the time Izuku needed to slam his hands to the ground and activate Overhaul. Information started to leak into his head, but Izuku ignored it, instead mentally shaping the ground as he desired. It was a trick he'd learned from practicing with his quirk. Delicate use of it, like when he'd operated on Momo or All for One, required him to go slow, be careful and meticulous with his work so as to not screw it up. Although it would seem to anyone watching that what he did happened near instantly, the time could and would add up for Izuku, taking minutes if not hours for him to complete his work, all the while mentally straining to keep his quirk active as he performed his task. Now though, he didn't need to be careful. He could merely shape the world as he desired, uncaring of its inner workings so long as the finished piece took the form he wanted. And the ground did just that, the earth rising at his silent command, taking the form of pointed tendrils that raced towards Himiko. Even though she was missing an arm, the injury to anyone watching would have seemed negligible with the way the cat-like vampiric blonde wove her way through the maze of twisting tentacles of earth. Grimacing, Izuku elected to deactivate Overhaul, allowing his creations to begin breaking apart and collapse to the ground. There was a secondary delay, the customary time Izuku was forced to wait until he could activate his quirk again, but Himiko was far enough away that the requirement was meaningless. As soon as he could, Izuku activated his quirk once more, taking the ground out from under Himiko rather literally, forming giant walls that rose up on either side of the girl, stretching in front and behind her for several meters. Looking rather like a large V from the front with Himiko trapped in the middle, the walls closed quickly, making it clear that Izuku's simple but highly effective plan, should it succeed, was to simply crush the girl like a bug. However, even as the ground collapsed underneath her, Himiko didn't falter. Instead, she merely stuck her leg out, pushing off one wall before repeating the process with the other. Back and forth she went, pushing her way forward and up as all the while the space around her shrank, the opening closing with her inside. Just as the walls closed with the loud crunch of concrete meeting cement, Himiko reached the top, where she knelt, staring down at her attacker. As Izuku rose, his hand coming off the floor as his quirk deactivated, the walls underneath Himiko began to give way, but the blonde was already pushing off, jumping towards Izuku with her knife raised above her head. Time seemed to slow for the two as they looked at one another, each wondering who would be faster. Would Himiko's blade, aided by the forces of gravity, find its mark, or would Izuku use his quirk to reshape the world once more? For a moment they were frozen, each looking into the eyes of the other, but despite how long the moment seemed to them, time continued its unending trudge onwards. The blade fell, hands rose, and in a moment reflective of Himiko's ambush of Chisaki seemingly so long ago, the girl's blade once more found itself piercing through the hand of a user of Overhaul. The girl's weight pushed the blade in even further, driving the knife into Izuku's right palm up to the hilt while the blade jutted out from the back of his hand. Izuku grimaced in pain, yet even as he recoiled he reacted, his other hand already in motion, swinging around to grasp Himiko's exposed midriff, her shirt and cardigan having risen up as she fell. As Overhaul activated and the vein-like throbbing lines that snaked their way all over Himiko's body, and head, the blonde's golden gaze remained locked on Izuku's face. The lines bubbled and bulged, growing in milliseconds yet as Izuku returned Himiko's look with his cold gaze. The blonde merely smiled, closing her eyes before her body erupted from the waist up, spraying gore and viscera, dyeing Izuku and his surroundings in the crimson liquid the blonde had loved so much. 1 week, 6 days ago. As the clock ticked ever closer to the start of the school day, Momo organized her desk, making sure to have a notebook open to a blank piece of paper with a pen next to it ready for easy use. The fact that both the notebook and the pen were the most expensive ones on the market didn't even cross the Yaoyorozu heiress's mind. All around Momo, her classmates chatted to one another, broken up into the friend groups that had formed over the month they'd attended UA. It was hard to believe a month had already passed, and although Momo was reluctant to admit it, she'd found herself enjoying her time at the school. Her days were busy, crammed with normal school activities like studying and note-taking before deviating into more heroic lessons focused on quirk development, body strengthening, or general heroics like attending the USJ for rescue practice, or performing a faux operation in one of the many training grounds that dotted the campus. With the added pressure of being the class president, one would be forgiven for believing it likely that Momo would find herself overwhelmed. Surprisingly, that was not the case. The Ravenet always found time to study or do her work, while still hanging out with her friends Kendo and Kayuka in her spare time at school. However, as nice as her time in UA was, Momo didn't forget her reason for being there. The sound of the school bell ringing broke Momo out of her thoughts, the Ravenet sitting up straight in her chair as the classroom door slid open, allowing Aizawa to step into the room. The man's tired gaze slid over the students, taking in their straight backs and attentive posture, the classroom silent, chatter and teenage shenanigans forgotten. Aizawa merely grunted a greeting before making his way to stand behind the teacher's podium. "Congratulations," the man said dryly. "Today marks 1 month since your first day of school." Aizawa paused, a few students glancing at each other in the silence, unsure of whether they were supposed to cheer and applaud, or just sit and wait for the man to continue. Aizawa merely blinked before continuing, ignoring the awkward pause as if it never happened. "Now, however, your first challenge truly begins." The students tensed, a few leaning forward in eager anticipation. "The UA Sports Festival," he finished with a sigh, likely knowing how the students would react to the news from his prior year's teaching. For a moment there was silence, and then the room erupted into chaos. "Yeah," the red-headed Kirishima cheered. "That's a super manly event. To think I would be able to actually participate just like my brother." Ada smiled. "The UA Sports Festival," Momo hummed thoughtfully. "I believe I missed last year's." "Wait, really?" Kendo asked, leaning around minded to look at the class president. "Yeah," Momo's thoughts turned towards training Izuku. "I was busy with something else at the time." "Silence," Aizawa commanded, order quickly restoring itself as his hair floated around his head. "As I'm sure you are all aware, the Sports Festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were a festival of sports the whole world went crazy for, but due to reductions in population and participation they were ended. It is the UA Sports Festival that has taken its place in Japan. 3 days of events, one for each year, beginning with you, the first years, and ending with your seniors, the third years. And of course, all the top pro heroes around the country will be watching," Momo noted. "Yeah," Siro grinned. "It's normal for graduates to become a sidekick to an established hero or agency before becoming independent, so they'll be looking to scoop up anyone that catches their eye." "Many missed that chance though, Kiro," Isui croaked, raising a finger to the corner of her mouth. "They intend to become independent but end up deciding to stay sidekicks instead." "Joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity," Aizawa admitted, "but your time is limited to showcase your talent and abilities to those watching. 1 chance a year, 3 chances total. This is an opportunity no aspiring hero can afford to miss. You have 2 weeks to prepare. During that time, I will assess whether or not I believe you are capable of participating without embarrassing our school on the national stage." I am sure many of you haven't forgotten what happened 2 years ago. A few snickers were heard. After all, who wasn't aware of the student that had flashed the world when they phased through their clothing during the individual matches? Needless to say, UA has no intention of letting history repeat itself, so don't slack off in your training if you want to attend. "Sensei," Isui raised her hand, earning her a nod from Eraserhead. "Will we be able to get tickets for our families? Each of you will receive 2 tickets for free and be able to buy up to 3 more. The 2 you receive will be for a family section located in the first row of stands, allowing your families to get front row seats to your performance. The other 3 will simply be for regular seating, although you'll be able to purchase them for a discounted price. Any other questions?" Seeing none, Aizawa spoke one last time, "Then homeroom is dismissed." When the bell rang for lunch, Momo found herself walking to the cafeteria with some of the other girls in her class, Uraraka, Kendo, and Jiro. "Hey Uraraka," Jiro, who was walking with her arms behind her head, turned towards the brunette, her expression curious. "What was the deal earlier when you were telling everyone to give it their best? You were like a whole different person." "Yeah," Kendo said thoughtfully with a tilt of her head. "For a second, you reminded me of Bakugo." No one noticed how Momo's folded hands tightened just a bit at the blonde's name. Oh, sorry about that, Uraraka apologized, scratching the back of her head sheepishly. I was just really motivated. When Aizawa-sensei told us that this was an opportunity we couldn't afford to miss, well, it reminded me of why I wanted to become a hero. Why did you? Momo couldn't help but ask. While Uraraka's face turned red as she blushed. It's for the money. The money, Gyro repeated. It's embarrassing, Uraraka said, cradling her face, but to put it simply, yeah. Why would it be embarrassing to have a goal to support your livelihood? Momo asked innocently. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, Kendo added. It's just unexpected. Gyro finished. Uraraka sighed. That's not it. My parents own a construction company. It's really hard for them to get contracts, so they're almost always low on funds. It's embarrassing to talk about. Why not get licensed to use your quirk then? Momo inquired. Your ability to make materials weightless would surely make things easier, and negate the need for several pieces of heavy equipment. Right, that's what I told my dad when I first got my quirk, but when I asked them to let me help, they told me to follow my dreams and pay them back by taking them to Hawaii. So cute, the three girls couldn't help but think as they imagined a 4-year-old Shiba Uraraka. Well, that's my reason for becoming a hero, Uraraka said, clearly wanting to change the subject. But what about you guys? What made you decide to become heroes? I just felt like it, Kyoka shrugged. I initially wasn't sure whether or not I should be a hero or a musician. But then I realized that there wasn't anything stopping me from being both. That's pretty cool, Kendo nodded. Indeed, to choose to pursue both your dream and a hobby at the same time is truly admirable. Thanks, the punk rocker blushed, but what about you, Kendo? I guess it's more personal for me, Kendo said, looking upwards, clearly reminiscing. My family owns a dojo and I've trained in martial arts ever since I was young. They make a big deal about how we shouldn't abuse what we learn and well, it just seemed to translate, you know. Cool, Gyro nodded, feel like sharing ye Momo. Momo smiled, but the three girls noticed that this smile was emptier compared to her normal one. My reason is pretty simple, she began, a green boy rising to the forefront in her mind. I have a friend. A person who has suffered more than anyone his age has the right to. I just want to help him the best I can, and what better way to help than to become a hero? Someone who can lend them a hand when they need it most. That's so much better than mine, Uraraka ed. Oh no, my apologies, Yaoyorozu switched from reminiscing to class mom in an instant. Your reasons are just as good as mine are. The four girls continued talking until a loud laugh caught their attention. Young Kendo. All Might spoke leaning around a corner. I would like to meet with you in the teacher's lounge if you don't mind. Of course, Sensei, Kendo said, turning to look at her friends. Sorry, she apologized, but I'd better see what this is about. Don't worry about it, Gyro waved dismissively. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, getting a chance to talk with the #1 hero isn't something you should say no to. Thanks guys, Kendo smiled. Let's eat together tomorrow since we couldn't today. Sounds good, Uraraka cheered, jumping as she raised a hand in the air. I'm down, Gyro shrugged, earning a relieved grin from the orangette as she turned and made her way towards the muscular blonde hero, all under the cold calculating gaze of a certain ravenet. My apologies for stealing you away from your friends, All Might said as he shut the door to the lounge behind them. It's fine, although I'm curious to know why you wanted to see me, Kendo admitted, taking a seat as All Might deflated into Toshinori Yagi. The man inquired, and at Kendo's affirmative nod the blonde began to prepare a pot. The two waited in companionable silence, and once it was ready, the man poured 2 cups of the green substance before leaning back on the couch. It's been a while since we last spoke one-on-one, the hero began softly. The last time was back before classes started when I gave you one for all. I remember, Kendo nodded. How are you doing when it comes to using it? Yaji-sensei asked. The orangette sighed. Not as well as I'd like, she admitted with a frown. If I use it I normally just limit it to my hands since they're the only part of my body that can handle the strain. It might be a little easier than when I first started, but it still hurts, and I have no doubt that if I tried to infuse it into any other part of my body, they'd shatter. That's not good, Yagi frowned. I know, but I am trying. No, I have no doubt that you're trying your best to improve, Yagi said, waving away her pleading, but I can't help but be concerned. I might have been able to utilize one for all from the start, but my master told me that she struggled with using the quirk when she first inherited it from her predecessor, so some hardship was expected. But he trailed off. But what? But the power has only grown, All Might said flatly. You have to handle not only all the power I handle, but whatever else I might have contributed as well. I wish I could give you better advice, but your situation is different from mine. Well, did you have any teachers? Kendo asked. Anyone that either your master or you might know that could be able to help me. She watched as All Might shivered, a visible shudder racking his body while his face paled. There's one, the hero admitted reluctantly, but I'd rather not get him involved unless absolutely necessary. Well, I'm not really sure how best to describe him other than your training would be much harsher than whatever you are learning from Aizawa-sensei. Kendo tried to imagine a teacher worse than Aizawa and shuddered. Maybe it was best for her to learn at her own pace. I didn't just bring you here to ask about your progress though, Yagi admitted as he took a sip of his tea. There was another reason. Seeing Kendo's red eyebrow, the man sighed as he set his cup down. My time's begun to shorten. What? The amount of time I can use one for all, or even remain in my muscular form, is decreasing. Yagi explained. It's a sign that the quirk is now yours and all that I have are the remaining embers of One for All, slowly dying. How long do you have? Chiyo, recovery girl's not sure. It depends on how much I use One for All, as well as how hard I push myself. When we first met and I transferred One for All to you, I could hold my form for 3 hours. Now, after 3 months, I've lost about 15 minutes. Kendo did some quick mental math. The blonde's power was depleting at a rate of an hour a year, and UA was a 3-year school, so that means you should lose access to it completely just as I'm graduating. Yeah, the number 1 hero side, but that's only if the rate remains the same and doesn't speed up, or I'm forced to push myself. In all honesty, I'll probably announce my retirement over summer break, All Might admitted. I already have to split my time between hero work and teaching my classes. If my time's shrinking, it's probably best I choose to focus on the one that matters the most. Kendo hesitated for a moment, trying to imagine a world without the comforting presence of All Might at the top. It was weird to think about. The man had held the position longer than she'd been alive, but she had to admit that if anyone had earned the right to retire, it was the blonde seated across from her. If that's what you think is best. All Might looked up at the orange-headed girl. That's it. He asked, confused, no protest, just calm acceptance. Yaji-sensei, you've been a hero for decades. Crime has fallen to levels not seen since before quirks first appeared. You might be the symbol of peace, but you've earned your retirement. You aren't immortal, and for as powerful as your presence is, you won't be around forever. It's probably best that you start shifting your burden to others. Let them start carrying the weight of peace while you're still around enough to ensure a peaceful transition of power. Maybe you're right, the man sighed, but that burden will likely be yours in the future, and that leads into the last thing I wanted to talk to you about. The sports festival, Kendo guessed. All Might nodded. Correct, the UA Sports Festival is an event pro heroes. No, the whole country will be watching closely. Itsuka Kendo, I chose you to succeed me, to be the next symbol of peace. I want you to use the sports festival to announce to the whole world that you are here. Present. For a second Izuku stood there, his left hand clutching a piece of unidentifiable meat he only knew was Himiko because he'd been holding it when he'd overhauled her body. However, even as the girl's dark red ran down his face, Izuku called upon the power of overhaul once more, having not deactivated the quirk since he'd used it on the girl now splattered across the room. Izuku hadn't had a lot of practice with using overhaul directly on a person in combat, but the little he'd been able to glean from back when he'd been watching Chisaki had given him a deeper understanding and appreciation for just how skilled the man was when it came to using his former quirk. This was demonstrated no better than right now as Izuku began to undo what he'd just done to Himiko. Overhaul was only able to affect whatever the user was making contact with. That was why Izuku'd struck Himiko's midriff. Why in the rage Chisaki had touched Himiko's hand when he'd destroyed her arm. The effect didn't spread, but that didn't mean the knowledge disappeared. Izuku hadn't learnt this until he'd gotten overhaul and begun to train in its use, but there was a part of the quirk that stored the information of whatever Izuku used it on. Not forever, but until he moved on to deconstructing or reconstructing something else. In a fight, if he used overhaul on the floor, he could reconstruct it exactly the way it had been beforehand. If he used it on a person, so long as he didn't use it on anyone else, he could restore that person, despite having killed them, and that was what Izuku was doing right now. The ability to one-shot any enemy, to have absolute victory in a fight where all he had to do was lay a finger on someone to win. It was a card Izuku had no doubt he'd play in the future, which is why he'd begun to use it in his spars with Himiko. He'd been hesitant initially, but Himiko had worn him down when she found out he was holding back, and he hadn't just started by deconstructing her entire body. No, he'd started slow, a finger, a toe, a limb, each time restoring the girl afterwards to how she'd been, his confidence and skill growing with every successful use. Himiko adored their spars. She loved waking up covered in, even if it was her own, and she'd long since realized that she had quite the lust for battle. She didn't hide it, not exactly, but Izuku knew that she sometimes held back. Not in their battles, but just as Izuku had to adjust to wielding a quirk, Himiko had to adjust to fighting one-handed. She said it was strange, but other than that, she hadn't complained once. Izuku knew that she was loyal to him, that he was the first person to know the full truth about her and her quirk and accept her for it. Himiko had no regrets in sacrificing the arm since it brought him closer to his goal, but Izuku could not deny the want, the need to pay her back, to repay her trust and loyalty. Half focused on the task before him, half lost in his own thoughts, Izuku was shaken out of the ladder by a slow sense of dread crept over Izuku as he found his left hand touching something warm, likely due to said hand currently lying under Himiko's cardigan, and school uniform gripping the side of the blonde's stomach. Izuku's hand clenched at the realization, his fingers burrowing into the girl's core as Himiko let out another soft, one that Izuku found far more seductive than it should have been. Izuku flushed as he quickly pulled his hand back, a light dusting of red across his cheeks. He ignored Himiko's pout at him letting go, electing instead to pull the knife still embedded in his right hand out and heal himself. Thank you, Himiko cheered as she took the knife, taking a moment to slowly run her tongue down the Y-blade, an action which caused her to once more. Izuku, the blonde panted, you taste suo good. Thanks, Izuku replied, examining his healed hand, flexing his fingers to make sure the digits were all in working order. Hey, Himiko cried, bounding in front of the greenie. If I behave tomorrow, can you give me some more of your... I don't want to run out. Izuku deadpanned. Every week he would give Himiko 3 10 ml vials of his for the blonde to drink as she pleased, and he knew that on several instances 1 or 2 vials had rolled over to the following week. In fact, the boy wouldn't be surprised if Himiko had a small collection of his somewhere in her room, vials of just sitting there, aging. Maybe it tasted better that way, like a fine wine or brandy. Shaking his head to clear away the disturbing train of thought, Izuku groaned as he looked away from Himiko's patented puppy dog eyes. Seriously, she was older than he was. How did those work on him? Nevertheless, he sighed, if it got her to behave, he could spare another vial or 2. Himiko cheered at his defeated look. Fine, but you'd better behave yourself. We're going to watch the festival as civilians. That means no commenting on how you think people would taste, no asking to drink and no stabbing. Himiko's expression fell, making the teen look like a moody child. Can I stab someone if they touch me? She asked hopefully. No, you'd stab someone as soon as they bumped into you. Izuku said firmly. He sighed. You can stab people if, and only if I give you permission. People to. All right. Okay, Himiko said agreeably. Izuku didn't bother to ask how she'd get her knives past security. He had no doubt that the blonde would find a way. Still, he reflected thoughtfully, it would be nice to see Momo again. He was curious how far the girl had come under the guiding hand of the top hero school in the country. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle as a stray thought struck him. Just how much of what the Ravenet displayed tomorrow would be things she learned from them, and how much would be from things she learned when she'd worked with him. Kurogiri, it's time. Are we ready? A rough voice asked. Yes, Tamura, everything is prepared. Good, let's show Master and that stupid rival of mine that we are here. As you wish. The day of the UA Sports Festival dawned bright and clear. Eager crowds flooded the blocks around UA, waiting for their chance to pass through the security gates and enter the grounds of the elite school. Amongst the bustling populace, hidden by the sheer number of people around him, was a teen dressed simply in a faded light blue athletic t-shirt with an open black hooded jacket, said hood left down to expose his messy dark green hair. Black athletic pants covered his legs as he stood in front of the lowered gates, looking upwards at the golden letters hanging from the arch above him. The crowd shifted and moved around him as he stood there unmoving, a small island of calm in a sea of chaos, his eyes locked onto the 2 bright gleaming letters, or at least they were until something wrapped around his right arm. Izuku turning towards the source of the voice, Izuku felt a smile rise to his face as he caught sight of his companion. Himiko beamed up at him, a cheeky grin on her face, exposing her sharp white canines that seemed to gleam in the light. Her hair was done up in its usual twin buns, but she changed her normal schoolgirl attire in favor of something a little more casual. After all, many schools across the country closed for the 3 days of the festival, giving their students an extended weekend break. Izuku's smile shifted to open-mouthed shock as heat rose to his cheeks, his brain finally absorbing just what it was Himiko was wearing. A light, warm, tan long-sleeved shirt hung open down to her waist, exposing the black tube top underneath that covered the vampire girl's ass while leaving her stomach exposed. 2 hardened points made it clear that there was nothing underneath the dark material, the same color as the shorts that hugged the blonde's rear like a second skin, barely long enough to cover the upper part of her thighs. A thin black choker around Himiko's neck completed the ensemble, and Izuku couldn't help but gulp at the amusement that danced around in the girl's eyes. See something you like? She teased. Izuku elected to ignore the spark of electricity that raced up his arm as she pressed the limb against her chest, choosing instead to turn towards the gate and start walking, forcing Himiko to come along unless she wanted to be left behind. I'll take that as a yes, the girl hummed, interlocking Izuku's right arm with her left one. With the action, Izuku couldn't help but notice how the right sleeve of her outfit hung limp and empty, a reminder of just what gaining his quirk had cost. Izuku knew he wasn't the only one aware of Himiko's missing limb. He could hear the muted whispers and catch the furtive glances cast at his companion out of the corner of his eye. Izuku's back straightened as he stood tall, turning his head slowly as one by one he met the eyes of anyone looking their way, a challenge in his gaze that caused any whose sight he met to avert their eyes or turn away. A pull on his arm and he found himself looking into the pouting face of Himiko. Izuku, no bullying, she ordered with a huff. Izuku sighed. I know, it's just, you don't like it when they talk about me that way, look at me like there's something wrong with you. Yeah. I can fight my own battles, Izuku, Himiko said as she reached up, running a finger along Izuku's jawline, sending a shiver racing up his spine. And you know their words mean nothing to me. The only person whose opinion I care about is right here. But it's not right. She had her head to the side, the incredulous expression on her face driving into the grin at the irony of what he'd been about to say. Izuku, I know it's in your nature to help and defend your friends, but some fights aren't worth fighting. You think too highly of people. Now come on, she grabbed his arm, tugging him towards the entrance gate. I want some takoyaki and you're going to buy it for me. After passing through security, the 2 teens made their way up UA's infamous alumni path, the simple golden brick pathway that led up to UA's main building with concrete arches that rose overhead, and lined on either with busts depicting UA's most infamous graduates, be they in the fields of heroics, management, support, or something different altogether. Now, however, in between the busts and arches were numerous festival booths advertising their wares. The building itself was, of course, sealed off to the festival attendees with the entrance guarded by several police officers, and a hero that Izuku merely needed to glance at to recognize as Tonfa. The Tonfa hero Tonfa. He is able to produce Tonfa from his wrists, which he can spin 306 didig. Looks like Team Idaten is providing security. Izuku leaned down to whisper. Himiko's cat-like eyes flashed up to Izuku before she turned, following his gaze to the bored-looking hero humming thoughtfully at the sight. A giant banner hung from the building itself, helpfully pointing which way one should go to reach the sports stadium. 2 paths each the size of a 4-lane freeway led up to the massive stadium, separated from one another by a large hedge, although there were numerous crossing points between the 2 roads. Like the alumni path, the 2 roads were lined with booths, behind which rested another towering line of hedges. Some of the booths sold hero merchandise of popular UA graduates like All Might, Endeavor, and Present Mike, while other stalls sold more culinary goods. Now that the stadium itself was in view, Izuku found himself buying Himiko the takoyaki she wanted, picking up some carriage for himself. Himiko began after the 2 had settled down on an open bench to enjoy their food. Himiko had put her takoyaki on her lap so she could wield her chopstick with her hand. But Izuku was more than happy to eat his fried chicken straight from the stick. Being here, it's almost like we're on a date. Himiko glanced at Izuku smiling as she caught sight of the light blush that adorned the brunette's freckled cheeks. It's not a date, Izuku mumbled, and the vampire hummed her agreement. True, but I doubt anyone who sees us would think we're anything other than a cute couple out enjoying their day off school. Then, Izuku's voice was surprisingly confident as he turned towards Himiko. I guess I'd better make sure my cute girlfriend has a good time. Himiko felt it as her face heated up, becoming a bright red. As Izuku made to stand, she rushed, quickly devouring the last of her food as Izuku climbed to his feet, holding out a hand to help her to her feet. Why don't we find something to do? He questioned, and Himiko could only nod as Izuku led her into the crowds. With filled stomachs and over an hour to spare before the tournament inside the stadium was scheduled to begin, the 2 teens found themselves free to enjoy all the festival had to offer. Himiko was surprisingly adept when it came to goldfish scooping, while Izuku's scoop seemed to break immediately the moment he tried to use it. The brunette got his revenge, however, when they tried gun shooting. His first shot was off target, but his eye for detail allowed him to correct his aim, so his other shots hit closer and closer to the center circle. It was enough to earn him an All Might plush, one Izuku accepted with a strained smile, quickly handing it over to Himiko with a shaded look of disgust. Soon enough, though, the time had come for the main event to begin, and the 2 joined the crowds flocking to the stadium, where the first-year tournament would be held. The stadium itself had 3 levels of seating, each divided into 12 sections to complete its oval shape. Each ascending level hung halfway over the one below it to keep attendees closer to the action. What are those? Himiko asked as the 2 made their way towards their seats located at the back of one of the sections on the first level. They had a pretty good view of the field, all things considered, with a raised platform set on the grass directly in front of them. Izuku followed Himiko's pointed finger to the glass windows located at the back of each section of seating, behind which vague figures could be seen. Those are the private viewing boxes, the brunette explained. The ones at the back of the second and third level are sold to the highest bidder, although I'm sure a few are rewards offered to charities. The ones on the first level, though, are for the VIPs, those close to the school board members, important television channels hosting the festival, suppliers or contracted companies, and of course heroes. Himiko blinked before looking towards the front of their section. But aren't those heroes down there? The blonde pointed out, and indeed there were dozens dotting the front of the stands, although Izuku had no doubt many more were in the surrounding stadium. Yeah, but all registered heroes are given a ticket discount when it comes to the festival. UA wants to make sure they get prime seating so they can get a clear view of the students and what they can do. Why? To look for talent, of course, Izuku smiled. Many of them won't send in an offer or anything, but it allows them to get a glimpse firsthand at what the best hero school in the country has to offer when it comes to their students, as well as what faces will likely be joining the hero scene in the next few years. A few are likely looking to scout out and scoop up anyone that catches their eye, although few students would take an offer from someone they'd never heard of. No, for the most part they're just here to watch. Then who's in the boxes? Izuku smiled. Well, one box is for the teachers, of course, and another is for the ones that will be announcing the events. The hpsc has a box too, mainly for any officials that attend, but I guess a hero or 2 could be in there. Other than that, his smile darkened. The top 10. Each of their agencies is given a box as a sign of respect, although no one's ever really sure if they're used or not. Normally after the festival concludes for the day, you can find a station or 2 that'll hypothesize based on who was active and who wasn't, but the rule of thumb for the most part is they're empty unless proven otherwise. At most, they'd probably send a scout or psychic to let them know if there's anyone they should know about. Even then, the best you might see is 1 or 2 attending the 2nd or 3rd year stage. That's why we came today then. Himiko leaned into whisper, her voice soft and almost drowned out by the crowd. We get to cheer on Momochi and it's less dangerous for us. For the most part, Izuku nodded. I mean, she got us tickets, so it would be rude not to come. Izuku had alerted Sensei to his plan to attend once Momo had sent them the tickets and the man had given his permission, provided Himiko went along with him as his bodyguard. As a result, Himiko's seat was located directly behind Izuku for protection, meaning it would be hard for the two to converse. But Izuku had no doubt that despite passing through numerous metal detectors, the blonde was capable of fulfilling her role. Likely with numerous knives she had no doubt managed to smuggle in somewhere on her person. However, Izuku wasn't defenseless either. He had a quirk now and he smiled as he felt the power flow through his hands. Movement to his left caught Izuku's attention and he turned to look at the approaching figure, a woman with two-toned hair done up in a simple ponytail with a bodysuit that outlined quite clearly just what was hidden underneath. The range scouter that normally covered her left eye was missing, no doubt done purposefully to avoid doing the paperwork needed to bring support gear on campus grounds, a sentiment shared by many of the pro heroes that attended the sports festival. As she sat down in the seat beside him, the woman turned to look at Izuku, a smile on her face. Holding out her hand, she introduced herself, and Izuku could only return her grin with a strained smile of his own, his body numb as lifted his hand to shake hers. Why was she here? Was something going on? Was she here for the festival? If so, why here in the stands and not in the box reserved specifically for the commission and their heroes? Were he and Himiko compromised, and if so, by who? When? What about Momo? Was she in danger too? None of the questions wildly racing through his head were even hinted at as Izuku pumped the woman's hand up and down in greetings. Hello, my name is Izuku Shigaraki. It's a pleasure to meet you. The hpsc assassin smiled. Please, the pleasure is all mine. I'm Lady Nagain, but by all means, call me Tsutsumi. Eri looked down at the stadium below her in wonder, her face pressed against the glass as she turned her head from side to side trying to take in everything at once. Everything was just so different, so many bright colors and costumes, and she wanted to see it all. Hey sweetie, I got a surprise for you. Hearing the call of her auntie Nem, Eri turned and quickly made her way over to the R-rated heroine who swept her up in a hug. I swear, you get cuter every time I see you. Midnight cooed, swinging the girl around as she pressed her into her ample bosom, all while Eri giggled at her self-appointed aunt's antics. After a moment, Eri was placed back on the ground and taking a step back the little girl smiled widely as Auntie Nem crouched down to reach her level. You make it way too hard to do my job, the teacher complained, raising a hand to cradle her face. I'm tempted to tell Nezu to get another teacher to umpire the festival. Her expression darkened. But the rat would probably take away my bonus, she muttered lowly. Eri edged her head to the side, her confusion evident, yet Nimiri merely giggled at the cute display. Don't worry about it, she assured the horned girl, ruffling her hair, which earned the dominatrix a surprised squeak as well as a pout as Eri quickly raised her hands to the top of her head protectively. Now, she said, getting more serious, since I'm going to be the head umpire of the festival and Shota and Hisashi are going to be announcing, you're going to stay here with the other teachers. Is that okay? Eri turned to look around at the other members of the UA faculty milling about, and turning back, gave Midnight a hesitant nod. The teacher sighed, giving the girl an understanding grin. Still nervous around them, huh? She asked rhetorically. Eri nodded slowly once more before moving forward to silently hug Nimiri's side. It's okay, the R-rated heroine cooed reassuringly as she pet the girl's head. We'll do things at your own pace. That said, she thought for a moment. Do you remember Toshi? Scarecrow? Eri questioned, her voice muffled by Midnight's hero suit which the girl was burying her face in. Yeah, him, Nimiri confirmed, her smile growing minutely at the nickname. The sick man who spits sometimes, and indeed he had. Shocked when Eraserhead had walked through the doorway of the teacher's lounge with the little girl hiding behind his legs in a poor attempt to disappear. Her reaction of panicked concern had been both amusing and heartbreaking to those watching, the former because she truly did seem to want to help him, and the latter because the girl had seemed to come to the conclusion that the skeletal Toshinori had just finished a particularly bad session. More than one fist had been curled at that innocent statement. Eri hesitated but nodded, clearly more receptive of the idea than Nimiri had thought she would be. Seeing her chance, the heroine reached for the surprise she had promised. Well, if you stay with him for the festival, I'll give you a treat, she offered devilishly. A treat? Eri questioned, taking her head from Nimiri's leg to peer upwards with wide, curious, puppy dog eyes. Yep, Nimiri smiled. Shota told me how you like apples, but did you know that there are candied apples? Candied apples. Nimiri hummed as she nodded. They take apples and dip them in melted candy to make the apples even sweeter than they already are. Eri's eyes took on a faraway look. Even sweeter, she repeated, a thin trail of drool leaking from the corner of her mouth. Nimiri bit her lip to keep herself from pulling the little unicorn into another hug. Seriously, just how was her adopted niece so cute? Yep, and she reached into a hidden pocket on her belt. I have one right here. Pulling out the red treat on a stick wrapped in plastic, Nimiri held it out, taking off the wrapping as Eri hesitantly grabbed the stick. The horned girl slowly raised it to her mouth, and after looking to Nimiri once more for confirmation, took a small bite. As Nimiri watched, the girl's red eyes lit up, sparkling as she looked at the apple in wonder. She giggled, a small quiet noise as her mouth turned upwards into a smile, small crumbs sticking to the side of her lower lip. "It's even sweeter," she whispered in awe. Turning her gaze upwards, Eri smiled at Nimiri, her head to the side. "Thank you very much." Nimiri staggered at the invisible arrow that struck her heart, an action mirrored by several of the other teachers nearby who'd been watching on. "Cute," they all thought simultaneously. A cough caught their attention, and looking over, Nimiri and Eri saw the weakened form standing nearby. "I'm sorry to interrupt," the hero apologized, looking towards the dark-haired heroine, "but it is about time for you to begin making your way to your station." "Awa," Midnight cried, reaching down to pull Eri into another hug. "But I wanted to spend more time with Erichin," she whined. All Might and the other teachers in the room sweat dropped while Eri merely giggled, taking another bite of her apple. She sighed, "Oh well." Pushing herself to her feet, she posed. "How do I look?" she asked Eri. The unicorn looked up at her adopted aunt, blinking innocently. "Pretty," she said simply. Nimiri nodded. That was all the confirmation she needed. "And just for that, I'll be getting you another apple after the festival ends." As Eri's face lit up, the little girl salivating at the prospect of having another tasty treat, Nimiri fed her hair over her shoulder as she turned to leave, favoring All Might with a nod to let the blonde know that Eri was now under his management. "So young Eri," All Might said, awkwardly shifting uneasily under the girl's crimson gaze, "how are you enjoying the festival so far?" The girl blinked. "It's been fun. Everything's so colorful and bright, and Auntie Nem even got me a candy apple. See." She held up her fruit for the number one hero to see before lowering it to her lips to take another bite. "It's really good," she said, her mouth full, but All Might was able to translate nonetheless. "That's great to hear." Music blared through speakers, and both turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the stadium, as the crowd erupted into cheers. "That's the signal that the festival's about to begin," All Might explained, seeing Eri's confusion. "Now why don't we go take our seats," the hero said, laying a guiding hand on Eri's back. "After all, you don't want to miss seeing Aizawa or Nimiri in action, do you?" "No," Eri said, letting All Might lead her to their spots. As she walked, she absently reached up to scratch at her horn, an action that went unnoticed by the blonde hero, who was still gazing out the window wondering how his successor would fare. Her horn had been itchy lately and had been growing at a steady pace over the last month, yet Eri didn't want to bring it to Mr. Aizawa's attention and get him in trouble because he had to take care of her. She was already staying with him, and she didn't want to give him a reason to throw her away like Mommy did. No, she was fine. Everything was fine, and besides, it's not like anything was going to happen. Itsuka thought she knew the meaning of the word pressure. For almost as long as she could remember, she'd trained her body and mind in her father's dojo under the man's patient tutelage. Neither of her parents had pressured her to become a martial artist. It was a decision the Orangette had made all on her own. She could still remember entering the dojo as a toddler, and trusted by her mother with the important duty of calling the patriarch of the family to dinner, and finding him as he finished his daily exercises. The man's body flowing from one form to the next as he fought a battle against an enemy visible only within his mind was awe-inspiring to the witty-eyed, impressionable girl. That very night she'd asked her father to teach her the cool dance of his, and although she'd ended up having to wait a few months until her 6th birthday, the man had nevertheless agreed. It had taken time, months and years of practice, but she'd worked her way up, both in skill and rank, oftentimes joining her father's classes so as to observe others training and find a sparring partner. She'd pushed herself to be the best, and when she'd decided to become a hero, it was once more with her parents' support. Now here she was, a student at the most prestigious hero school in the country, entrusted with the power of the world's greatest hero, waiting alongside the rest of her classmates for the red light above the door to the stadium to turn green so they could make their entrance. It was hard to believe how much things could change in almost a year, but it was only now that the pressure was hitting the class vice president. Her parents were somewhere out there in the stands waiting to cheer her on. Her fellow martial artists from the dojo were no doubt watching the event from their homes. She'd be performing in front of the entire country, in front of hundreds if not thousands of pro heroes. Everyone would be observing, judging, not only her but her fellow students as well, and yet All Might wanted her to stand tall in front of the millions of eyes that would be on her today, and take the opportunity to leave her mark. To let them know that Itsuka Kendo existed, that she was here. Exhaling, Itsuka took a deep breath, and as she once more prepared to go through one of several breathing exercises she'd been using since this morning. It wouldn't do for her to give in to her nerves now, and while she knew from experience that her unease would fall away once the competition began, the wait up to it was affecting not just her but her classmates as well. They were scattered around the room, some stood but many sat in silence, alone with their thoughts. Only a few conversed with one another, but even then it was hushed, their voices low. "Kendo," a voice rang out in the silence, startling the Orangette, who turned to face the pink alien calling her name. "Why do we need to wear our gym uniforms? I wanted to wear my costume," Mina complained with a groan. "It's super cute, yet now no one's going to be able to see it." Surprisingly, it wasn't Kendo who answered, but the rather plain boy with the tail standing next to Mina stretching his arms, Ajiro. "To keep everything fair, we can't." "But why?" Mina pouted. Because most of our costumes contain equipment specifically designed to enhance our quirks, Kendo spoke up. It'd be unfair to the other courses, hence the gym uniforms every student has. The only exceptions are students with quirk requirements whose gym uniforms needed to be changed due to their power. Mina hummed her disappointment, but her antics had broken the tension in the air, allowing her classmates to focus on something other than the impending competition. I wonder what the first round's going to be this year, the large-lipped Sato spoke up. The boy was fingering some sugar packets that he'd applied to be allowed to use, something Kendo knew considering it had been her he'd come to seeking the permission for him. His request had been granted, but the number of packets he was allowed was limited, meaning he would have to use them when they mattered most. It changes every year, the Chunobu bird-headed Takoyami sitting with Sato replied, his eyes closed. But no matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it. Yeah, the masked shoji standing at his shoulders nodded. The sound of a door opening drew the class's attention to the room entrance where their class representative was stepping demurely inside. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. I was just informed that we will be entering soon. And just like that, the tension returned thicker than ever. Kendo, Bakugo, huh? The explosive blonde grunted, his red eyes furring up towards the heterochromia boy calling him out. Kendo's response was a much more eloquent inquiry. Todoroki. The dual-haired boy's gaze furred between the two before resting on Kendo. Looking at things objectively, I don't think anyone can doubt that the three of us are the strongest in our class. Oi, shut up shitty hair, let him speak, Bakugo growled, his eyes locked on half and half. He has something he wants to say. I don't know your circumstances, but it was clear to everyone that Todoroki was now speaking directly to Kendo. All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Kendo merely blinked, her face blank. I'm not going to pry, but I'll tell you now, I'm going to beat you. His eyes furred around the room, all of you. Oh, a nervous grin crossed Kaminari's face. Is this a declaration of war from the best in class? Hiroshima stood. Hey, he approached, laying a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. The festival's just about to begin. Should you really be doing this right now? Todoroki knocked the hand aside, turning his gaze to the redhead. We're training to be heroes, not make friends. His eyes narrowed, and besides, at the end of the day, only one person can win. Once more his gaze roamed across the class. All of you, you're nothing but competition. Silence fell as the boy finished. Turning, he began to walk away. Todoroki. Kendo spoke at a normal volume, but in the silence, it might as well have been a shout. The dual quirk user paused, half turning to gaze at Kendo with a single eye. I accept your challenge, but I think you're making a mistake. You're underestimating not just our class, but 1B and every other student in our year. She had her head to the side. Did you know that if a student in general education performs well enough, they can transfer into the hero course? There's only 40 seats, so they'd have to replace somebody, and not just general studies, but the other departments also have students who failed to make the cut for the heroics course. Her teal eyes shone. UA accepts the best of the best. Our school's motto is to go beyond, plus ultra. Do you really think that anyone is going to be giving a lackluster performance today? Itsuka shook her head. No, everybody's going to do their best to take our spot in this class, and if we don't do our best in turn, we don't deserve to have our seat in the first place. Her eyes narrowed with determination. If you really believe that anybody in this school will just roll over and let you win, then you're either naive or a fool. Shoto Todoroki, I accept your declaration of war. I don't care if you're the son of the number 2 hero. I intend to win this festival just like you do. But it's not just me you should be worried about. Spreading her arms, she gestured to the others in the room. It's everybody. Following her arms, Todoroki looked around the room and found his gaze met by determined looks all around. Even Mina found the courage to look him in the eyes, even if the action was negated by the nervous trembling racking his whole body. Todoroki didn't reply. Instead, he simply resumed his walk away. Oi, half and half. The blonde's normal shout was spoken softly, yet Todoroki heard it all the same, although the rest of class missed it, too hyped up by Kendo's words. He paused. The blonde was still sitting in his chair, his back to him. I don't care about your little declaration of war or whatever thoughts are going through your head. I'm just gonna make this simple. When the festival ends, the one standing atop the podium, it's gonna be me. Todoroki had paused in his walk to listen, but when it became obvious that the explosive blonde was done speaking, he didn't reply. He simply walked away. When he next exhaled, mist left his mouth, the only sign of how the words of the two he'd called out affected him. We'll see. Hello everybody. As the massive screens hanging from the rafters around the stadium furred on to reveal the grinning face of President Mike, the audience let out a deafening roar of excitement. Wow, now that's what I'm talking about, the voice hero cheered. It's time for this year's gladiatorial adolescent battle royale that you all love. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? Once more, the crowd erupted into cheers. Now it's just about time for the first years to enter the stage, so make sure to give them all a loud welcome. Fireworks erupted in the sky as the students walked onto the field, to the clamor of the crowd, their visage captured, magnified, and displayed on the big screens, allowing the audience to see the students in all their glory. The UA Sports Festival, where once a year, our fledgling students get a chance to show just what it is they've got. Let's start off with the classes you're all no doubt most interested in, the hero courses, Class 1A and 1B. The hype of the crowd was getting to Izuku and he allowed himself to rise to his feet, clapping with a smile as he heard Himiko let out a squeal of excitement behind him. His eyes roamed the screen looking for a certain Ravenet, and when he finally found the Yaoyorozu heiress, his smile widened. But our heroic hopefuls aren't the only ones competing. We also have general studies, classes C, D, and E, the support course, classes F, G, and H are here too, and let's not forget the business course classes I, J, and K. As each class was introduced, the screen referred to the respective students that comprised them. All of UA's first years are now here. The crowd continued to cheer as the students made their way to the center of the stadium, congesting into a single mass. Although the participants in the audience were able to pick out the students in their classes from how they all stuck together, each sticking close to those they knew. Now I'll hand it over to our chief umpire for the first years, UA's very own R-rated heroine Midnight. As one, the screens locked onto the dominatrix, who cracked her flogger-style whip. Quiet, the dark purple-haired dominatrix-themed hero bellowed, fing her hair with a hand as she smiled seductively, an effect that seemed quite personal when it was blown up, magnified, and delivered to every member of the audience watching her on screen. It's time for the player pledge. Representing the students will be Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Izuku froze, his smile still plastered on his face, his hands halfway closed in a congratulatory clap when his mind finally registered just who it was who'd been called on. His eyes flashed to a screen and sure enough there was the scowling visage of his former best friend and childhood tormentor. You shouldn't be surprised, his brain hissed. You knew he was here, knew he was in Momo's class, she told you. Yes, Izuku had known that the explosive blonde was in UA. But hearing and seeing were two entirely different experiences. He struggled to swallow, his throat suddenly dry as he watched his tormentor climb up the steps of the podium. Midnight was standing on to take his place behind the mic. Surprisingly, it wasn't Himiko who shook Izuku out of his stupor, although Izuku could sense the girl's concern. Instead it was the woman sitting next to him. Are you alright? She asked, her concern obvious. Izuku had his lips before turning to flash the most disarming grin he could given the circumstances at the hpsc assassin. Yes, sorry, I'm fine. It's just, hearing that name and seeing his face brought up some memories. As soon as he spoke, Izuku cursed himself for the blunder. He'd given too much away, and to the woman currently investigating him of all people. Nagain, or rather Tsutsumi, opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, the student representative spoke and the two turned their attention back to the screen. I pledge, the spiky-haired blonde spoke into the quiet that had settled over the stadium, the masses eager to hear what the student representing the first-year class had to say. His voice and image was projected not only in the stadium, but to screens around the country and to those watching beyond. In homes and stores, on laptops, and phones all over the world, people waited in eager anticipation for Katsuki's Bakugo's declaration to win this festival. Next to Izuku, Tsutsumi sighed as she shook her head, her disappointment obvious. Geez, that boy, I can tell you now he's not going to be winning any favors with that little performance. For him to make himself a target like that, he'd better have the ability to back it up, because if not, well. For a moment there was silence, as both the students and crowd awed at just what the blonde had said. Many were unsure of whether it was confidence or arrogance, but within seconds, the students were shouting their anger to the heavens. What the heck? Stop messing around. Shut up. You think you're better than us, you bastard. I'll crush you. Well, that's certainly one way to stand out, Midnight shouted, drawing attention to her once more. Now without further ado, let's get started. The heroine smiled as she had her lips sadistically, her eyes roaming over the students below her. Unfortunately, there's too many of you little hopefuls and too few spots, so we need to cut down the numbers quite a bit. That means the first round will be a qualifier, so let's hurry up and see just what game our cute little festival goers will be playing. At the heroine's words, a holographic projection rose up on the stage, spinning too fast for the eye to see, before it finally slowed down to a stop. Well, would you look at that? Midnight cried, a wide smile on her face. It looks like our first game of the day will be a game of tag. Well, would you look at that? Midnight cried, a wide smile on her face. It looks like our first game of the day will be a game of tag. Tag, Itsuka muttered, her brow furrowing in determination. Each student participating in today's events is wearing a UA gym uniform, Midnight explained, her voice echoing through the arena. Behind her, the screen changed to mirror her words, showing the uniform in question. One of the many hidden features of the uniforms designed by UA's very own principal Nezu is their ability to sense pressure applications. Each of the 200 students participating is worth a point. By tagging another student, the tagger will take the point of whomever they tagged, adding it to their own, while the white stripes on the tagged student's uniform will turn red, indicating they have no points. If you lose your points, don't worry, you aren't eliminated. Simply tag another student with points to take what points they have for yourself, at which point your uniform stripes will turn back to white. After 15 minutes, the top 37 students will move on to the next round, and of course quirks are allowed. Incapacitations will count as tagging an opponent. However, as always, I retain the right to eliminate any of you if I believe you are using excessive force or endangering other students. Understand. Aye, sensei, the students chorused. Good, Midnight purred as she at her lips, a wicked gleam in her eye. Behind her the screen changed to a timer reading 150,000. Now split up and mingle, no huddling with your classmates. Prepare yourselves, we'll begin on my command. All across the field students shifted, some crouching in a sprinter's pose, others simply shaking body parts to loosen up. A few sporadic quirks flared as students prepared to use them while others looked around, searching for their first targets. Momo's eyes furrowed to the various students around her while Itsuka took a deep breath, letting it out as her body tensed and she opened her eyes. Begin, Midnight yelled, bringing her whip down with a flourish, only to immediately brace herself on stage as the wind began to pick up. The field devolved into chaos as students rushed each other, some displaying their quirks while others utilized nothing but their bodies. Momo's hands and arms glowed as the ponytailed Ravenet produced a pair of tonfa that she began to twirl with deadly effect, smashing the weighted batons into the chests of those around her as her score quickly began rising. Itsuka too was displaying her skills, the martial artist punishing anyone foolish enough to take the vice representative of 1A as an easy target. Shoto sighed as he let loose with his ice, freezing those around him where they stood. The dual-haired boy had been tempted to simply freeze the arena, as there certainly weren't many here he could confidently say were capable of escaping on their own. But there was no benefit to showing off right now. Better to hold back and reveal just what he could do in the later rounds. As all this was happening though, the winds continued to intensify. And it looks like our competitors are off to a wild start. Yao, no real standouts yet, but wait, what's this? Someone's taken to the air. That's yes, it's Inasa Yurashi of Class 1B. What's he up to? Present, Mike announced. A tired exhale was heard throughout the arena as the Atrus's partner spoke up. Inasa's simply being practical. By flying he can avoid being tagged while keeping an eye on the entire battlefield. At the same time, he's got a quirk that's perfectly capable of gathering points from a distance, so he's not limiting his score in the slightest. A few students had glanced up to catch a glimpse of the teen when the announcers had focused on him, but they were barely able to spare more than a cursory glance before the chaos around them drew their attention elsewhere. The overwhelming noise permitted only a few to hear the words of the flying boy as he raised his hands up towards the heavens. To see so many students giving it their all. I can feel myself getting fired up. If all you hooded monsters are going all out, then it's only right I do the same, isn't it? While many might not have heard what the boy said, the reaction to his words was certainly noticeable to those near members of Class 1B. Kendo was preparing to chop an arrogant blonde on the neck who was somehow using multiple quirks at once, only to watch him scowl in frustration. We agreed to hold back, but of course he'd go all out in the first round. Shit. Scrambling, the blonde scampered away, not seeming to care as Itsuka tagged him on the back, stealing his points. All over the field, similar reactions could be seen. Momo'd been holding off a girl with green hair and sharp teeth whose quirk seemed to let her split her body apart while maintaining her control over it. But after hearing Inasa's declaration, the girl cursed darkly before choosing to abandon the fight, electing instead to float away over the heads of the other students. Aid had been going back and forth against a blonde girl with horns whose broken Japanese was intermixed with what the speedster believed was English, but a glance at Inasa's upraised hand had the girl fleeing, weaving in and out of students as she dodged the few who tried to tag her. The reactions confused many, but it quickly became clear why they'd fled when the winds picked up, forcing many to plant themselves firmly to avoid being sent tumbling head over heels. The winds only grew stronger until, to the shock of nearly every student, a twister formed in the center of the field, the windstorm quickly picking up weaker students and sending them airborne, before drawing them in. All the while, Inasa simply laughed from where he floated in the air. What's this? It seems like Inasa's decided to join the fray, and in spectacular fashion in a single move he's taken more than a quarter of the points for himself. Take notes, you younger listeners out there. That's how you make an opening statement. As the crowd erupted into cheers, eyes furrowed to the nearest scoreboards where, located promptly at the top of the list, was Inasa Yurashi with 57 points. Several students gulped, feeling beads of sweat form on their brow. It was intimidating. To so easily surpass the points needed to move on to the next round, and to do so with only a single move. Their eyes turned towards where Inasa floated in the air, a wide smile splitting his face. It was clear that the kid was a powerhouse. What hope did any of them have? They were from the support course, business, general studies students. Yeah, they wanted to be heroes, but to face someone like this, it was too much. And now it begins, Aizawa thought, ignoring his partner as his ashi continued to drone on, his eyes focused on the frozen forms of the students below him. The staff knew the practical part of the entrance exam was unfair, geared towards those with destructive quirks while ignoring other possible quirks with useful applications. The hero category could help, but it was nothing more than a booster for those who acted in a heroic manner, and it was subjective at that. Sure, UA had applied to change the exam, but unfortunately the hpsc's permission was needed for such an action since UA was an accredited hpsc hero school, and the commission wasted no time in rejecting the proposal every time it was put forth. The ghost of a smile furrowed on the man's stubble-lined face, although I wouldn't be surprised if the robots were Nezu's way of extorting as much money as he could from the commission. There's no way the school could pay for such things on their own. Shota shook his head. The rat's reasoning doesn't matter either way. It puts kids in my class completely unsuitable for heroics. Sure, I can expel them, but then we have open spots in the hero course, and that's where the sports festival comes in. An opportunity for promotion and a chance for students not only in the hero course, but in the others as well to distinguish themselves. But right now is where the test really begins. The students in the other courses who have spent their time cursing their poor luck are coming face to face with the ones they want to usurp and replace. Now's the time for them to back up what they've said with actions or decide if this is where their dreams die. His eyes narrowed. Now what will you all do? Floating in the air as he watched his tornado demolish the competition below him, Inase couldn't contain his wild smile. He could feel his pumping as the students below him fought one another in a mad free-for-all, each desperately grasping for the points they needed to move on. This was why he decided to go to UA. He'd been tempted to leave when he encountered Todoroki during the special recommendation exam. The son of the number 2 hero and the one man Inase considered unsuitable for heroics had possessed the same eyes as his father, eyes filled with cold rage and hatred at some distant obstacle. Inase had given the boy a chance to show the eyes didn't mean anything, that Inase had simply been mistaken and misjudged the two, but Todoroki had cast his offer aside. In fact, he could still remember the dual-haired boy's words when he'd approached him. This isn't a test, we aren't competing or anything, passing is all that matters. He hadn't even graced Inase with a look, his eyes just filled with the same emotions that made Inase realize not everyone should be a hero. So leave me alone. Inase's hand curled into a fist. There'd been no doubt in his mind that Todoroki would make it into UA. The boy was too talented for the school not to accept him. But Inase had doubted whether he himself could attend the same institution knowing the boy went there as well. He'd almost rescinded his application and applied to Shiksu but had stopped himself. UA was the hero school. Even if Shiksu was considered its only rival, UA was still superior. Inase didn't want to give up on UA. Just because someone he didn't think was worthy of becoming a hero went there as well. And that's when an idea had struck him what was more heroic than making someone into a hero. For 3 years Inase and Todoroki would be students at the same school, so for 3 years Inase could work to mold Todoroki into an ideal hero, and keep him from going down the same path as his father. Smiling at the memory, Inase continued to wear his grin as he let his tornado die down, careful to make sure the air currents deposited their unwilling passengers onto the ground. Inase already had more than enough points to move on, and it would be most unheroic to simply keep the students caught up in his move, unable to try and recover what points they could from the other competitors. Better to let them loose and watch from above where he was safely out of reach. The sound of an explosion sounded to Inase's right, and turning, the floating student barely had time to dodge backwards as a spiky-haired blonde rocketed past him, the blonde's fingers coming within inches of his uniform. The two were in close proximity to one another for barely a second. But it was still enough time for Inase to recognize his attacker as the student representative Bakugo Katsuki. Whoa, Inase gasped, wheeling himself around. He watched as Katsuki turned their missed attack into a wide curve to come back around, all the while propelling himself through the air with explosives that erupted from his hands. Wow, Inase complimented, smiling widely, you've got an amazing quirk. I can see why you were so confident when you announced that you were going to win the festival today. Of course I'm going to win, Katsuki growled as he lined himself up for a bombing run. I'm going to be the number 1 hero, the best hero to ever exist, and to do that I need to be the strongest. Everyone here, they're just a stepping stone to help me get better, and as for the festival, now the world will see just what it is I can do. Inase's eyes sparkled. Wow, he cheered with genuine admiration. Your speech earlier already got me fired up, but now you've got my boiling. Unfortunately, I will win the festival, so your declaration is meaningless. You've got everybody's attention, Bakugo admitted with a feral smile, but what does it matter so long as I take your points from you? There's 7 minutes left, Inase said, glancing down at the timer at the top of the scoreboard behind midnight, and you don't seem like the type to risk it all without taking the proper precautions. We both have enough points to move on, but I've never backed down from a challenge before. If you want my points, catch me if you can. Manipulating the air currents, Inase took off like a bullet with the blonde rocket in close pursuit. And Bakugo Katsuki pursues Urashi, starting a mid-air chase. Who's going to emerge with the points? As Present Mike continued to narrate the events happening below, Izuku sighed, leaning back in his seat. The first few minutes had been hectic, but it quickly became clear that, like always, the heroic students were the standout competitors, most of whom would no doubt be moving on. The majority of them had points in the high single digits or low teens. Only 3 students were above 20 points. Katsuki Bakugo with 21 points was currently pursuing another one of the 3, Inase Urashi, who was the clear standout of the round with an absurd 57 points, while the final student, Shoto Todoroki, had 23 points, having simply frozen those around him to the ground. Seemingly fine with his score, the boy had elected to cocoon himself inside an igloo-style dome that no one had yet managed to breach in order to wait out the clock. A few students were pounding away at the structure, but it only seemed to reinforce itself the moment any progress was made. Momo herself had 14 points, so her position 2 was guaranteed, so long as she wasn't tagged, and a quick look down assured Izuku the Ravenet was more than fine. Having formed a partnership with a few others to hold off the hordes of students that continually threw themselves forward only to be repelled again and again. The rounds over, turning, Izuku found himself looking at the hpsc's assassin as she leaned back in her seat before stretching her hands over her head to crack her back. Turning towards the green at the dual-haired woman at a questioning eyebrow. What? You obviously think the same. The standings aren't going to shift a whole lot now that the points have been grouped up. Probably, Izuku agreed, but still, 200 points isn't a lot, especially considering I doubt the staff expected a single student to get over a quarter of them all at once. Add in second and third and the three managed to gather over half the points available. They'll probably release more somehow when there's 5 minutes left, especially since Katsuki and Yurashi are too busy with their little air show to go after others. Katsuki. Nagant no, Tsutsumi asked. You're on a first-name basis with him. Izuku stilled as he mentally cursed himself for relaxing when he was right next to a pro hero. Blame the nerd inside of him, but seeing so many new quirks all at once had made him forget just where he was. Izuku sensed Himiko shift behind him at the question. The disguised blonde no doubt having spent more time staring at the back of his head than at the match. Still, her presence helped reassure Izuku as he responded. We used to know each other, Izuku answered, making sure to choose his words carefully. Our moms were close, so we grew up together. You had a falling out of some kind? Tsutsumi questioned. Something like that, Izuku agreed, gesturing towards where Katsuki and Yurashi were weaving through the air around one another. As you can see, he developed quite the powerful quirk. I, on the other hand, did not. Everyone told Kaken that he would grow up to be a great hero, and it got to his head. He enjoyed testing his quirk, and sometimes, well, there's a reason children don't handle explosives. He used his quirk on you? She questioned, and Izuku could practically see her persona switch flip from the politely curious Tsutsumi to the pro-hero Lady Nagin. Izuku merely blinked. Like I said, as a child, I doubt he could control his quirk well enough to not hit those nearby when he used it. The adults at our school, however, certainly didn't reprimand him when it happened, though, he admitted with a bitter smile. With no one correcting his behavior, well, let's just say that he liked to prove his strength, over me in particular. Were complaints filed? Of course not. Teachers passed it off as kids being kids, and as for administration, well, it's no secret how elite UA is, and schools with students in attendance are considered some of the best, particularly if said students are enrolled in the hero course. Kacchan was Aldera's first student with the chance of making it big, and everyone who was anyone wanted a piece of the next top hero. From elementary school, they made sure his record would be as clean as a whistle when it came time for him to apply. Anytime I complained, I was just being dramatic. An attention whore. Of course, Bakugo's not at fault. It didn't matter to them if I was covered in ash and burns, if my uniform was torn and covered in. All that mattered was that I was still quirkless, useless Midoriya who dared to try and sully their oh-so-precious Katsuki Bakugo. Then why are you here? Why cheer him on when it sounds like you should by all rights hate him? Who said I'm here to cheer him on? Izuku questioned with a tilt of his head. I'd much rather he fail here with the whole country looking on, but I have no doubt he'll end up a hero. It's been his dream since we were children, and his quirk's far too useful for UA to pass him over. Even if they're not as lenient with his behavior, I know for a fact that the school gives their teachers lots of freedom when it comes to their students, and Kaken can hold himself back when needed. It's just that up until now, no one made him. Lady Nagant frowned. I'm sorry for what happened to you. No one should have to go through what you have. I can only imagine how you must feel watching him train to become a pro hero. Izuku shrugged. I learned when I was 4 that life's unfair. Everything since then has just driven the point home that the society is broken. Discrimination still exists, be it against the quirkless, mutation quirks, or those with quirks dubbed villainous. Our government runs on laws made nearly 200 years ago when quirks were still developing, when it was still possible to keep those with quirks from using them. Nowadays, you can't walk down the street without seeing someone use their quirk, and neither police nor heroes try to stop it unless the quirk is particularly showy or dangerous. If our own officers don't work to enforce the peace, does peace even exist? Right now, society's fraying at the edges, problems forced down for decades are rising to the surface, and All Might, the symbol of this peaceful era, is appearing less and less. And people are noticing, crime levels all over the country are rising to numbers not seen in decades, and villains are only growing more bold. With all that's happening, can you really claim that society is at peace, that people aren't going about their everyday lives all under the illusion of a faux peace that will fall away when things finally reach a head? Nagant was silent for a moment, her bright purple eyes meeting Izuku's vivid green. You raised a lot of interesting points, she admitted. Now let me ask a question of my own. You introduced yourself as Izuku Shigaraki, but just now you called yourself Midoriya. Izuku tensed. It was only for a moment, but he knew immediately that his reaction hadn't escaped the sharp gaze of a heroine used to looking down the scope of a rifle. Let's try again, Nagant said, turning so her upper body was now facing Izuku. Although the two remained in their seats next to each other, her voice made it clear that no nonsense would be tolerated. My name is Lady Nagain. Now just who are you, Izuku? As she slammed her bow staff into the stomach of some poor student from the general studies course, Momo was already drawing back, allowing Itsuka to launch an enlarged fist into the chest of the student already replacing him. Both students' uniforms were red, confirming that they'd already lost their points earlier in the round, something that had become far more common as the round dragged on. In fact, it had been several minutes since either of the girls had gotten any points at all. They just keep coming, Itsuka complained, and Momo was finding herself agreeing with the Orangette. How much time do we have left? Momo asked her vice as she swung her staff like a base bat to knock away some girl with light green hair and elven ears. Itsuka opened her mouth to reply, but before she could, Midnight's voice rose over the sound of conflict echoing across the battlefield. 5 minutes left in the round, I repeat. 5 minutes left. Additionally, due to the large amount of points accumulated by the top 3 students, I have elected to make the executive decision to award each student 2 additional points regardless of how many they have now. That means if despite all your effort you still find your performance lacking, you can still get points by turning your attention towards those more suited for someone of your capabilities. Do you think she acts that way intentionally? Itsuka deadpanned, the 2 girls getting a moment to relax as the horde that had been swarming them turned on one another. I honestly don't know, Momo answered sincerely, a red blush dusting her face. Her hobby might be reading adult romance novels, but it still wasn't considered polite to allude to such Yule actions out loud. For Midnight Sensei to be so bold as to sneak innuendos in the most watched event on Japanese television was mortifying to the Villainous Revenet. It didn't help that her thoughts began to turn towards a certain green-haired boy, one whose performance she very much doubted would be lack. Itsuka started when, for seemingly no reason, Momo slapped herself across the cheek. Are you okay? Itsuka asked, raising a hesitant hand. Never better, Momo smiled, despite the red handprint already blooming on the side of her head. Alright, Itsuka responded doubtfully. Okay, with the added 2 points, I'm now at 18. You, 16, Momo offered. We both should have had enough to move on, but Midnight just introduced an additional 400 points to the game. Add that to the 200 already in play, and that's 600 altogether. Yurashi, Bakugo, and Todoroki have just over a sixth of the points already divided between the 2 of them. But the remaining points should be spread across the rest of the students, with the larger point values most likely concentrated within the heroic classes. Midnight said the top 37 students will move on. And if we say 2 to 5 of those spots are students from other courses, then nearly a quarter of the heroics course will fail to move on to the next round. Easy, Itsuka said, raising a hand to Momo's back although she stopped short of touching it, not wanting to take the girls' points on accident. We knew from the moment Midnight announced how many spots were available that some people wouldn't make it to the next round. Still, have some faith in our classmates, they've worked hard to get here, just like we have. Besides, we have far more pressing matters to worry about. Really? Momo asked, ing her head to the side while raising a hand to the corner of her mouth in a manner eerily similar to Tsu. What? Itsuka smiled as she enlarged her fists before launching a fist that hit 2 students at once, although only one of their uniforms was white so she only got points from them. Isn't it obvious? We still have 5 minutes left, that's 5 minutes to grind as many points as we can. I don't know about you, but I really want to beat Bakugo's score, especially since he seems more keen on catching Yurashi than getting more points. Something about the Orangette's words seemed to spark something within Momo. Itsuka felt herself shiver at how predatorial the girl's smile seemed to become. Let's do it, Momo said, her determination clear, eyes aflame with an unknown drive. Itsuka watched as Momo launched herself forward towards the nearest white-striped uniform, swinging her staff to deadly effect. Dear gods, Itsuka whispered, what have I done? The sounds of the screaming students being crushed under Momo's domineering feet shook the carrot-tired girl out of whatever trance she'd fallen into. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Itsuka enlarged her hands before launching herself into the conflict once more, chasing after her class president and friend. Izuku swallowed, but despite having the attention of a government-approved killer focused solely on him, the brunette remained calm. Toga. He called and immediately the vampiric bodyguard reacted. For all her training and as fast as she was, Nagain was still a hero that worked best from a distance. In the crowded seating of a stadium surrounded by civilians unaware of the developing situation, she could barely react before a blade was pressed to the side of her throat, the tip digging into the skin of her neck. I'm sorry, Izuku said, and despite the situation, Nagain found herself believing the sincerity in the brunette's apology. If it makes you feel better, me and my colleague here aren't up to anything. Izuku gestured to his associate who, to Nagain's surprise, seemed to be a one-armed woman with black ringlet hair and violet eyes in an outfit that did little to conceal the body underneath. In fact, the clothing seemed designed for someone much smaller than the one wearing it. Now, the woman purred under Nagain's gaze. Attention on the little boss here, please. We can always play later if you really want to. Why are you here? Nagain asked, turning to Izuku, who was running a hand through his curly hair. The same reason everyone else is, Izuku said, raising his arms as if the answer should be obvious. We came to watch the sports festival. The fact we ended up sitting next to you is nothing more than an unfortunate coincidence. You claim to be a villain, Nagain questioned, but just what did you do that was villainous? Forgive me, but I find it hard to believe that someone quirkless managed to do anything deserving of recognition. The blade dug into her skin a little harder at the question, and Nagain could feel begin to trail down her neck, but Izuku remained nonplussed. He even looked a little pleased. True, I suppose you could say that we're villains more due to society's definition of the term than anything else. Neither of us have robbed a bank, committed arson, or lied on a tax form. In fact, the only thing I've really done purposefully wrong is attack another villainous organization that had something I wanted. And you won? Nagain questioned, and despite herself she couldn't keep the disbelief out of her voice. A kid taking on a criminal organization and winning. Sure, she could see that happening. Maybe, at a stretch, but not without a quirk, a powerful one. Oh, I just did the planning. Izuku waved dismissively. It was low-tier villains that did all the work. A throat cleared behind them and Izuku corrected himself. Oh yes, and Toga here played her part as well. In fact, I found her while recruiting and she's been with me ever since. Nagain nodded, as much as she could at least without cutting her own throat. She had her doubts but she kept them to herself. Okay, and hypothetically, what is keeping me from causing a scene and arresting you right here and now? Once more, the blade dug into her just a little more before withdrawing as Izuku answered. Besides the fact you have a knife to your neck and for as fast as you are, I know Toga's faster. The fact that if you do try something, while I might not be much of a threat, especially since we're so close together, I have no doubt Toga could inflict quite a fair amount of chaos before you or another hero incapacitates her. How many civilians are around us? How many do you think she could harm or kill before you stop her? 1, 2, half a dozen, more. And what about her quirk? What do you think it can do? The simple fact is you don't know enough to take action right now, especially since this is basically a hostage situation where everyone around us is being held at knife point, all the while being perfectly unaware of what's happening. So here's what's going to happen. We're all going to sit back and relax. You don't do anything to arouse suspicion or alert others to what's going on, and I'll make sure that Toga here doesn't go on a killing spree. We enjoy the festival like we were intending to, and once it ends, we each go our own way. After that, we can go back to the game of cat and mouse that heroes and villains always seem to be playing. Do we have a deal? Nagain mentally cursed. Izuku had summarized their situation perfectly. While her support equipment had a mayday feature, her costume itself didn't. The good news was that she now had no problem believing his claim to have organized a raid. Unfortunately, that terrifying intellect was now directed against her and she found herself coming up short. Tick-tock, the black-haired Toga hummed, digging the blade into her neck once more. Izuku-sama doesn't like to be kept waiting, and when he gets impatient, I do too. And let me guess, when you're impatient, you get twitchy. And stabby, Toga agreed cheerfully. Now, your answer please. Fine, Nagain sighed, making sure they saw her shoulders fall as she leaned back in her seat. Toga too withdrew, although Nagain didn't need to look behind her to know that the woman was likely keeping her knife ready, most likely aimed at either Nagain or whoever had the unfortunate luck to sit next to the black-haired psycho, though based on her clothing and their kinks, they might actually be into that. Thank you, Izuku said, and Nagain once again had to question how a villain holding everyone around them hostage could sound so genuine. If it makes you feel better, you're the first adult besides my mother to show they cared about what happened to me. What would your mom think about what you're doing? Nagain asked. Sometimes talking was enough to get villains to stand down, but the sniper hero knew she'd made a mistake when Izuku's smile fell away, his face becoming an emotionless mask. The pressure around them increased and Nagain couldn't stop the shiver that ran up her spine as the brunette looked her in the eyes. Unfortunately, I'll never know. Less than a year ago, a hero D and killed her right in front of me. Gathering her breath, Momo took a look around the field, taking in the other 36 competitors who'd moved on to the second round. There was Bakugo, of course, Class 1A's explosive blonde, appearing to be almost feral where he stood, hunched over, fingers sparking as he silently raged, something that was no surprise considering how he'd ended up coming in 7th overall with his 23 points. Bakugo had spent the last 5 minutes chasing after Urashi in the air until the timer ran out. Neither boy had gotten any more points, they hadn't needed to in order to move on. But that hadn't stopped others from profiting off their disinterest, a decision that was only now being reflected in the scores. In fact, the only one within the former top 3 to actually get more points was Todoroki, who hadn't even left his igloo to get more points, merely freezing those who'd been attacking it. It had added another 14 points to his score, making the son of the number 2 hero come in second overall with 39 points, not that he seemed to care. Momo and Itsuka had both ended up with a comfortable 26 and 27 respectively, putting Itsuka in the top 3 and leaving Momo as the runner-up. Momo was happy with her placement and took a moment to once again enjoy the fact that she'd beaten Bakugo's score. Fifth and sixth place had gone to two students from 1B. A girl with vines for hair by the name of Ibara Shizaki had gotten 25 points, while a boy with a skull-like face named Juzo Honuki had gotten 24. As was expected, the majority of the hero course had made it through to the next round, although that wasn't to say there weren't some outliers. In fact, Momo turned her attention to two kids she'd never seen before, trying to analyze just what it was the two could do. 1. The girl was obviously from the support course. Various gadgets and pieces of machinery covered her body. And as if that wasn't enough, her eyes were covered by some steampunk-looking goggles. The boy, on the other hand, was more difficult to place, although Momo would bet general studies should she be made to guess. His messy indigo hair and disheveled, worn-out appearance complete with dark circles under the eyes reminded Momo eerily of Aizawa-sensei. The two's inclusion in the students moving on had brought the amount of heroic students not moving on up to 5. Only one was from 1A Quiet Coda, whose reliance on nearby animals had come back to bite him. The quiet boy had looked like he'd been about to cry when he'd left, and Momo resolved herself to speak to him when she got a chance. It was her duty as class president to look after her fellow students, and Koda was a sweet boy, whose reliance on sign language to communicate had given Momo a rare chance to apply her own lessons from back when she was a child. 1B had taken the other losses, meaning the class was down a fifth of their members. Momo had recognized one of the few girls in the class, the ghostly Ryuko Yanagi, and a boy with a speech bubble in place of a head who'd been called Manga Fukudashi according to Kendo, who'd spoken to the 1B vice, Nyaranjiki Shota, about who failed to move on. The other two, the Oranget claimed, were Yosua Wace and Kosite Tsuburaba, names Momo recognized from the 1B class roster if nothing else. The top 37 students have advanced to the next round. Midnight began as the stadium quieted down so the R-rated heroine could speak. For those of you who didn't make it through, don't worry, we've prepared some other games for you to shine in. No one missed the dark smile or the way the woman ate her upper lip in sadistic glee. But now that we've lowered the numbers, it's time for the real competition to begin. Make sure to give your all with the snap of a whip. The game spinner began to rotate once more. For the second round, I wonder what game you'll all be playing. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? Midnight ed erotically, does it get on your nerves not knowing? Wondering just what you'll have to do? Well, fine then, the second game will be. The spinner came to a stop as Midnight pointed her whip at it. King of the Hill. Don't we have too many people for that, Kiro? Sue croaked. Yeah, I mean they need more than one person to move on, right? Kyoka questioned. Maybe if you all stopped talking, I'd get a chance to explain the rules to you all, Midnight yelled. At least she turned off her mic. Shota sweat dropped while Mike gave a nervous laugh. Anyway, Midnight said, brushing her hair to the side as she spoke to both the students and the crowd. Students will be divided up into teams of 4. At the 4 corners of the field you're all standing on, UA's very own Cementos will create a hill with a flat platform at the top. The goal of each team is to claim a hill by getting to the top and remaining there continuously for 1 minute. Time runs so long as each member of the team is on the platform, but you won't pass unless your team is the only one on the platform. Now without further ado, here are your teams. Team 1, Hitoshi Shinso, Meihatsum, Mizo Shoji, Nido Manoma. Team 2, Chinoko Komori, Kyoka Jiro, Ibara Shizaki. Team 3, Minoru Maida, Hantashiro, Rikido Sato, Senkaibara. Team 4, Itsuka Kendo, Yui Kodai, Fumikage Takoyami, Mina Ishido. Team 5, Tetsu, Nyaranjiki Shota, Suiwa Sui, Jiroda Shishida. Team 6, Katsuki Bakugo, Juzo Honuki, Achako Uraraka, Ijiro Kirishima. Team 7, Tagaru Kamakiri, Shihei Kirwaro, Toru Hagakure. Team 8, Setsuna Takage, Tenya Ida, Shoto Todoroki, Momoye Urazu. Team 9, Denki Kaminari, Meshuro Ajiro, Kajiro Bando, Haryu Ren. So the teams are automatically assigned, Momo thought, raising a hand to cradle her chin, and they're organized in such a way that each team has at least one person they're unfamiliar with. In fact, it's kind of like All Might's first exercise, the Ravenet realized with the start. Just like I explained to Ada back then, you won't always be able to work with those you know. You'll have to adapt and do the best you can with those available, which is what we're going to do right now. Momo frowned, layers within layers. This is just another reason why UA's considered the best of the best, and another reason for me to keep my guard up at all times. If they find out the real reason I'm here, it's not just me that'll be in trouble. Izuku, Himiko, Mom and Dad, even Sensei would all be in danger. No, Momo shook her head. Don't think. Don't even consider the possibility. Focus, you have a game to win. She looked towards the screen once more. Wait a minute, if there's 9 teams and 4 people to a team, that's only 36 people. Where's? Now, as I'm sure several of you have noticed, there's one name not listed on the board. Midnight spoke, interrupting the discussion that had broken out as the teams began to group together. The winner of round 1, Inase Urashi, is special because in this next game he'll be considered a mountain all his own. Urashi will be given a headband he'll have to wear the entire game. If the headband is removed, whichever team is responsible will automatically advance to the final event. On the other hand, if Urashi can hold on to it until the game ends, he too will move on. As one, every head turned towards Urashi, Momo's included. Yet under the piercing gaze of 36 pairs of eyes, Yurashi didn't look the least bit cowed or intimidated. No, if anything, the boy seemed to take delight in the challenge, smiling widely as he leaned back and laughed as the entire stadium looked on. "How exciting!" the Class 1B president exclaimed, turning his head left and right to look at the students surrounding him. "It's clear that I'm not the only one getting fired up, so let me make this clear right now. If you're going to challenge me, you'd better come at me with everything you've got," Yurashi declared, throwing his arms wide. "Well, it looks like there's another one confident in his abilities," Izuku said from where he leaned forward, resting his head on his hands. Hearing no response, he sighed and looked to his right where Nagain sat stiffly, her expression grim. Izuku sighed and sat back, his attention now firmly on the assassin. "Come on, you can at least talk to me, can't you?" Talk to you. Talk to you," Nagain yelled, turning to finally look at the greenie. Her voice thankfully drowned out by the roar of the crowd. "You expect me, a hero, to talk to you, a villain, when you're holding not just me but all those around us hostage," the dual-haired heroine let loose, thrusting her finger in Izuku's face. Izuku merely gave her a flat look in response. "We've already been over this. Nothing will happen so long as you behave. Toga and I are merely here to enjoy the festival, nothing else." "Is that really so hard to believe?" "Yes," Nagain hissed, her teeth grinding together. "Criminals tend to try and stay out of the public spotlight. They don't try to draw attention to themselves, and they certainly don't attend the UA Sports Festival." Izuku shrugged. "Well, we are. Now at least tell me what you think about this, Yurashi, before you go back to giving me the cold shoulder." "Fine," Nagain tossed her hands in the air. "You want to know what I think? I think he's confident, in both his quirk and his ability to use it. Right now UA's simulating the hero rankings, there's a person above the others. A person in the position they all want to be in, and everyone as a result wants to take him down. Normally one would feel threatened to be in such a position. To have such a massive target on their back, any normal first year would be cowering where they stand. The fact that Yurashi isn't means he is either capable of backing up his words or he isn't, and I would go with the former based on his display in the first round." "See, that was so hard," Izuku said as Nagain finished her little tirade. The heroine merely glared in response, causing Izuku to chuckle. "Fine, I'll leave you alone. Besides, the round's finally starting." The second round began with Yurashi standing alone in the center of the field, the 9 other teams surrounding him at regular intervals while the corners of the field each rose up to form a large cement hill with a flat platform at the top large enough for 2 teams to stand comfortably. "On your mark," Midnight shouted out from her place on the raised stage, her whip held high. "Get set." The students tensed. Yurashi cast one last look around, his wide smile still affixed to his face. "Go." The whip fell, the starting horn blared, and several students were forced to plant their feet to avoid being blown off them as Yurashi took to the air, sending dust and rocks flying beneath him. "And just like round 1, Yurashi takes to the skies," Mike yelled. "It's a smart move," Aizawa added. He knew he was a target, and amongst the other students, there are only a few capable of reaching him in the air. Remember, Yurashi's goal isn't to take a hill, it's to survive until the end of the round, an objective uniquely suited for him so long as he is able to stay airborne until time expires. "That doesn't sound very entertaining," Present Mike complained, switching his mic off so what he said wouldn't be heard by the entire stadium. "It's a rational decision. If you want entertainment, switch your profession." Well, either way, the other students are making their moves. It appears that unlike round 1, no one is willing to challenge Yurashi in the air, leaving our hopeful competitors to fight it out on the ground. The teams had indeed broken up, each heading for the nearest hill in a desperate bid to reach the top. Sprinting, Momo's arm glowed as a shield emerged from the limb, the straps already wrapped around her forearm, while the shield itself was quickly put to the test as several green scales slammed into it with a metallic thump sticking fast. "Shit, that's Rin," Setsuna Takage, the sole member of 1B on Momo's team, cursed as her floating head turned to look at a scowling boy whose black hair was tied in a ponytail. "Setsuna Takage, Quirk Lizard Tail Splitter. She can split her body into pieces and control them." Language Ada exclaimed. "Not now, Thunder Thighs," Takage retorted. "We've got bigger problems on our hands." "What do you know about Rin?" Momo asked, trying to stop the argument before it could begin while keeping her team focused. "He's from China and he's got a feud with Yurashi. He originally applied to UA through recommendation, but Yurashi got the position instead. Rin had to get in by taking the normal entrance exam. He sees Yurashi as his rival since he thinks the boy took his spot. And his quirk. He can grow scales on his body and fire em. They double as weak armor too, and incoming the team braced themselves for inbound scales. But a rumble was the only forewarning they and the teams around them had as a wall of ice rose up, cutting Rin and his team off from Momo and the others. "Thanks," Frosty Taki smiled at the last member of their team whose response was a frosty glare. "Focus," Todoroki glared, mist leaking from his mouth as he exhaled. "What's his problem?" Takage complained as they charged up the hill. "It's just how he is," Momo sighed. Casting a look back, she saw 3 teams coming up the hill behind them. Kaminari and Ajiro had finally made their way around Todoroki's ice wall along with Rin, and another student from 1B. Aoyama was with 2 students from 1B and Hagakure if the floating uniform was anything to go by. But Momo's attention was more focused on the final group at the base of the hill looking up at them. Bakugo's coming, she warned. It won't matter, Todoroki said solemnly as they reached the top of the hill, where it leveled out into a small platform. We have the hill. As the heterochromic boy finished speaking, ice erupted from his foot, spreading down until it had enveloped the entire hill, save the platform where they stood. I wouldn't be so confident, Takage warned. Why? Because that explosive blonde of yours has Honuki on his team. He was another recommended student forced to take the regular entrance exam by Inasa. What can he do? Momo inquired. He can soften things, Takage said as she looked down the hill and groaned, like ice. Stepping up, Momo stood next to the green-eat girl, and looking down she could indeed see the skull-faced boy she assumed was Honuki leading his team up the hill, the ice around him having softened into slush. They can try to soften the ice, but all we have to do is hold the platform, Todoroki said as he stepped forward. That means all I need to do is hold them off until the 2 minutes is up. So saying, another wave of ice erupted from the boy's feet, rushing down the hill towards the students trying to climb up like an avalanche. Before it could hit, Bakugo held his hands up and a massive explosion erupted from the blonde, shrouding the hill around them in mist. I can't see them, Takage reported, her head floating higher in an attempt to see through the thick mist. It doesn't matter, Todoroki said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. They won't make it through my ice in time. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Icy hot, the shout was all the warning Todoroki had as Bakugo erupted from the mist, heading straight towards the son of the number 2 hero, his right hand outstretched, palm already sparking. Sorry, Ada, Uraraka apologized as she leapt at the speedster who, like his teammates, had turned towards Bakugo. But I want to advance, and you won't be able to do a whole lot in the air. Before Uraraka could touch Ada, she found her path blocked by Momo's shield. Ada, the Ravenet instructed, knock Bakugo away. We need Todoroki if we want to hold the hill. Right, Ada nodded as his thrusters ignited, pushing him forward. Todoroki had managed to get an ice barrier in between him and Bakugo before the explosion hit, but it was destroyed in the explosion, and Bakugo's other hand was already swinging around. Sorry, but I won't let you get involved, Kirishima said, skidding in between Bakugo and the charging Ada, his body hard. This is a fight between men and you can't interrupt. Before Ada could respond, Momo shouted once more, Ada, close your eyes. The blue-haired boy obeyed just as a small cylinder was thrown in between him and the red-haired Kirishima. Kirishima's eyes focused on the object, his peripheral vision picking up Momo's outstretched hand in the background. Huh? He asked dumbly just as the cylinder erupted in a burst of light with a loud bang. Kirishima cried out as he fell to the ground, his eyes squeezed shut, ears ringing. Ada had recognized the flashbang, and as soon as it exploded, he opened his eyes and charged forward. Todoroki was on the back foot. He honestly hadn't expected anyone to make it up the hill until time expired, and Bakugo was attacking faster than he could create his ice. Not so, why now, are ya? Bakugo yelled as he launched another explosion. Todoroki could only grit his teeth as he braced himself, his skin already singed. As Bakugo drew his hand back once more, Ada slammed into him, his raised knee striking the blonde directly in the stomach. Bakugo spat as he was sent flying off the platform, rolling down the icy slopes of the hill. Thanks, Todoroki said gruffly. Later, Ada said as he turned his head back towards the other students. We need to get rid of the others now. Todoroki didn't say anything, instead letting his eyes flow to encase the still kneeling Kirishima. Momo, seeing the approaching wave, pushed her shield into Uraraka before leaping backwards. The brunette only had a moment to cry out before she and her teammate were swept over the slopes. Wait, where's Takage? Momo asked, looking around. She was answered by the ground at their feet turning soft, causing her and the others to begin sinking. I already took care of her, Honuki said as he rose from the muck, having apparently hidden himself in the softened ground. Raising a hand, he pointed a finger over his shoulder. She's trapped down there. Now that you all are incapacitated, I just need to wait for the others to make their way back up here and we can claim the hill. And we have our first team to advance to the finals, Team 1 consisting of Shinso, Hatsum, Shoji, and Monoma, and what a shocking performance it was. Somehow they managed to make their attackers fight for them, Mike announced to the roar of the crowd. Huh. Honuki grunted as he turned his attention to a hill across the stadium that had begun to sink into the ground. Time's ticking and there's only 3 hills left, Mike cheered. So fight on, you little gladiators. Please don't call the students gladiators, the tired voice of Aizawa cut in. Guys, I won't be able to move after this. Ida spoke, his head bent forward, eyes shadowed. Ada, Momo asked, turning to look at the boy as Todoroki did the same. Momo, Todoroki, I'll leave everything up to you two. It's all in your hands now. Fire erupted from Ada's thrusters, turning blue as the speedster was propelled forward towards Honuki. The boy was turning around as Ada swung his leg, sending the thruster-propelled limb crashing into the boy's face. Honuki was sent tumbling off the platform. Wow, and with a dramatic finish by Ada, Tenya teammate moves on. As the hill beneath them began to sink, Momo turned to look at a blank-faced Todoroki, although she could feel the boy's confusion. What? He asked simply as he met her gaze. Nothing, the Ravenet replied, turning away. Momo was confused. She could understand that by knocking Honuki off the platform they'd been the only team on it. But the skull-faced boy had said he'd trapped Takage back on the slope. Midnight had said a team needed to have all their members on the platform for it to count, yet Takage had been absent. "Hey, nice job fending off Blasty and the others." An arm slung around her shoulder was all the warning Momo had as the girl occupying her mind appeared next to her. "Sorry I couldn't help, but with you all fighting each other, I figured someone needed to deal with Honuki." The girl laughed. "Unfortunately, he just sank into the ground when I got close. While I was flying low looking for him, he jumped me and pushed me down before I could do anything." "Then how did we advance?" Momo asked, the burning question in her mind. "Midnight said every person on the team had to be present. But I was there," Takage grinned, flashing Momo a pearly white grin full of sharp teeth, "or at least part of me was. You see, I left a little present behind before I went flying off. Wasn't sure if me flying would count as being on the platform or not, but apparently a lone foot counts as me being on the platform." Sashaying away, Takage tossed a wave over her shoulder. "I hope we see each other in the finals. Something tells me you'd be fun to fight." The reminder that she was now in the finals made Momo focus. The Ravenet had little doubt that Bakugo would find a way to move on. The finals of the sports festival were always one-and-on fights, and with how strong Bakugo was, Momo had little doubt that only Todoroki, Kendo, and maybe Urashi could face him head-on and hope to win. Momo only wished that Bakugo would last long enough to face her, and if not, that whoever beat him made him hurt for it. Momo had a month to study her classmates, their quirks, their abilities, how they fought, and she had a plan to face all of them. But the one she'd trained to fight the most, the one she wanted to fight the most was Bakugo, the boy who tormented her best friend for years. As a child, Momo had heard her mother mention that she always knew in her bones when a fight was coming, and now Momo could feel her pounding, her heart racing, and the Ravenet knew that confrontation between her and Bakugo was fast approaching. Bakugo screamed wordlessly as he let his explosions loose, sending the extras that had taken the hill flying backwards. Dodging around a laser he recognized as sparkles, Bakugo sent an explosive at the French blonde before turning to attack the uniform that indicated where see-through was at. Ducking beneath a blade, Bakugo sent an explosion upwards at Manty's face. Recoiling, Manty's grew a blade from his leg as he lashed out, but Bakugo simply propelled himself over it and, while spinning, launched another explosion into Manty's chest. Falling backwards, Mantis sent one last long blade out that was easy to dodge. What wasn't as simple was the black figure that erupted from the blade's shadow. Even though he might be mad, Bakugo was still capable of thinking rationally, and with a classmate like Birdbrain, it was all too easy for him to deduce Blackie's weakness. Bright blinding light erupted from his hands, and as Black recoiled with a scream, Bakugo grabbed his head, slamming it into the ground before tossing him off the platform. Wow, and just like that, Katsuki, Bakugo overcomes Team 7 all on his own, securing the hill for his team. What a display of strength. Impressive, Skullface said as he walked up to join Bakugo on top of the platform. I honestly thought you were being overconfident when you said you'd take care of them, and I'll admit that the fact you were practically frothing at the mouth did nothing to help my confidence. Nah, that's just how Bikubro is, Shitty Hair said, smiling with his hands behind his head. I thought it was pretty scary, Roundface added her 2 cents timidly, but a glare from Bakugo had her leaping back with an eep like she honestly thought he might attack her. I'm not scary, Bakugo growled, clenching and unclenching his hands. This festival was not going the way he thought it would. He thought he'd just walk in and be able to show the world how good he was, but the moment the first round began, everything had gone belly up. Krukut had dominated the round, and when Bakugo had faced him, the boy had simply ran away. Bakugo had chased him instead of trying to get more points, and he'd gotten 7th as a result. 7th, he hadn't even made the top 3. Yet the second round had proven to be even worse somehow. Krukut had flown away, and while Bakugo had wanted to chase him, he'd managed to control himself. He needed to move on, and the first round had proven that in a chase between them, Krukut's control of the air would let him evade Bakugo longer than the blonde wanted. So Bakugo had settled for claiming a hill and charged at Icy Hot and his team, but just when he'd had half and half on the ropes, their battle had been interrupted by Four Eyes, who'd not only interrupted their battle, but knocked Bakugo away. Bakugo's fury had erupted then, but before he could make it back up the hill, it had been claimed, forcing them to seek another hill. Big Hands and her team had claimed the third hill before they could even reach it, and Bakugo was practically rabid at how he was now delegated to 4th. He had barely told the extras on his team that he would handle it before he was off charging 4th, propelled through the air by his explosions. Sure you aren't, Shitty Hair agreed, patting Bakugo on the back, which earned him a dark growl that merely caused the redhead to laugh. Is that really getting to you? Skullface asked, his head edged to the side. Bakugo's growl only seemed to excite Shitty Hair, who laughed again. It does, you really want people to like you. No I don't, Bakugo snarled, standing up. Does saying no when you mean yes make you a tsundere? Round Cheeks asked, and despite how innocent her question sounded, Bakugo knew she was making fun of him by the glint in her eyes and how her smile became just a little bit bigger. I'm not a tsundere, Bakugo roared. I don't know, Shitty Hair joined in, that does sound like something a tsundere would say. Bakugo screamed wordlessly as he launched himself at his teammates. Mike's sheepish announcement that they passed came a minute later, not that the team had any trouble. Despite their issues, they were more than capable of holding off the extras, whose groaning bodies now littered the slopes below them. I see what you mean about his attitude. The statement was blunt and delivered coolly, yet Izuku couldn't hold back his smile as he focused his attention on Nagain once more. His instincts and combat skills are impressive, and a little ruthlessness is expected in heroes focusing on combat. But going that far to win an event in a school festival is concerning. He was angrier than normal, wasn't he? Izuku noted impassively, looking down at the field where the final cement hill was sinking into the ground. You don't sound that surprised. I told you about our relationship. Izuku smiled bitterly. Kaken's used to being the top student, the best. Everyone's told him he's the greatest for so long that he actually believes it himself. Yet here he is at UA, his dream school, and how has he done so far? 7th in the first round, 4th in the second. It's no wonder he's getting worked up, and when Kaken's mad, he tends to turn his anger onto others. That's not behavior becoming of a hero. Nagain frowned. Izuku just smiled. It shouldn't be, he agreed. But don't pretend to be naive. You and I both know that it's perfectly acceptable. Every day through TVs and phones all over the country, millions of people are exposed to the latest hero news. Stories and videos of heroes time and time again beating down the villain. The brunette chuckled. I still remember playing heroes and villains with Kaken when I was younger. He was always the hero, using his quirk on the villainous Deku to remind him of his place. Our culture worships heroes, and almost every child wants to be one when they grow up. Sure, some might want to focus on rescue work or evacuations, but the vast majority want to be battle heroes, fighting the good fight to take down the evil villains. It's how you get heroes like Mirko, whose only seeming reason to be a hero is because it allows her to legally beat people to a pulp. That's not true, Nagain protested. Mirko participated in numerous illegal underground fight clubs throughout her middle school and high school career. Izuku interrupted. It actually resulted in her being expelled. Seeing Nagain's suspicious look, Izuku shrugged, running a hand through his hair bashfully. I was a bit of a hero otaku, he admitted with a faint blush. That doesn't mean Mirko doesn't help people, Nagain defended. And I'm not saying she doesn't, Izuku agreed. What I am saying is that more and more people are becoming heroes for all the wrong reasons society is encouraging. Wealth, fame, power, sure, some just want to help people, but others, Izuku's face darkened. Others are in it for their own gain. He turned towards her, but then again, heroes acting in their own self-interest isn't new, is it? Nagain only responded with stony silence. The corner of Izuku's mouth curved into a small smile. You understand. He answered for her. Heroes are human, they have faults, make mistakes, yet rarely do we ever hear about them. It makes sense that the authorities wouldn't want such news getting out, to keep the public believing in their idols. I know firsthand about their cover-ups. Nagain's frosty expression broke for a moment. Your mother. The Musutafu apartment collapse, Izuku confirmed. I came home from the worst day of school in my life, when my former best friend turned lead tormentor, Katsuki Bakugo. He gestured towards the arena below them. The student now representing the heroics department of the #1 school in the country, in their most televised event, told me that if I wanted a quirk, I should just pray I get one in my next life and take a swan dive off the roof. I thought that was as bad as it could get, Izuku said mournfully, but then I came home that evening and walked in on a hero raping the broken body of my mother. Izuku's fingers dug into the armrests of his chair like claws, yet his voice, while full of dark rage, remained smooth somehow. I managed to overpower him and push him away. Izuku turned to Nagain, letting the heroine look into his jade eyes. Even now, filled with pain, I held her as she died. I cried, begging the only woman who'd ever loved me to hold on as she slipped away. And then, the hero responsible for her death returned, Slugger. Izuku practically growled the name, and Nagain too found herself being drawn into his story, disliking the hero she'd never even met. He tells me that I'm being dramatic in that, because I attacked him, I'm now considered a villain by law, which means as a hero he is now free to take me down. He was going to blame me for her death, her murder, her then take credit for arresting me. And do you want to know why he did all that? Why he went so far? It was because I tried to play hero. All Might had been chasing a villain that day, but he'd escaped through the sewers. He caught Bakugo and took him hostage. I watched as the heroes charged with saving him stood around and did nothing, all because they didn't have the right quirk for the job. I caught sight of Bakugo's eyes so full of fear, and then, it was like my feet moved on their own. I rushed forward past the heroes merely looking on and tried to help. He laughed bitterly. Nothing happened, of course. All Might arrived and saved the day with a single punch. I got scolded for my recklessness while the heroes praised Bakugo for his bravery and quirk. But Slugger, he was there, and seeing me, a mere quirkless trying to make a difference, was enough for him to hunt down where I lived so he could show me my proper place. What happened? Nagain couldn't help but ask. I tried to fight him, Izuku replied simply with a shrug. He won, of course, and I was left gravely injured. It was only the fact that Slugger stumbled across another villain that I was spared. Still, I likely would have died if it wasn't for my patron. My sensei. Your sensei? Nagain asked hesitantly. She wanted more information, but worried that any attempt to pry would find the line of inquiry cut off. Izuku smiled at the woman indulgently, making it clear he knew what she was doing. But he answered nonetheless. Yes, my sensei. He saved my life. Took me in when I was at my lowest, alone in a world that hated me for being unique, yet celebrated the uniqueness of everyone around me. I had nothing and yet, for some reason, sensei took me in. He didn't have to, yet he gave me a chance to become more than I ever thought possible. Izuku's tone was respectful, bordering on reverent, like a cultist speaking of their faith. Everything was covered up, of course, Izuku continued, returning to his story. Slugger was simply checking on a poor victim caught up in a villain attack earlier that day. He was a hero who tragically lost his life in the line of duty. But then again, you would know all about those kinds of cover-ups, wouldn't you? I have no idea what you're talking about, Nagain replied, her voice cold as ice, devoid of all emotions. Really? Izuku questioned, his head to the side. It's not any different from what you do, is it? Killing heroes, I mean.